sure I have this set up correctly. Looks good. Yeah, alright. Seems like it's working. So, for anybody who is unfamiliar, I am doing a challenge where I've been trying to get every single healer spec up to Keystone Hero, which I define as, well, I mean, the game defines it as 2500. I define it as a time 10 in every single dungeon. And earlier, like last month, we did the process of actually leveling up all these characters, and I've been doing, obviously, a lot of the gearing off stream, because, like, running 50 million delves isn't exactly interesting gameplay, but I have shown bits and pieces of that here and there. This is the current state of my Disc Priest, 277, mostly just upgraded delve stuff, right? You get a lot of hero track gear from delves. I do still have this one champion ring, just couldn't find a replacement for this, and then, obviously, Crucible. I've crafted a weapon, and I've crafted bracers with, obviously, Arcana Weave lining. And then there is this necklace, which we got weeks ago out of the Mythic Dungeon thing. I haven't actually bothered doing the time walking weeklies. I really don't think it's worthwhile. Like, in theory, I could get something out of this that would, like, be an upgrade, maybe. But it's so inconsequential, I think, that I'm just not really going to bother with it. The odds of me actually getting something for the amount of time that it takes is pretty minor. I also, you know, as I start this, I realize I forgot to buy flasks and whatnot, but we can just do that now. I don't really have much else to prep. I had this pretty much ready to go last week. I think I've gotten like 2 item levels since I was initially planning on doing this last week. I was... I'd have to send over by like a few lights potential. Let's just buy like 20. That should be fine. And then I doubt I'll need mana potions, but I mean, it's nice to have them. I'll buy like 10. Sure. That should be enough, yeah. But I think that covers everything. But yeah, I was actually planning on streaming this last week, because I've, at least, well, the goal is, obviously, by the end of Season 1, I want to have all the healers ready. Now, I'm probably going to do more with this going forward into Season 2. Like I've been saying throughout this challenge, I want to eventually join a second guild on Europe and potentially try to do Prague as a healer. Obviously, that would be a little bit more low-key than, like, my main North American guilds. It would be really difficult to be in, like, 2 Hall of Fame guilds at once, and I don't expect to join even remotely close to a Hall of Fame guild on my first time playing healer. But I'm definitely going to try and do that. I don't really think there was any point in trying to push for that this season, especially since the season's about to be over. So the goal is to get all the healers set up, make sure I have a solid understanding of all of them, and then next season we can continue pushing this, and we are on healer number 2. So I did Preservation of Ochre 2 weeks ago, was going to do Disc Priest last week, and then I lost power for 48 hours, because, yeah, that was lovely. That kind of fucked up my entire week, pretty much, so it's been a week later, and now I'm doing Disc Priest now, finally. But also, since I wanted to get one of them done every single week, I'm also going to be doing Resto Druid tomorrow, which was the original plan for this week. So now we're doing both of them in 1 week, because I want to make sure I don't fall behind schedule. I have a lot of stuff that I need to get done before the season starts at the beginning of next month. And while this is definitely like one big personal goal, it's, if I let it lag too far behind, I'm going to reach a point where I'll have to be like, I don't have time to justify this compared to other projects. And I don't want that to happen, so I'm trying to make sure I chip away at it over time. That way, if we do 1 Keystone Hero per week, we can safely get there by the end of the month. And I'm hoping to be done before that, because I don't want to be doing this, like, the first week of August, when I would much rather be doing more important things. Yeah, I got a ping in Discord. Okay. But now, the first thing that I'm going to do, and I'm not going to make the same mistake that I made on my Preservation of Ochre, is I am going to just try and plug my way into an 11 or 12 key, and I think it's doable, because I got invited to it, I think, on 11, pretty early on my Evoker, but I don't know why my phone is unmuted. Let me do that. Of course, the moment I start streaming, fucking everything starts making noise, right? But I'm going to start by doing that this time, because last time I did a +10, and then my Evoker got a 9, and then I did an 11 after, but at that point it was too late. I had a 9, it was kind of a waste. I was still able to pug my entire way up on Prez without actually having to push my own key, so I should be fine to do that on disc if needed, but I'm just going to play it absolutely super duper safe. I'm going to just check everything, healer role available, and I'm just going to search 11 through 12, and I'll apply to groups, and I'll see what I get invited to. I mean, I'll, like, probably long shot with my current score, which is pretty low, to get invited to, like, 12s, but maybe they're desperate, right? The unfortunate reality is, I don't think that my Raider IO is linked, which, come to think of it, I probably should have done that before, but I don't actually know if I can. So, if I try to do that, let me check. Because I think the problem is everything is linked to my same account, right? And Raider IO only lets you set one main, and I don't know if it would work cross-region, so I might need to only set one main for either, like, Europe and North America? How does this actually work? So if I go to my settings, I guess I need to... let's see. How do you resync your stuff? Oh, refresh Blizzard data. Let me try to do that real fast and see if that's... It won't update immediately, but that way, for next time, have it ready to go, and then of course I need to approve the stupid authenticator thing. Let's do that. Yes, approve. And then at least for whenever I do this the next time... What? Raider IO? It's, endlessly loading. Alright, well, I'll apply for some more keys. It only has to be an 11, so... 11s I probably have a better chance of actually getting invited into, because they are less desirable. Let's see. Data. Did this work? Alright, I have no idea if this actually worked. I guess the easiest way to see would be, can I see any of my European characters on here? Not that I can find. I'll have to check later. Maybe it just hasn't shown up yet. But I am very curious to see how that would work. Like, whether I could have my North American and Europe Raider IO linked together. Because right now, it's not showing for my Prez score. Not that my Prez score is, like, amazing. It's... What do I have? Exactly, like, 2,600 or something like that. Pretty low. But at least it shows that this is not, you know, some brand new player. I can't really link anything else anyway. But yeah, it might take me a little bit to actually get invited to one of these keys, but... Okay, I say that and then immediately get invited. W. And Algathar doesn't seem too tricky. Also, because I'm sure later on people are going to ask, I showed my gear a little bit. Talents, this is what I'm running. Not really anything particularly special. I just looked up the top priest players and copied their talents, right? There were some like differences that I saw in builds, but I tried to make an educated guess based on most of the builds that I saw. And honestly... Like, I've been playing Disc Priest a decent amount more than most healers. So, like, tomorrow will be interesting because I have never played Resto Druid. So, tomorrow, I'll be basically trying to, from scratch, learn and get Keystone Hero on Resto Druid, which could be really tough. I may end up fucking up a lot. I don't know. But Disc Priest, if I don't play well, I'm gonna be pretty disappointed in myself because, like, I should know how to play Disc. It is not a spec that I am brand new to. And, like, Preservation was also not a spec that I was new to. And I'd like to think, all things considered, it was a very rough set of keys, but not really my fault at all. And I think, given the circumstances of, like, some of the runs that I got, I feel like I played pretty well. And Prez is really tough to play in dungeons, especially compared to other healers. Okay. I do get my food buff.
5.
I'll probably take the haste buff.
2, 1.
And now I wait to see how the druid decides to pull this. I mean, okay, the druid has done 17s, right? So they're clearly not a brand new player. Okay, really hope this guy doesn't face check that. Like, in theory, as long as the druid doesn't fuck this up. Like, this pull is kind of entirely on the tank. Oh, I threw a feather down for him. He missed threat on some mobs. That's... I am more used to playing Void Weaver Disc. So I'll be honest, I'm not really sure. Like, I remember, so Oracle Disc I played quite a bit back in War Within. And there was, like, a lot of fancy stuff where you had to do, like, your big ramp. You had the, please don't die, sir. It's like, I'm just gonna give him my second charge of Pain Sip. May as well. But you had the big ramp where you, like, reset penance multiple times. But here, it seems like, from what I've gathered, it is just kind of... Oracle is just, you do a lot of healing, and that's about it. I forgot I need a second Great New Window for healing. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Alright, tank seems good, so I mean, this is, as I said, basically entirely on whether the tank can do that pull, and the tank could, so, W, good tank. Otherwise, I mean, I'll be honest, like, I really don't think Disc is, like, hard at all. I kind of joked about this when I was doing Preservation, like how Preservation it's like the definition of the payphone meme, where one of them is just so easy, and you're just brain off, like, you know, penance, you know, I apply atonement, and then I just do my healing, okay. And then it plays itself. And then the other one, you're, like, busting your ass, like Preservation, I'm trying to do tons of crazy shit to keep everybody alive all the time. Okay, I gotta cancel that cast. Yeah, that guy ripped threat. I can't cleanse poison, right? Magic and disease, yeah. Stacked. I should probably be saving a penance charge for this movement. I think it really matters all that much, but I feel like that's probably good practice. I also know that I could use Ultimate Penitence to, like, do more damage. I don't really think that matters. Okay, why is the Evoker dying? Damn. He definitely stood in something, this Evoker. I don't know why he's just dying compared to everybody else, but in the end it didn't matter. Oh, I get to ban a bot. Alright, fun. Fine. Okay, I want to at least use this at some point, right? Oh, fuck. This may have not been the time. I'll miss it. Fine. But yeah, I mean, hey, I'm out DPSing the warrior right now because of that. I know that you generally want to use that as, like, a healing CD, but at this point, it's like the damage going out is so trivial, and the next time I can really see myself using it is on the bird boss, and it should be back up in time for that, so probably fine. That is Talon Toss. Oh. I can never remember whether it's the birds or Talon Toss line first. Let's do more Algathar. I have PI. Back when I played Disc Priest before, I was abysmal at remembering to use PI. Always forgot. Now I remember, but I'm just not really sure when I should be using it. Because back in War Within, I at least, in Season 3, so in Undermine, when I first started learning Disc, I was really bad at it. Oh, what's the cooldown? 2 minutes? Will it be up? I think it'll be up for the damage amp, right? I'll give it to that guy. And then for the damage amp on the bird, I probably get my next PI, so I think that's what really matters. But in Season 4, so, or Season 3, Koresh, I had a weak aura that would, like, scream at me to PI. And I remembered, but the weak aura is gone now. And even then, I wasn't necessarily thinking about, like, what the best target was. It was just whatever the voiceover weak aura thingy told me to PI, that's who I PI'd. This thing's kind of fucked by these birds. Probably should have gotten a Shadow or Death on one of the dying guys. That way, I think, yeah, that summons a Mindbender, so it does a little bit more overall damage. There's the Talon Toss line. Honestly, it kind of might line up perfectly. I could PI straight into my Ultimate Penitence. If we get the burn correct, because we'll do, presumably we do the wind one first. And then, yeah, in like 40 seconds to a minute, we should have the fire damage amp. I'll line up perfectly. I assume that's a stop casting. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure, but I'm just gonna play it safe. I'm gonna save PI here. Yeah, okay, they're doing this first. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna... So this does line up more for the wind one. Honestly, that's fine. Let's do this. It's nice to not actually have to worry about the tank. Honestly, the Evoker scares me more than anybody. That guy is taking so much damage. We get it? Okay, here we go.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The warrior get hit by a tornado? Why is he just dying? He must have gotten hit by a tornado or something. Or they, like, maybe two of them stacked. Couldn't really see. Away, worked out. Could have pain stepped him, but, I mean, works it works, so not really gonna complain. It does kind of feel like, I guess compared to WoW, Void Shield does a lot of damage. That is... okay. I kind of knew that it was good, and I've been trying to use it, but I did not realize it was that good. So, definitely going to keep using it basically on cooldown. But I remember back in War Within, compared to other healers, at least, like Prez, that I'd been playing, Oracle Disc did very little damage. But I think because they just nerfed healer damage across the board, now Disc damage actually feels pretty good. Wow, he is getting melted. Yeah, I knew the shielding on the Void Shield was really strong. I kind of understand now why it's getting nerfed, though. Because I heard some of the healers in my guild complaining about that. Apparently, Disc is getting like hit pretty hard. But honestly, right now, Disc seems kind of nuts, right? So, it doesn't really surprise me. I think that it could get nerfed like quite a lot and still be an absurdly strong healer. I don't know if necessarily the nerfs are too much, but I can't imagine they're going to make Disc, like, completely unviable, at the very least. Ooh, they're going for a ride. Oh, I should not have walked forward. I thought he was going to go right.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here.
Do I have any fear? I'm not talented into Psychic Scream. I mean, I'm gonna just assume they're all gonna handle the kicks. If I get, like, monotonous lectured, I don't know, not much I can do. I'm gonna do this for a little bit of damage. I mean, there was also, like, decent damage going out, right? So it's not a complete waste of a healing CD. think he needed that pain sup, but if 2 charges can't hurt. Okay, nice. He's doing that for during roleplay. I actually, you know what? I have not been doing that whenever I tank this dungeon. I mean, I haven't been pushing, but that makes sense. Yeah. There's like unskippable RP here. You just save some of the trash until that. I mean, I would imagine that is a standard strategy, but I actually haven't seen many tanks doing that. Obviously, at like the 10 or 12 level. And I never really thought to do that, though it seems obvious in hindsight. It always confuses me, these stupid evoker clones. I can never tell which one is the actual evoker. And which one is just like the duplicate. Take this area. I think 2 is my limit. Okay. So without a power word shield rolling on me, that actually is quite a lot. Oh, I have 4 stacks. Right, my stacks don't expire. Okay. Right. Fuck! I can't believe that didn't kill me. That's actually... it's really bad. Whew. Okay, alright. I'm not used to actually taking damage from that. As a tank, you can basically eat as many as you want. Once this debuff falls off, I get 2. Let my debuff expire. Soak that. Oh, almost got punished for being greedy there, but thankfully got out. Considering this has been overall pretty clean, I feel like the timer is quite tight. I mean, the damage definitely has not been amazing, but I don't know. It's hard to really be too upset about it. I think I'm gonna just Ultimate Penitence here. Hello, Misery? See ya? I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that. Discmain here, easy to play, hard to master. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I absolutely believe that. I mean, a lot of people for the longest time have said that Guardian Druid is like the easiest brain-dead spec, and frankly, I have agreed with that at a basic level, right? Like, for a very long time, I have said, you know, when people say, like, oh, what's a good tank for beginners? Right now, actually, I don't think Guardian Druid is the easiest tank, but for a while I've said Blood DK and Guardian, but I actually think that, at least at the moment, Blood DK and Guardian might have, like, 2 of the higher skill caps for tanks. especially now that Brewmaster's in the gutter. So I 100% believe. Like, when I say, you know, obviously, it compared to Prez feels much easier, I think you're right about, like, easy to learn. It definitely is. It's so much easier to pick up. That is, like, almost undeniable. And I feel like I have a solid grasp on Prez, but it took me so much longer to really feel confident on Prez. Like, I understood what I was doing. And even once I understand it, I feel like, you know, I get through a pull, and I'm like, wow, you know, I feel like I played that really well. I kept everybody alive. But holy shit, am I, like, exhausted. Whereas Disc, it's, oh my god. Speaking of which, okay, yeah, I mean, that guy, I don't know where he was out there. Literally could not reach him. But yeah, I fully believe that there's, like, a lot of skill cap to this, for sure. Especially, like, I would imagine in a raid environment, having to do, like, the perfect ramps is something I hear a lot of Disc priests talk about. And even back when I was learning Disc and War Within, that's something that a lot of my priest friends told me, that, like, raid Disc is so much more complicated than M+ Disc. Which is also one of the reasons why I really want to, at some point probably next season, try and heal in a raid. Now, I don't necessarily know if I'm going to do that as Disc. I might. It's honestly a solid contender, considering it's one of the healer specs I have played the most over the last, like, year or so. Whereas... oh, this Furi Warrior. Yeah, there's, like, a chance, right, that I end up playing... what's it called? Like Resto Druid or something, and I'm like, oh my god, I love this, this is amazing, this is my calling, or something like that, and then it ends up being my favorite healer. It's possible, but out of the healers that I have played so far, Disc and Prez are definitely my favorites, but, you know, Resto Druid is one that I haven't really played much, so who knows. And while I haven't played, like, Mistweaver a ton, the little that I have played Mistweaver in the past, I have enjoyed it, and I do think it's a healer that I will like. It's just, the thing with Mistweaver is I've never really had a reason to really get into it. Like, I play it for fun every now and then I'm just like, okay, yeah, but, like, whenever I play my monk, it's usually, you know, I'm playing Brewmaster, right? Because that has been, for many, many, many years, my main. Jesus, this warrior is taking so much damage. Can I negate the pull with Ultimate Penitence? Is that a thing? I can! Ooh. Okay, that's actually really snazzy. Actually, that probably kept the warrior alive, because right as I started casting that, he took the dick. Okay. Just run out, just run out. Don't greed, don't greed. Mr. Warrior. Mr. Warrior, we need to have a chat about your avoidable damage. Okay, pull in any second now. Drop that in the wrong spot. Nice. Okay, I was about to say, I need to override my muscle memory. I do want to bonus roll this. I do. Unless one of them looted a heroic... Ooh. Stats in it or whatever. I don't really care that much. Alright. Maybe, okay, and then never mind, I just bonus roll a Mythic Track Ring, so... that works. I mean, for a first key, that was, a hayrar. I stream sometimes. I feel like you should know that. You've definitely seen me stream. But compared to Preservation, we are off to a much better start. The first key I did for Preservation Keystone Hero, a Prot Warrior died like 5 times in the first 5 minutes, and then the key disbanded. So, yeah, compared to that, this is much better, and getting... that's probably... I mean, it's gotta be an upgrade, right? It just means that I lose some haste, gain some crit, which, I mean, I have a lot of haste. Okay, yeah, actually, that's probably ideal in that case. Just throw that here. And then... I probably still want a crit gem, honestly, because from what I've read, you want, like, a mix of crit and haste on disc with slightly more haste. So, I'll do quick Garnet. And... I need more gold. I'll just grab, like, 50k. My Warband Bank or something. Over, draw, 50, 1, 2, 3. Alright. And... what's the enchant again? Eyes of the Eagle. Okay. So, Eyes of the Eagle... what key did I get, also? I got a Skyreach. Okay. Do I have score in Skyreach? I do. So I could leave that for last, right? I think that's probably... well, I'll leave that, maybe not necessarily for last, but I'll apply for keys, and I'll probably want to start off with the ones that I don't have, just to get them knocked out. And then... if I reach a point where I can't get into any groups for, like, an extended period of time, then I just post my own Skyreach and run it. And I can't upgrade this, or rather, I don't want to upgrade this to 276, because I don't actually have a second Hero Track Ring, so I need to at least get 1 Hero Track Ring before I start sending upgrades. I think I missed a few messages in chat, so I'm gonna apply for groups real quick, see what's available. And so Algathar, Zenith, Skyreach, and Pit I technically don't need. Algathar, Zenith, Skyreach, Pit. I'll search 10 to 12, and I'll quickly apply for some groups and see what I get invited to. And ideally, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit selfish. I usually try to look for groups that have a tank. Makes it a little bit easier. You need 9 AM content? Well, there you go. I should join Discord and lore debate Baze about the new patch. I think I'm good. Right now, I'm going to be stressed enough as it is, having to figure out healing. The last thing I need to do is listen to Baze yap at me about how actually... the new lore is super good. You know what? Oh, I need to ask Baze what he thinks about the Heronir lore. I'm sure Baze has some hot take about, like, you know, the new Heronir cinematic. That's exactly the type of thing that he would take a random strong stance on for absolutely no reason. Even though he started playing in BFA, so he doesn't even understand the original lore of, like, the Dark Trolls or whatever, but he would still argue to the death about it. Let's see. Easiest tank at the moment is Blood, super easy, since you can do it till single button assistant. Till 18? Oh, till 18s? I mean, okay, well, that's a separate debate, right? I'm not gonna argue that, like, Blood just because of how broken Deathstrike is, can probably be played effectively in the single button assistant. But when somebody asks me, what is an easy tank to learn tanking? I'm not like, oh yeah, play the single button assistant, because that's fucking crazy advice. If you're trying to actually learn tanking, you should not be playing with the single button assistant at all. That being said, I think Blood DK definitely falls into that category of, I would also say, easy to learn, hard to master. Because, yeah, Deathstrike, for a lot of content, can just let you coast through. It's very powerful, but obviously there is a lot of nuance to playing it. See, that does sound like fun. Look, reminds me later tonight, Roar, because I'll probably stream the, we're doing the normal raid testing, and during the normal raid testing, I'll ask Daze what his thoughts are about that. So, well, we'll see. You're trying to get 20 Resil now, but trying Mistweaver first, you think it's easier? I've heard really good things about Mistweaver in Keys, yeah. I like, the Mistweaver is so weird, because there's been, like, so many different builds over the years. I've, like, played Mistweaver on and off, not, like, super seriously, but I'll play it for, like, a key or two, every now and then, like, every few expansions or something like that. And it always plays... There's, like, some parts that remain the same, like the whole fistweaving thing. The core identity is still there, but as for exactly how it plays out, it's always slightly different. But I have heard that right now, apparently, people do say it is just straight spin to win. So, we'll see. Mistweaver, for the record, is 4th in the challenge. So, obviously, Disc is 2nd. We already did Prez. Resto Druid is tomorrow. And because I'm doubling up this week because I fell behind with doing Disc. And then next week, at some point, probably on the weekends, I'll be doing Mistweaver. They're letting it rip. If you can't heal a group with Crane Kick, then you wouldn't be able to heal it with direct healing. Yeah, so I tried that build a little bit in War Within, and that was kind of like the impression I got, right? That's what my healer friends were telling me. They were like, oh no, you're not supposed to actually direct heal. You are literally just supposed to fistweave. Even back in War Within, I think I tried it in Undermine. They were saying that was what you were supposed to do. And it really freaked me out. Because I'm, I should mass dispel this. Shit. It freaked me out because, like, I'm so used to playing healers. Like, for instance, Resto Shaman was the first healer when I was really trying to learn healing. It was the first healer I actually started playing. So, when I first really tried to figure things out, my mindset was like, okay, reactive healing. One person's taking damage, I healing surge. A bunch of people are taking damage, I chain heal. And that's one of the nice things about Resto Shaman. It's like, it's very just like, you respond to exactly what's happening, and you kind of always know exactly what you need to do at any given moment. And obviously, that's why it can sometimes be weaker, depending on... Like, when I was playing Resto Shaman, it was considered to be one of the weaker healers. It was, like, early War Within. And, like, at the time, Disc was really good and stuff like that. But it felt very intuitive. And honestly, I think it was a really nice healer to learn healing on. And then, like, you get to Prez, and Prez is like, you have to do these big ramps, you have to, like, set everything up. Disc, meanwhile, it's literally just you throw out your atonements. But the thing that I really like about Disc that makes it feel particularly cozy is, effectively, I'm doing, like, spin to win on Disc, where, like, I put atonements and then I do damage. Like, that is my spin to win, right? I get everything rolling, and then I just start pumping out healing. And when I was learning Disc, that's definitely something that, like, my healer friends had to, like, explain to me of, like, no, most of your healing comes from atonement. You just need to trust that, like, if you do enough damage, right, you're going to heal through all of it. But the nice thing about this is I still have, like, shields. Like, this guy's taking a lot of damage. I have my instant flash of light that I can use. So it feels like I have a lot of flexible spot healing. I don't know if the mage has, like, threat. What? Because his nameplate's going red. He did take a lot of damage, so I think he probably took an auto. But he didn't die, so good on him. But because of that, like, it feels really nice. Like, one of the issues I have with Preservation is Preservation feels like it can do really good burst single target, but only outside of its, like, ramps. Like, if you're in the middle of setting up, like, stasis or something, you can't just interrupt your stasis to, like, Echo Reversion a single target or something like that, or Echo Living Flame to, like, burst them up, because that fucks your stasis. So if you're doing, like, a ramp and you're trying to get, like, you know, Time Anomaly or Temporal Anomaly, or whatever it is, and then put, Marithra's Blessing on a bunch of people, if you Marithra as a single target who's taking a lot of damage before all of your echoes from TA go out on the rest of the players, then now they don't get your echoed Marithras, and now you're losing a lot of healing. So if one person's taking a lot of damage, but the entire group is taking a lot of damage, then you really don't have that flexibility as Prez in dungeons, and that feels really, really, really bad. It's a fun challenge to work around, so I still enjoyed playing it. But compared to Disc, it's like, if that, you know, mage is taking a lot of damage, well, I still have my atonements rolling, so it's not like I can't heal. Okay, this guy's really LOSing me. Should be fine, I hope. I don't think I need to use Evangelism here, but... maybe? But you can see there, like, I'm still keeping heals on everybody through atonements. But, like, I get to throw a powered shield. And, like, for me, that amount of flexibility, especially while I'm still, like, getting used to it, and I don't know the damage patterns perfectly, that feels really, really, really nice. So it makes Disc feel, like, really cozy. As long as I can react in time, I feel like I can really account for any situation on Disc. Whereas Prez, there were a few times where somebody's just... ooh, I almost tapped the boss. But Disc a few times, like, or Prez, somebody would, like, take a bunch of damage, I'd be caught off guard, and they'd die. And the thing is, it might be their fault, right? They may have stood in something that they shouldn't have, and that's why they died. But it still feels bad that I can't, like, I can't back up somebody else's mistake as a healer. I feel like, you know, healers should be able to do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna dispel myself. Deal with that mechanic. I thought? Did I not dispel the mage? Thought I did. I mean, honestly, Guardian Druid should live these, but... yeah. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so for Mistweaver, when I started learning it a little bit in War Within, it did really freak me out that, like, that's kind of what I was told to do. Exactly what you said about, like, you just spin to win, and if that's not enough to keep people alive, then, like, so be it. And I healed Keys successfully with it a little bit, but I really did not feel like I had the hang of it. And, like, of course, my healer friends are like, oh, yeah, if you really understand Mistweaver, like, you can technically do this, 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 and that to, like, back up and, like, spot heal. Like, this is how you handle that. And I know that there are, like, really advanced ways to do it, but it felt like I had to do a lot more. I don't know, it was like, simultaneously, I had to do a lot more thinking to, like, heal properly, but also I could just shut my brain off and do nothing. And the problem that I have with specs like that, it's kind of the same mindset of, like, you could tank up to 18s if you use single button assistant on Blood Decay. Like, I'm not trying to, like, oh, just get, like, you know, plus 10s or whatever on Disc Priest. Like, that's not the goal here, right? I'm actually trying to understand these specs. Nice, Mage is actually using defensives. Good on him. You know what? Honestly, this Mage has been so fucking ethical, I'm gonna just start giving him PI. He's also, I mean, he's doing more damage than the Unholy DK, who I think is who I was P9 before. So. But I'm trying to, like, actually learn how to play these specs, right? And while I probably could, for a lot of specs, just, like, single button assist in it and reach my, like, stated goal, that's not the point, right? Like, you're never actually going to learn how to play the spec, and then you're never going to be able to make those adaptations. So I have been told many times that, like, yeah, for Mistweaver, you literally can just spin to win and it's fine. But if I did that, would I actually feel like I really understand the spec? I don't think so. So before I play Mistweaver, I'm going to still try and make sure I do a lot of reading to understand exactly when you can not spin to win, and when you need to, like, make little adaptations to, like, properly spot heal people. Because I'm sure that there are ways to do that still. Just, I need to make sure I'm fully understanding that. I'm not just, like, brain off pressing a few buttons just so I can say, like, oh yeah, I can heal a 10 doing this. Because, like, technically speaking, like, have I had to work that hard through these keys? Not really. But I'd like to think I'm, I'm doing alright on disc. Because I have, like, a solid understanding of, like, of disc stuff. So, yeah, I kind of want to save my ultimate penitence for the boss. Unless I feel like everybody's about to die and I need to use it or something. I don't know. We should have Lust for this, too. I guess I could PI on pull, and then we'll have Lust. So you go, Mr. Mage. Right, and I remember on Prez, I learned the hard way that this boss is a fucking nightmare for ranged. Yep. I think the next Firestorm, I'll Ultimate Penitence. Should probably have potted here, too. Can't imagine it matters that much, but... So we get... So I could do... this... Then, the moment I see it's not targeting me directly, then I Ultimate Penitence, and then I can wiggle towards that tornado. Nice, DK used a defensive. Oh, dude, I gotta say, like, while I have had some demon keys on Europe, like, you're gonna see that anywhere, I feel like I've had more players who actually use their defensives in European keys than North American keys. Like, maybe I'm crazy here, but it does kind of feel like, on average, people have been a lot more ethical on Europe than North America. I think I properly LOS'd it. I don't know if I've, like... okay, interrupting Screech. Okay. Okay, we're going. I assume he's planning... I'm gonna paint up him. Oh no. Do you have evangelism? I might need to use it right after this Flame Nova. May as well. Alright, I mean, that worked out. Jesus. This, Yeah, damage in this group is a lot better than the last one, that's for sure. And both groups had a dog, so I am, in this case, comparing apples to apples. I was kind of scared for the Evoker there. He kind of got stranded. This doesn't interrupt, right? Okay, well, it knocks back, okay, but it doesn't, like, silence, at least. So many people, like, freak out with this mechanic, and they, like, run into the swirlies, but I mean, there's more than enough time. Probably should have saved that penance. I think it matters, but... Nice.
We've done it. One last task remains.
I mean, really great start to the to this. 2 extremely clean 12s. So I was kind of hoping that this was like a faster one of these Keystone Hero challenges, because the I think I said before, my guild's doing raid testing later tonight in about 11 hours. And I'd like to have, like, a short nap before that point. I haven't slept for a little bit. So a small little nap would be quite nice. Honestly, I did not need to do that at all, but that's just, like, 100% a flex. I still need to clear my stacks at some point. Dude, what is this guy dying to? Holy... So, like, I still gotta do that. But I honestly, I wanted to see, like, can I do that? Be sick. Okay, I need to go back here. Nice. Rechest on that one. Jeez.
At last, spirits that live
Didn't get anything, but I'm getting the shards. And what do I get from this? Myth track pants. Alright. I do not have any catalyst charges, but I'll hold on to that, I guess.
until they return home. Thank you, champions.
That is one more down. Europe is filled with the young studs, while NA has the old boomers who are tired from work. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hey, owner. Good to see you. Troy said, I think when people start to learn specs, they're more reactive because they're still unfamiliar with the kit, so Blood Decay's Death Strike fits super well. Absolutely, yeah. I don't think your Dispel can dispel curses. Can it not? Where is, Yeah, you're right. Shit, it can't. That's one other thing that's been, like, tricky getting used to learning healers. It's like, which can dispel which. And then, like, apparently, Preservation Evoker's Cauterize, which I always remembered as, like, a bleed removal, also dispels curses. So now I'm like, oh, I have to keep track of that? Okay. I'm sure I'll get used to it eventually, but it's a whole side of the game that I've never really had to interact with as a tank. So it's been interesting for sure. Let's remove Windrunner from the list. We'll do 12. 10 for rerolls. Second. Right now, Fall the Arrow is just 80 to 90, but I am actively working on the 10 to 80 sections, and they will be fully implemented by 12.1. And if you aren't aware, so if you go to, like, for instance, the Horde 10 to 80 section, you'll be able to see, like, the links to my video guides, right? So if you aren't already familiar with that, then those routes are still the fastest routes. This is what will be added when the routes are finalized in Follow the Arrow. I need to actually get them implemented. But if you're looking for what to do, just go watch those videos. Honestly, I don't think it's that hard to follow. I'm sure it will be faster once I get Follow the Arrow implemented, because I'm already trying to figure out, like, a good example is something that I was doing last night, is I was trying to, like, untangle Duskwood, because a lot of times when I do Duskwood in speedruns, I kind of just approach it as, like, pick up every single quest and then just do whatever quests are active, and figuring out the exact right order for, like, what to hand in, what to turn, what to hand in, what to, like, pick up at different times is, like, it's a lot of work, and you lose at most, like, up to a minute by, like, missing a quest and being like, oh, I have to go here and grab that or something like that, over the course of the entirety of the zone. It's not that big of a deal. And that's for me, I guess. Somebody who's a little bit less experienced might lose a few minutes getting confused as to, like, which quest they should pick up, which is why generally my motto is pick up everything, and then just whatever you need to do that. But what I've been trying to do, obviously, for the Follow the Arrow implementation is I need to make sure it's really structured. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, what exactly leads into what? What is a prereq, what is not? And when is the best time to pick up or turn in certain quests? And obviously, things like that will be a lot more clean when you can just follow the arrow. But the route itself is still really fast. I mean, I've been using it for years. But yeah, if you didn't know about the routes already, if you haven't seen the video guides, then definitely go check it out. Effectively, the routes have been mostly the same since Shadowlands, and I mean that in the sense of the zones that have been the fastest, there have been some slight shifts. Like, for example, way back in the day, WoD Intro was considered to be the fastest zone. That's not really the case anymore, just because skywriting in older zones means that the Cataclysm ones, like Duskwood, Lock Dawn, are even faster now, whereas WoD Intro is still on foot. WoD Intro is still fast, it's still worth doing, but it's not like a must-do anymore. So for speedruns, I usually just do, like, Elwyn, Duskwood, Lock Dawn, and I don't even touch WoD. But if you don't have, like, all the XP modifiers, then you probably will do a decent chunk of WoD, and that, like, core set of zones has remained the fastest since the Shadowlands rework, when they added Chromie Time. And the route has been polished. Like, that most recent video is from, like, late War Within, so it's very up-to-date. The only thing it doesn't cover is the final 10 levels, but if you go into Follow the Arrow, notice how I have a section dedicated to 70 to 80. Well, later on, when I implement this into Follow the Arrow, it's just going to be 110 to 80 route. And effectively, my current Chromie Time 10 to 80 routes, which they do work up to 80, you can do Chromie Time all the way up to 80 if you want to. In theory, it'll be faster to, upon hitting level 70, switch to War Within, which War Within is not part of Chromie Time. You can only do it 70 to 80, but doing War Within crafting, and you can see here I have an entire section about this, right? So there's a separate video guide. I talk about, like, what you need to take away from the guide. This is what you'll be doing from specifically 70 to 80. But yeah, it's all there in the add-on. You can go check it. Cauterize covers... Oh yeah, 2 people said Cauterize covers all the spells. Yeah, that makes sense. With Stasis Shenanigans, you can Dispel Cure the whole team with Cauterize. Yeah. I feel like that would be tricky to set up properly, but... definitely, I've heard that is a really powerful thing that you can do under specific circumstances. Like, if you set it up in advance, like before a pull. Seems very broken. In my opinion, are fully upgraded heirlooms worth the investment? No. At this point in time, no. The problem with heirlooms, the thing that a lot of people get wrong, is heirlooms, if you have them, are still worth using. A lot of people seem convinced now that they are weaker than regular gear because at the exact level of an heirloom, if you get a random piece of gear upgraded to, like, rare or epic, like, rare items are ever so slightly better than heirlooms, and epic items are, like, a little bit better than heirlooms. And that is for the specific scaling of that level. A few levels later, and you level up so fast at lower levels that it's trivial. A few levels later, the heirloom has already outscaled it. So the issue with using a lot of that stuff, another thing to consider, right, is you can enchant your heirlooms, which does give them more effectiveness, right? So the scaling might be weaker if you compare it 1-to-1, but you're obviously not going to be putting, like, a +3 primary stat enchant on every single cloak you get, whereas your heirloom will have that, so it'll actually be better than its item level. So heirlooms are still worth using if you have them. That's something I see a lot of people say, that heirlooms are no longer worth using. That's just not true. If you already have the gold invested, they are better for, like, speed leveling than regular items that you pick up. Obviously, for the slots that they are in. The only exception to that, technically speaking, is trinkets in some weird cases, because the trinkets are, they're just that, trinkets. They don't have any other value. Item level has never really mattered all that much for trinkets. And while the heirloom trinkets are not bad, they're also nothing amazing. So there have been times in the past where I get, like, a really powerful BOE trinket and use it in a speedrun for fun or something like that. You can do that. There also happens some situations where there's, like, one really powerful BOE item for one heirloom slot, and I do that without, like, breaking the set bonus. Another example is rings. You can get the set bonus without actually, you still get credit for the set bonus for the ring slot, even if you only have one of the 2 rings on. So if there's a really powerful BOE ring, which there have been in some cases, a good example is, like, the Shadowlands crafted rings. At this point in time, I don't think they scale well anymore, but back in the day, you would use a Shadowlands crafted ring with one of, like, the tertiary effects embellishment things. That embellishments before they were called embellishments, basically, on it. And that was really good for one of your ring slots, and then in the other one you would just use an heirloom ring of your choice or something like that. So there are definitely cases where heirloom scaling falls behind, but generally, if you have it, it's worth using. That being said, your question, is it worth investing in? I don't think so. Obviously, your situation will vary, right? Like, on my European account, I have already bought a decent amount of heirlooms, because it was like, what, 200k gold or something like that? And I plan on leveling a decent amount of characters on Europe from here on out, and leveling is like one of the main things that I do for YouTube, my job, right? So the 200k gold I spend on this will easily be worth it in the long run. But if you're just leveling like 1 or 2 alts, is the amount of gold that you have to spend on this, which like for a new player, 200k is not a trivial amount, right? Is that worth your gold? Probably not. You're probably just going to get better mileage out of just using whatever you have and eating the minor time loss from not having heirlooms. But really, it depends ultimately on how much you value golds. But yeah, I haven't checked Windrunner Spire. But yeah, I think generally speaking, I tend to say that it's not worth it. Double DH, double Shaman. That's... a little sus. The trick is to cast Cauterize when there's nothing to cure, and it doesn't go into CD, but it's stored in stasis. Really? That works? Okay. See, that's the kind of tech that, you know, I don't really think you'd ever use that in a dungeon, right? Maybe there would be a case. But definitely, I have not played Prez nearly enough at the level where I would learn tech like that. But I'd like to be able to learn stuff like that. Okay, did not get into any of those. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm just a little bit sussed out by the double Demon Hunter, double Shaman group. I'm, especially on a plus 11, right? Plus 11 is kind of like the demon level. You know, 10s is a mixed bag. You'll either get really, really overgeared people just spending bonus rolls, or people who are walking into their first M+. 12s, I would say, by and large, are pretty good. Usually you get people who are, like, either good groups spending bonus rolls, or people on their way to start pushing. I think definitely I've had better groups. 11s are usually the demon key, because nobody really has any reason to do an 11. 12s are also nice because you don't have to deal with the Xalatath nonsense. Actually, I have portals at this point because I've done it on Prez. Or actually, I don't have my Sorrow portal because I didn't finish that one. So, okay. Hello, Treek. Good to see you. You never got into M+, you want to try next season. What's considered easiest to get into it? You like tanking and healing over DPS, the easiest spec. So I can't speak for healing. Obviously, while I am currently streaming healers, the entire purpose of these streams is I am learning most of these healer specs for the first time. The healers I started off with, coincidentally, are 2 healers that I am familiar with. They were picked on the poll. I am pretty sure the reason why, when I put out the initial poll for what the first spec was, everybody voted Prez. Everybody voted Prez, and then everybody voted Disc. I'm pretty sure the reason Prez won is because it is considered to be the hardest healer, so I think a lot of people were like, ah, we're going to make him start in the hardest healer first. Little did they know that it's one of the healer specs I had the most experience with. So overall, I don't think Prez was that much of a struggle. But most of the healer specs that I'll be playing as part of this challenge, I am still brand new to. So, like, people have said in my chat that, like, they find Mistweaver to be really easy. I can say from my limited experience, I find Disc Priest to be very easy. I would say Resto Shaman, I have historically found to be easy-ish. The thing with Disc is Disc plays differently than every other healer, so it's not really transferable. Disc is kind of like Blood Decay in that way, where Blood Decay is, for tanks, generally speaking, an easy tank to learn, but Blood Decay does not really play like any of the other tanks. So if you get into tanking playing Blood Decay, then if you try to learn the other tanks, there's going to be a bit of a learning curve. Whereas, like, Prot Pally and Prot Warrior are, like, somewhat transferable. Like, Guardian Druid, there's a lot of the same stuff, too. So it really depends on what your goals are. Also, like, while Disc, I think, is just it's an easy spec to pick up, and it is just genuinely very strong. I'm gonna PIU. Just gonna paint up. But, like, Disc is just considered to be a very strong healing spec in general. And Blood DK, on the other hand, is considered to be one of the weakest tanks in M+, because at a certain level, you just can't survive the incoming damage. So Blood DK is, like, really easy until it's not. Bit of a, struggle because of that. So, while I would say Blood DK, definitely, I really enjoy it right now. I'm having a lot of fun with Blood. It's what I'm currently maining. It's most likely what I'm going to be maining going into Season 2. I've finished talking it over with my raid leader and my co-tank. We're trying to figure out, like, who's playing what. And I think we agree that both of us are going to prep a Blood DK because, like, I mean, there's a very good chance. Why is the mage saying WTF tank? What are we yelling at the tank for? That... Was it, Jesus, dude. Okay, maybe that's why they're saying WTF tank. I mean, it didn't seem like before they were taking that much damage. So, that is why Blood DK, by the way, a little bit tricky at higher levels, right? Now, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what his item level is. I mean, he seems like he has decent score. Yeah, he has decent gear, but he's not, like, he doesn't have enchants and whatnot. So this is not, like, a Bis-geared Blood DK or anything like that, right? But you absolutely can play Blood DK at a pretty high level if you really know how to play around your cooldowns and you know how to time Death Strike properly. Like, you should not be just getting slammed into Purgatory like that. But, did we get all the... I think we got all the spirits and stuff. This Blood DK is really scaring me, dude. Blood's also really tricky to heal as a result, because a good Blood DK basically doesn't need any external healing. This Blood DK has already shown to me that he needs a lot of external healing, which means that this is going to be really tricky, because he can just get spiked at any time. Other tanks can, like, smooth their damage intake, so it's not that bad. But this guy, like, I'm actually, I think this is probably correct. I'm actively hitting him with penance. And the problem is, now, I'm not able to keep the rest of the group up. He also, like, he should not be pulling like this, right? Like, that is an insanely aggressive pull to do as a Blood DK if you are not able to be self-reliant, right? It's a miracle nobody died there. But, oh, if it works, I guess. He's also, like, I hope... So this is one of the issues, right? He's just pulling ahead, right? We haven't freed the prisoners. So, like, I'm gonna do my job. I'm gonna free the prisoners. That's what I'm supposed to do. But if he starts pulling and gets himself killed before I'm able to get there, like, that's on him. Fucking Mysara Caverns, dude. I fucking hate this dungeon so much. Every fucking time I'm in this place. It's just a fucking nightmare. But yeah, so I would say, personally, while take my recommendation with a grain of salt for healer, because it is something that I'm fairly new at, I have found Disc to be very comfy and easy to learn. I think Resto Shaman would probably be my second pick. That's what I started learning to heal with, Resto Shaman, and it's really nice because, I said before, right, like, if you're learning Disc or you're learning Blood, it's not going to be super transferable, learning the other specs in that role. Resto Shaman is pretty straightforward. Resto Shaman is just like, people take damage, you press a healing spell. Oh, single target damage? Press Healing Surge. AoE damage? Press Chain Heal. It's very intuitive, so you can learn the basics of healing while not being, like, overly stressed out. Which, when I was first getting into healing, that made things a lot easier for me. But I do think, like, Disc is so cozy. So, who knows, you might just prefer that. And then, while I do think Blood DK is nice, it definitely Blood for beginners is one of those where either as a beginner you just really vibe with the playstyle and you're okay with the fact that like it does have a ceiling where it starts to get really high and you need to learn how to play it well, or you're going to hit a wall. But a better recommendation for me, at least for tanking, would be at the moment Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid it has a skill ceiling for sure. Like there are a lot of things that you can do to optimize it. But Guardian Druid is very, very, very simple at a baseline level. And also, it's a very straightforward tank to play. Jesus, we're just pulling this and then not getting threat? Just throw out one Death Caress and then, you know, who needs to get threat in all the warding masks, right? Let other people worry about that, right? Shit. Yeah, Guardian Druid, really straightforward. Another thing is, like, while Prot Warrior can sometimes be a pretty comfy tank to learn, learning shield tanks can sometimes be a bit tricky, Paladin and Paladin Warrior, because shield tanks, like, you need to be facing your enemy at all times. One of the nice things about playing, like, Brewmaster Monk or Bear is you can kind of just, like, show your butt to the enemy for quite a while. It's kind of fine. It kind of just works. So, it's not necessarily ideal. Like, you don't want to be doing that, but it can work. Oh, fuck me. Why is bro taking so much damage, dude? It's a 2-target boss fight on Blood Decay. Brother, press the fucking Death Strike. Just going crazy style with that barrage. Oh, that was stressful. I mean, I'll give the Blood DK credit. Like, his damage is solid, right? Like, I've seen Blood DKs who are clearly just, you know, like somebody in chat said earlier, pressing the second button rotation. Is it possible to level 10 to 70 doing Elwyn Forest, Duskwood, and Lock Mode on? Yes, absolutely. I actually literally just tested that earlier today. And I didn't even finish Lock Mode on. Is there any reason I don't include Val'sharah in my leveling routes? Why would I include Val'sharah in my leveling routes? The obvious answer, right, is why is Val'sharah in my leveling routes? Because I don't think it's fast. So, if you think Val'sharah is fast, you'd have to give me a compelling reason as to why you think it's fast. Or, like, provide some testing where, like, you did a run with Val'sharah. Right? Because obviously I've tested Val'sharah. There's a lot of reasons just at, like, at a glance, right? Why would you not do Valkyra? But... tried to kick it. Realized, yeah, I don't have that. I just realized nobody's died so far. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I kind of take a lot of the responsibility on that one. I kind of feel like I have played pretty well so far this key. Let's see. Thought it was because of the bonus objectives? What about them? I mean, the bonus objectives are just quests in a different form, right? Like, what about the bonus objectives makes them fast? They effectively, when you think of the bonus objectives, what about them is good? Are they fast? Do they give, like, significantly more XP than a regular quest? It's like the same thing with invasion points, like Nightall and Vol. The stuff gives, oh my god, like twice as much as a quest, but it takes like twice as long to complete, in most cases, as a quest. Right? Everything's relative. And, like, there are a lot of zones that have, you know, in isolation, oh, this one bonus objective is, like, really good. But are you going to fly all the way out to a zone just because there is, like, a singular bonus objective that's really good? No, the entire zone needs to be good to justify actually doing it. You love the trick that you should not do housing? Yeah. I mean, it's silly that you have to not do housing to unlock it, but it is kind of neat. And I should note, by the way, Vol'Sharad, not a bad zone, right? Back in, like, Legion Remix, for instance, I'm pretty sure Vol'Sharad was, like, one of the main zones I did. Like, early on, I recommended, for, like, your first character leveling, it's one of the best options to pick. One of the other reasons is Vol'Sharad is also very flexible, and especially, like, Vol'Sharad compared to the other Legion zones is very good. Like, High Mountain is okay. It's not a bad zone. But I would consider Azuna to just not be a great leveling zone, and Stormheim is just kind of an objectively bad leveling zone. For speed leveling, I love Stormheim, actually. Like, the vibe, the questline, I think it's very cool. I really, really enjoy it. It's one of my favorite leveling zones for, like, aesthetics and, you know, the feel of the questline. For the actual, like, speed leveling process of it, Stormheim is by far the worst of the four. But... yeah, different metric, obviously. Ow. Have you used pet battle dailies to level? Pretty easy if you have the pets. Well, easy and fast are two different things. I have experimented with that. There are actually select pet battles that can be, like, back in the day, were, like, efficient enough to be worth completing, yes. At this point, I think they just fall behind optimized questing, but... Yeah, I have, at one point in time, included them in speedruns. Not, obviously, pre-completed quests are a separate story, but specifically the ones in Westfall, Red Ridge, and Duskwood, at one point I used to do in runs, because they were very fast. But that was back when, like, travel time was a much bigger factor, and nowadays, with skyrunning, you don't really need to do that anymore. It doesn't matter. But it can work, yeah.
There are souls still that we can save. You confront her, I gonna release all the souls I can find.
I'm trying to, like... One of the nice things about Disc is it does kind of feel, especially for some of these pulls, I say that, and then this person immediately is, like, about to die. I do think they got threat, though. I've been trying to, like, glance at chat, read a message, and then that way I can sit here and yap to it as I focus. I see, I think Owner sent a message I missed. You find Disc Priest is one of the best specs Blizzard succeeded with the ability purge? Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I still don't love the ability purge anyway. I think the ability purge fundamentally was a mistake, and has just made the game worse as a result. But there are definitely some specs, like Blood Decay is another example. Blood Decay, I feel... It definitely got... Its current Blood Decay is worse than War Within. I don't really know. I think, honestly, Guardian Druid might be the only spec in the game I can think of where it actually feels better now than it did in War Within. And even then, not by much. But a lot of specs got worse. And, like, Blood Decay doesn't feel that much worse, but it does feel worse. So. Uh-oh, what are we doing here? Okay, I mean, they got it. I think. I think she does intermission now any second. Penitence here. I kind of want to save... The problem is I don't know exactly how this tank is going to pull, right? So if this tank goes immediately into the bridge, I really want to have Evangelism ready to go in case we just, like, snap break a bunch of shields and I need to, like, slam Evangelism to keep people alive. Hey, thanks, Shami said, XD, everything is just a script. What do you mean by everything? Everything what? The game is just a script? Like, every spec is just a script? What is just a script? Very, very vague message. Okay, we are going straight into the bridge. Hey, Aksara. See you. I feel like we probably need more percent. Right? Also, how do I definitely... Yeah, I cast Radiance. Okay, I think people are just way out of range in my Radiance, so it didn't apply to everybody. I don't want to burn... Shit. What are we doing? Oh, we're doing Frogger pulls. Oh, boy. Me. I don't know why, like, the shaman randomly stopped. I don't know if he was, like, shit-talking the mage. He said, mage, you range, you can move. Which, like, true. But, like, what did the mage do to deserve that? I mean, it's not really offensive. Maybe something happened that the mage messed up that I just didn't see. I don't know. Oh, we just were insta-ripping dispels. Alright. I mean, I guess, okay, one dispel, actually, that's kind of fine. I see one dispel and I'm immediately like, oh god, here we go. But if they're just doing one to kind of, like, stagger the damage, then actually I don't mind that. Yeah, actually, that works out well. We are doing the entirety of this bridge, apparently. Oh god. Oh god. What? Okay, he's pulling it to the side. Alright, he knows, he knows. I should have a little more faith, I suppose. Woo! Oh, but no, he's up the side. Wait, no, 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 no! No! I have leap of faith! Oh, shit. I was about to do the, like, most epic hero play of all time, and this Death Knight's just like, ah, yeah, fuck it, I'm dead. He just jumps. Fucking hell. So much for my Deathless Mysara. I mean, like, honestly, that one's not my fault at all. But I am really sad that I couldn't save him. Jesus Christ, brother, get threat! Please get threat! Ah! Oh, okay, that guy got fucking balled in the face. Oh. I think I can thread him. I'm gonna save Ultimate Penitence for the final boss. Okay, we're still 6%, dude. What is this route? People say my route sucks. This is some demon shit. Oh my god.
Careful. He seems powerful and unstable.
Okay, yes, the maid kind of fucked that a little bit. This boss is fucking nightmare to kill. Glad it's not just like a preservation thing. Because this, so far, has been brutal on disc, too. Already, it's like, what the fuck is this damage, man? Doesn't help that, frankly, when I did this on Prez, my group was not doing it correctly. And right now, my group is not doing it correctly. Okay, that time they did it correctly. The Blood DK still dropping this directly on top. And he needs to run that out. He's not doing that again. Christ. Yeah, I have one instant radiance in the chamber for this. I assume you can dispel these? Can you? I guess not. I think I sniped the end of my penance, unfortunately. It's fine. Not this. As long as we don't wipe, we're probably fine. Okay, we're still dropping it. At least all the totems died quickly that time. Alright. Is there like a teleport back to the entrance or something? Or like I assume we can talk to Kulamara and talk and do that? Okay, we're just okay. What a route. We also have friends. It's lovely. The death, like... The shaman just typed 5%. Like, yeah, dude, we know. We're aware. That's why the Death Knight is pinging, and we're all running to go back here. Well, we had... Look, it's a time 12 that was, well, a little bit scuffed. At least, like, you know, we finished. Can't complain all that much. But definitely not as clean as the first two keys, that's for sure. Oh, man. Is this... Are we gonna... Alright. The bat ended up being the difference maker there. What do I get? I get, I've never seen anybody run this thing. I don't think it's good. I have no idea, though. So. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. What I'd really like is a catalyst charge, so I can use my legs, though, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to upgrade it past 276 right now anyway, so. Alright. You like the testamental of the healer by arcane torrenting those ghosts? Yeah, well. I was ready. I'm always prepared for that to happen. I'll hit him with the GGs anyway. I mean, like, so all things considered, right? That Blood Decay was not the worst tank I've ever seen by a large margin, and he did damage. I think, if anything, the Blood Decay was probably running, like, an extremely aggressive damage build without much understanding, right? So, I mean, he's playing Sand Lane, right? That much I thought I saw earlier. Yeah, which I'm 99% sure for keys you play Deathbringer. At least I play Deathbringer. But I think for higher pushing keys, even they play Deathbringer. But Sand Lane, it does a lot of damage, and he was doing damage, so, like, fair enough. But it's obviously a lot trickier to really make work because of that. But I don't actually... Outside of, you know, him getting knocked off, Devin Gunn said knew that would happen. Outside of that, I don't think he died. And I would have been able to save him. Like, I jumped onto the railing as he decided to jump off the side. I didn't have time to hit him with a leap of faith. If he had waited one more second. Unlucky. For the record, by the way, Blood Decay has Death's Advance. You can just stand in the corner, pop DA, and let the tornado hit you, and it won't knock you, because DA. But my Sara is done with. Honestly, I fucking hate my Sara. So from here on, it's smooth sailing. Everything is just, you know, better from here. Well, let me think about that. Another blood DK. Let me look at chat. Ozono said, overall Shami and Holy Priest? Really? I've heard Holy Priest is really, really tough at the moment. Like, I don't know. See, it's kind of the same thing with saying, like back in the day, right? When Guardian Druid was really bad. I'm talking, like, multiple expansions ago. Guardian was, like, consistently the worst tank. Technically, you can make the argument that Guardian was easy to play, and I would give that caveat. I would say, like, you know, it's easy to play, but it's really weak. And I wouldn't necessarily say that if a tank or healer is, like, by far the weakest, that it is an easy one to play. Because from everything I've heard, Holy Priest is just by far the weakest healer at the moment. I don't know, like, how it compares to Prez, which I think Prez is definitely more complicated. Whether or not Prez is better or worse in keys, I don't know. But I think it is probably fair to say that it is one of, if not the hardest healers to play just because of, like, its kit. From everything I've heard, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on this. So, I don't know if I would necessarily recommend that at the moment. But yeah, Shaman, I mean, I recommended Shaman, right? I definitely agree with that. As a healer, you really don't like to heal DK and Pugs. In my limited experience so far healing Blood DK, it really has been either like a, you don't need to touch them at all, or this case where their health bar is super spiky, and if I don't, like, constantly watch him, and, like, the moment I see it dropping paints up, that's why, like, on that first and second pull, right, I was a little bit lenient, and didn't give him that much attention, and the moment he got spiked straight into Purgatory, I was like, alright, it's one of those DKs. That being said, I think for the rest of the key, I did a pretty good job keeping him up. There were times where he started getting spiked, and I just did paints up, boom, power word, shield, and then just made sure I focused him with, like, Shadowman and stuff. And then he was kind of fine. I mean, I didn't let him die, ever, outside of him getting knocked off, right? Which I could have prevented. So it was doable. But, like, for instance, when I am doing dungeons as a Blood DK, my healer should never even be looking at me. There are many times when I'm tanking as a Blood DK, and the entire group dies, and I just solo the rest of the pull. Like, you do not need a healer if you know what you're doing. But obviously that's, you know, the dichotomy of Blood DK. As a DPS main, is it easier to pick up healer or tank? From your understanding, healer is more responsibility, but you don't really want to lead the group as tank. It's massively overstated how much you need to lead the group as a tank. You need to have a basic understanding of the route, but frankly, if you're already doing dungeons, that if you're saying you already play DPS, tank is definitely the easiest one to learn, because tanks really are, at their core, beefy DPS that have, like, a mini game of managing their defensives to stay alive. And then, obviously, yeah, you need to, like, lead the pulls and know how to, like, as you're doing a pull, like, build threat, right? Like, you know, as you're pulling a mob as a Blood DK, like, you know, Blood Boil, Thunderclap as a warrior, Avenger's Shield to make sure you have threat. Like, there was an example, a pull that Blood DK did at one point. He Death's Caressed one mob in a pack. It's a single target, like, long-range attack, and then dragged it off to the side. But there were multiple mobs in that pack. He did not get threat on them. So then I got healer threat, and I got whacked in the face by a bunch of them. I didn't die, but I had to quickly run away. Like, I dropped a feather and ran, and then he got threat. But whenever you're doing pulls as a tank like that, like, you need to make sure of that. So I never do, unless I know for a fact that, like, nobody in my group will walk near it. Like, I might, if it's a pack way off to the side, I will, like, tag it with something like Death's Caress, or, like, Heroic Throw as Warrior, or something like that. And then as it's running close to my other party members, I run over and I hit it with an AoE. So, like, Death's Caress, as they're getting close, I, like, scoot over, hit it with a Blood Boil, so it tags all of them, so that by the time they get into melee range, I have threat. But a pull like what he did, when you're running through, you need to be pulling with Blood Boil. Walk through a pack, single Blood Boil, or something like that, just to get snap threat. Keg Smash and Brewmaster, Spinning Crane Keg, etc. So that is really, like, one of the only things you really need to learn as tank. It's not that hard, I would say. There's obviously, like, tanking has a very high skill ceiling, of course, right? It's one of the reasons I love the role so much. But if you understand the fundamentals of the game already, and you understand how to, like, optimize your damage as a DPS spec, tanking is significantly easier, I would say. Because while I can't really speak to, in a vacuum, what is harder, tanking or healing, I've been tanking for over 10 years. I have been learning healing for the past, like, year and a half-ish, right? I'm obviously biased towards tanking in that regard. But what I can say, having learned healing, right, is I have been raiding at a high level for a very long time, and it's still been tricky learning healing. Whereas, like, if I pick up a new DPS spec, the only thing that I need to learn is, like, okay, how does this spec deal damage? And the rest of it just kind of slots into place. But learning how to play a healer, you are playing a different game. So you do kind of need to learn it from scratch, has been my experience at least, the role. Tanking, a lot of stuff is transferable. So I understand, like, the anxiety of you don't want to lead the group, but it's really not that hard. And I think the hardest part about being a tank is just knowing how to tell DPS players to just fucking shove it up their ass. Like, that is really the key skill that as a tank player you need to master. When you do, like, one slightly wrong pull, you have two options. And a DPS player bitches you out. You pull one extra mob that you technically shouldn't pull, and people start bitching you out in party chat. Option A, be upset, get your feelings hurt, write a lengthy post on Reddit about, I understand why taking is so hard. Nobody lets anybody learn anymore. I do one wrong pull and I get flamed in party chat. I'm never taking again. This is the worst thing ever. That is option A, right? You can do that. And you're going to get a lot of upvotes, and people are going to tell you, yeah, this game is so toxic. Everybody always flames new players. And, like, they're partially right. Absolutely, there's a lot of toxic players in this game. But you're not going to get better if you do that. Or option B, you can tell that person to fuck off and just keep doing the pulls that you're comfortable doing, and you're probably going to time the key. I do option B. I've been doing option B for years. It's also really cathartic when, you know, people keep bitching you out. You do the same pulls that you always do, and at the end you're like, oh yeah, my pulls were terrible, right? The amount of times when, like, and this isn't even, like, toxic, right? Because it's people in my guilds. The amount of times when I do, like, a really crazy route. I'm trying to remember what dungeon it was that I was running with people in my guild, and a bunch of them were like, what the fuck is this route? Like, this is the most diabolical route I've ever seen. Nobody does this. And I'm just like, trust, right? I've done this before. And we get to the end, and, like, they're joking, like, 200% route. Oh my god, this is terrible. We get to the end, and I'm, like, literally bang on perfect percent with a route they've never seen. And, like, all of them were stunned. Like, the fuck? This actually works? Now, it was not a good route in the sense of, you know, there are better ways to pull that. But, you know, it worked. And we timed the key. We, like, 2 chests to the key. I was, you know, not over on percent, right? And, like, sometimes you gotta cook on your own. And I like doing that. I enjoy just, like, figuring out my own route. Like, if I have to push, then I will do my research and stuff like that. But if I'm just doing 10s and 12s, I'm going to do the route that I want to do, and fuck whatever the rest of the group thinks. I'm going to get us to the end of the key, timed, easily. I know what I'm pulling. Now, and that being said, obviously, if you're learning, you may not know what you're pulling, and you may accidentally fuck up, whatever, and, you know, shit happens. But you need that thick skin. You need to be able to just tell somebody, like, fuck off, I'm learning, you know, I don't give a shit. Like, and really, that's just a skill everywhere, right? Just being able to take criticism. And I'm not going to say it's easy, right? Like, even take YouTube as an example. The amount of times I get YouTube comments that are like, I fucking hate you, this is the most garbage video I've ever seen, delete your channel, shit like that. Worse sometimes, right? Like, obviously, I know that people are just going to say whatever the fuck they want. It's really hard to read some of those comments some days, especially if you're already in a bad mood and you're like, oh, I got a new comment, and you read it, and it's just, like, somebody telling you the most vile shit ever. Like, that can really suck, for sure. But you gotta learn how to brush it off, right? Because same thing, right? Like, what am I going to do? Just, like, ignore it? Or, like, delete my entire YouTube channel because I got one bad comment? You know, that is the hardest part of tanking. But what are you going to do? And sometimes it is valid criticism, right? There are times when people will say, like, hey, I think you could have done this, this, and that better. And being able to, like, if somebody says, hey, tank, next time don't pull this or that mob, it's important to be able to take that and say, okay, yeah, sure, I'll try and do that better next time, and not, like, immediately crash out at, like, every little bit of pushback. Man, consider a career in voice acting? I don't know. I appreciate the sentiment, but I probably, at this point, I could start expanding my search to dungeons that I have at least 8s in. I'll search for Zenus and Pit. And then if I still can't find it, then I will, I'll just list my key. Alright, fuck it. I'm listing my key. Do I do it on 11? I think I'll do it on 11. I know I said that 11 is like, you know, demon time for keys. Fuck it. I think I'm gonna... Like, it could theoretically get depleted, but as long as I'm forming the group, like, somewhat properly, I really doubt it will. Much rather do it on 10. Sure. Healing is like herding cats, tanking is like holding back rabid wolves at bay. Yeah. Accurate. Great talk, you will give tank a go. Yeah. Love to get new people into tanking. It's definitely, it's a scary role to try out, but I really don't think it's that bad once you get into it. Mentioned earlier, Guardian is a good first tank to learn. What about second best if you don't vibe with Bear? I honestly, I would say Blood DK, just because Blood DK is a really good tank to have at your disposal, and it is easy if you vibe with Blood. But I think it's hard not to vibe with Bear. It's an interesting Priest and Blood combo. I don't know. Especially because I already have Priest buff. Like, I'll be a little pickier, right? Yeah, a little pickier. I don't know if, Sure, we'll give the Paladin. I don't know what I want for the last slot. You love when you try to ask a question and immediately see the answer on the screen? What was the question you were going to ask? Just out of curiosity. But yeah, Guardian, I think it's a very hard tank to not vibe with. You might not love it, right? But it's very straightforward. If you don't really enjoy it, I think... definitely Blood DK is probably the next one I'd recommend. Let's take a Demon Hunter. Sure. But beyond that, like, I'll be honest, I cannot in good faith recommend Brewmaster at the moment. Brewmaster, technically speaking, is an easy tank that is in M+, okay. Brewmaster right now is just so absolutely abysmal dogshit in raids, it's just not even funny how bad it is. And personally, I just think Brewmaster, I don't think it's fun to play. I think right now, speaking as somebody who mained Brewmaster for many, 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 many years, I think the current state of Brewmaster is a fucking travesty. And I just really cannot, in good faith, recommend it. You might like it, I don't know. It's definitely an easier tank to get into at the moment, but I can't really recommend it. I think, probably, if you don't like Bear and you don't like Blood, I think Prop Pally, as, like, you know, a wild card third recommendation, Prop Pally is definitely harder. It's a bit more complicated. And it's like squishier. You have to play around your defensives a lot more. But Prop Pally, I think, can be very fun when you get the hang of it. And Prop Pally is getting a lot of buffs next patch. So while Prop Pally right now might feel a little bit tricky, Prop Pally is about to be very, very, very good. So it could help to get like a feel for it, because there is a very good chance it is the meta tank next patch. We'll see, though. How many healers have you hit hero on? Yeah, right now, Preservation is the only one I finished. Today is Disc. Tomorrow is Resto Druid. And the only reason I'm doing 2 in 1 week is just because we missed Disc last week. But, are they getting here? Lower quarter? They should be here. Run out. Druid. Back in. Wrong instance. You'll go with Blood? Yeah. I love Blood. I definitely think it's a good pick. You can see me voicing a character in an anime. I think it's Monk next week. So, making good progress. And I've gotten a lot of the gearing done. Right now, the ones that I've been most stressed for gearing is the Druid, mostly because I have to do it tomorrow. It's definitely on the lower end of gear. It's probably going to be like 4-ish item levels below my my Priest. My Priest is like here. Now, that's still perfectly fine for getting Keystone Hero, but also considering Druid is one that I have like no experience playing, it's gonna be a little bit spooky, I think, for me personally, just for like my mental.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I got the key in time. My Monk is already very geared, because I actually leveled Monk very early on.
1.
I just didn't, you know, it ended up being number 4, just because of how the polls kind of landed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Either this guy's a fucking legend, or we are about to die? Okay, the shaman is just murdering everything. Right. What the fuck? Okay, this paladin did not queue with the shaman, right? This paladin's also, like, not even that high. This is a crazy pull to do, I think, in a random pug. Like, it worked, and it just so happens that this shaman is fucking insane. And, like, look at the shaman score, 2,500. I would not expect this guy to just absolutely fucking dumpster a pack like that. I mean, apparently I got a good group here, so, like, I'm not complaining. That was not what I expected. But, hey. Works, it works. Oh, no. Man!
Only the strong.
Why do I talk? Why do I talk? Why do I say anything? Why the fuck do I say shit, dude? The problem is, like, I was thinking to myself, like, oh, they're gonna kick Repel, right? And then, like, I wonder if I had reacted like a split second faster, I could avoid racial that. But my brain did not register fast enough that, oh, that's not getting kicked. And then I just immediately get shot off the fucking platform. Especially because I'm, like, in the process of glazing this group for doing that first pull so well, and then they just miss a kick. They miss a fucking kick, man. Oh, god damn it. Alright, whatever. I mean, we're still fine. It's a +10. But yeah, I mean, the Paladin and Shaman are almost certainly, like, alt characters of somebody. So they both kind of kicked ass there. Shaman is getting my PI for the rest of the key. I suppose it's also possible that one of you guys is the Paladin or the Shaman, and you, like, snuck in here at one of your alts. I think I can Mass Dispel that, right? Pretty sure. I could also Psychic Scream it, but I'm not talented into Psychic Scream. Nice, I lined that up correctly. You love Blood and love DK, but it is a very different playstyle? Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm saying, like, DK is one of those, you either vibe with it or you don't. But if you do vibe with it, it is pretty easy to pick up. Yeah, so Chori said, couldn't you have used the Void Elf Racial? Yeah. Like, the thought literally started crossing my mind as the kick went off. Like, the problem is, by the time I noticed, the kick literally had just gone off. Like, if I tabbed over to the mob to see, is that kick getting done? And the bar was literally at like 99% at that point. I just simply could not react fast enough. Especially because my first thought was, I saw that and I went to levitate myself. And then the problem is, it was only like after my finger hovered over the levitate keybind where I realized, like, wait, what the fuck would levitate do here to help? Like, somehow I see it about to go off and like my panicked brain is just like, if I levitate the knockback, then I won't die. It's like, well, yeah, but because, like, you gotta understand, my immediate instinct is like, I'm getting knocked off a platform, you know, levitate helps negate fall damage, you know, that's the first thing that my synapses fire to. And then it takes me a second to realize that just sends me flying further off the kill plane. That doesn't help. So unfortunately, Void Elf Racial was only my second thought, which came to me as I was currently flying through the air. Alas. Okay. Looks like they're all soaking one. I won't need to get anything here. Love to see it. Oh. A bit too early, Mr. Demon Hunter. Oh, okay. That's why you play Drakthir Priest? Yeah, honestly, I know that is a really good combo. Might not be a bad idea, actually. I think, like, the reality is, obviously, if I ever ended up raiding on one of these characters, I suppose it doesn't really matter whether we soak this or not. Boss is probably dead, but it should probably be done. Like, if I ever had to do that, like, for raiding, obviously I would swap, right? And technically, I have no real attachment to, like, this priest being a Void Elf. Especially because my priest on North America is actually a Pandaren. I'm gonna watch... Okay, they're all dead. I was ready to pain sup in case one of them ate a bunch of the fixate autos. But they got it well under control. Gobbo Priest, yeah. Well, the problem with Goblin at this point in time, I'll be honest, is Goblin has just been completely outclassed. Like, way back in the day, absolutely, yeah. Like, before Drakthir, Goblin Priest was, like, literally mandatory on certain bosses. I remember on Razageth, our Priest race changed to Goblin. That used to be the thing. The issue now is Goblin has basically no real advantage. Technically speaking, I think the racial might be more damage. The time is money. I know, like, or healing, I guess, in this case. I know that the, like, haste is good for disc, so it's possible. And you might see that happen, but Drakthir is just so much better at that exact niche now. So, really, like, you see in the Race to World First, on fights where that has been useful, like, a good example is Illyria. A lot of the Race to World First players this time around were playing one of two things, Panda or Drakthir, whenever they could. Panda because it was just simming the best. So for a lot of the specs that could already do things like that could already cross gaps, then it doesn't matter, right? So you just take whatever does the most damage. But a lot of the other people who didn't have that ability, where like it would be needed and helped, they were running Drakthir. It was also interesting to see, like, the Prot Warriors, I believe, I think Scott, I'm pretty sure Scott was the Prot Warrior. I'm fairly certain Scott was playing, fucking missed it. Or I'll just do this the old-fashioned way. Scott was playing Drakthir, I believe. And I don't know if it was Echo or Methods Tank. One of them was actually playing Panda Prot Warrior. So there was some difference there. And the funny thing is my Panda, or my Prot Warrior actually was a Panda. Not because of the meta thing. It's my Prot Warrior Anji has always been a Panda. So just kind of worked out that it ended up being the one of the best racials. But because Panda was a good option, I refused to race change. I'm like, it's not that important. I don't really care. But I actually do think Drakthir probably was the better option, because on fights like Beleren, it was really, really, really nice to have. Which I think that is probably one of the main reasons why they played Drakthir. Especially like Beleren with the like the tank frontal knockback, being able to just negate the knock on that. It's not that big of a deal. Like, you can get around it. Like, you can charge it back. But having that flexibility to where you're always able to negate the knock if needed. Because sometimes, like, you're at an awkward angle, right? You're right up against the wall. You can't get knocked far enough to be in, like, charge distance. A good example is, like, let's say there's an opposite color orb a little bit behind you, and you can't actually get knocked far enough to where charge would, like, cover the gap. So in that case, you need to immediately Drakthir knock if you want to avoid like getting hit into an orb. So it's actually critical in some areas. So, like, race the world first, that actually does kind of make a big difference. And the advantage of the Drakthir thing is that you can do it as many times as you want. It's not limited to, like, a cooldown. Panda being this is hilarious? Yeah. Honestly, worked out really well for me, yeah. Because, my warrior has always been Panda. I don't really have that many Panda characters. Only my priest and my warrior. And the reason my priest is a Panda is my priest was basically like a priest copy of my warrior. The same style. The only time that I have ever roleplayed in this game, it was as my Panda warrior, way back in the day on Worm Rustic Court. So I have attachment to that character. So I've refused to change it for many years. And there have been times when like, people have told me, oh, you should race change your warrior to, like, XYZ thing. And I've always said, nope, Anji is staying a Panda. And, hey, it finally paid off. Okay, well, yeah, this key was incredibly clean. I assume, yeah, we're gonna lust. The shot in that. Let the scavengers below feed on their bones. Oh shit. I cast my Radiance in the Shaman and then he ran out of range. Nice. Oh, and I hit 2k, so I get a guaranteed Catalyst charge. That's nice. Bonus roll of this. I got a Cloak. Use. I'll have to check whether I actually need that Cloak. I'm not sure. Your Warlock's a Panda? Yeah. Pandas have really sick animations. Love pandas. Especially, like, plate class pandas, warriors and death knights have fucking crazy animations. The The two-handed female panda animations are so good. Like, unironically, really, really sick. So, that's one of the main reasons I've really enjoyed playing a panda on my warrior. Okay, yeah, bad stats in that, but it's whatever. Like, I'm not gonna use it at the moment. But it's nice to have. I mean, it's not a duplicate slot, so not a total waste. I got a Mysara. I'm gonna lower my Mysara to... I'll lower it to a 12, and then if I get into a plus 10, then I will lower it further so that I can re-roll it. Panda TK is a good option, yeah. Panda DK, if you don't know, has been an option as of Shadowlands. They added Panda and a bunch of allied race options. Panda DK, very cool. Let me take a moment to look at chat messages. Very active chat today. Love to see it, right? Not complaining. Let's see here. Cap Totem should almost be free on it, and I would expect the Xiaomi to hit it. Yeah, I mean, so the rest of that key was obviously extremely clean. I mean, we 3-chested it, right? Like, that was, for a moment there, I'm like, oh god, no, did that group just get really lucky on that first pull? But no, it was a good group. Like, look, I'll be honest, it happens. The first few weeks of the season, there were times when, like, I was tanking, and I would just forget, and the entire group would get knocked. I'm like, oh, fuck. You know, so, in hindsight, like, it's no big deal. It didn't wipe the group. We were fine. But I did panic for a moment there, like, oh god, no. But they were honestly pretty good about doing mechanics the rest of the keys, so. Brain fart, everybody just forgot to kick. It happens. You can't reroll a key if the dungeon is lower than your key. Yeah, it has to be the same level or higher. They're going to kick repel, right? Famous last words. Everyone in your crown kill swap to Drakthir? Yeah. It's, I mean, you can't be Drakthir Death Knight, though, I'm pretty sure. So, it's... Like, I could be Goblin Death Knight. Goblin Death Knight is, I think, one of the few cases still where Goblin is a really, like, viable option. Now, my Death Knight is Void Elf. And I'll be honest, Void Elf racial, though, like, it's tough. Obviously, Drakthir is just too OP. It's just really, really good. If you have the ability to play Drakthir, it is kind of a broken combo. But, Void Elf for Death Knight, because obviously they can't do it. Basically, you're choosing between, do I want Goblin racial or do I want Void Elf racial? And they have, like, I think similar cooldowns, but Void Elf racial is a teleport. Goblin is not. So, a great example of something that you can do with Void Elf racial that I have actually done and has saved pulls is on Lura. I can use Void Elf racial if I get, like, stranded behind a bunch of DPS because we get, like, insane RNG with beams, and there's, like, 3 beams blocking off my spot. I can Void Elf racial through the beams to get away from all of the DPS that have, like, Star Splinters in front of me. And I have done that on a few pulls on my Death Knight, because I'm a Crystal Carrier. And it actually has... like, I don't know if it theoretically would have wiped if my Crystal had still been there, but I definitely got out of danger and then managed to handle my Crystal, so... It is really, really, really useful. And I have used it for other stuff. That being said, stuff that Void Elf racial can't do is, like, Illyrian platforms. So, you cannot Void Elf racial across platforms. That is a little bit of a bummer. That Goblin racial can do. But at the same time, Evoker Rescue is, like, so commonplace now that there are a lot of those mechanics where you can have, like, a few rescues assigned. So, you know, kind of works out. Explain keys to you? Like the concept of M+? If you're brand new to World of Warcraft and you've never done keys before, I mean, the basic general concept of keys is it is an infinitely scaling dungeon system. So it's like, all dungeons have, like, a set of baseline difficulties. So let's pull up the journal, right? So Nexus Point Zenith has normal. Normal difficulty generally is, like, leveling. You do this at lower levels. It's worthless beyond that. Heroic difficulty dungeons are basically, like, archaic. They don't really serve any purpose anymore. Technically, they can be used for early season gearing, but nobody really does that. Mythic difficulty has all of the mechanics, so this is, like, the highest mechanically that the dungeons go. Keys, Mythic Plus, whatever you want to call it, have the same mechanics, at least on the bosses and stuff, as a Mythic level dungeon. The regular Mythic difficulty is usually called Mythic 0. It's just, if you walk into the dungeon on Mythic difficulty, this is what you get. And the bosses, like, each boss drops loot, kind of like a regular dungeon in other areas of World of Warcraft. And the gear is, like, not amazing, right? So, like, Mythic difficulty loot is 246, right? It's not great. And it's a fixed challenge. Now, Mythic Plus, like I said, it has all these same mechanics, but whenever you go into a key, it's progressively harder. So it also, it has, like, these Xal'atath things, they go away at plus 12. Xal'atath's Guile is just the mobs hit harder. But for the most part, bosses will be, like, 100% stronger, trash will be 100% stronger, and then with every single key level you go up, the mobs are, like, I don't know what the exact scaling formula is, like, they do 10% more damage and have 10% more health. So, at plus 12, the mobs have, like, 200% more damage and 200% more health. And this scales infinitely. Now, the loot caps out at plus 10. So, once you get to plus 10, you can farm keys in the 10 to 12 range, usually is what people do, to get as much loot as you want. And the cap is 266 Hero Track gear, or, if you use a bonus roll, which you should be for that content, 272 Myth 1 out of 6 gear. And as you do those dungeons, so I've just done a bunch of Keystones, you can see in my Great Vault, where every single week you get rewards based on what you do, you get 272 gear here from your Great Vault slots. And that is the highest to go. So notice here, I have a slot for Mythic 12. This is 272 Mythic level 12. This is also 272 Mythic level 10, because 10 is the highest the rewards cap out. Everything beyond that is for achievements. There are achievements for getting, like, 3k score, 4k score, or whatever. There's, like, mounts, titles, and stuff if you push to be, like, one of the best people in the world at, like, your spec or something like that. I'm not going to, like, go into the weeds on that right now. I don't think that matters. The real takeaway here is it's just infinitely scaling Mythic Plus, but realistically scaling up to level 10 to get better gear. Yeah, and what Owner said, 12 is where crests stop scaling as well. So you get better crests, like, early on, you get champion crests at, like, 6 to something, you get hero crests, and then at the, like, around 10 and 12, you start getting myth crests. I forget exactly when you get myth crests. It might be, like, plus 8 or something. I forget. And then you can use that to upgrade your gear, and that's how it works. If there's another thing that I didn't cover that you're still curious about, I mean, you can ask and I'll try to answer. But that's the gist of it, I guess. That's the bulk of what you need to know. Okay, so dungeons, what do I need? We have... I think it's just these 4, right? Yeah, I've done 4. I need 4 more. And then I'll search 12. No Dracthyr DK yet? Yeah, unfortunately. You do have 1 of each race DK? Damn. In the beginning, there were dust and gases, and they've coalesced. What does that mean? 25% HP, 10% damage? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. It's mostly for guild content? Absolutely not. No, I mean, I've been doing keys on this stream, and I mean, I'm in a guild, right? But my guild is on North America. And right now, I'm doing Pug keys on Europe. Honestly, Mythic Plus is largely a pickup group thing. Pug means pickup group. If you don't know, you do it with random players. So you can see here, like if I want to do a 10 to 12 key, I just search Dungeons 10 to 12. So you can see there's this Nexus Point Zenith group, bunch of random people, they need a healer. So I'm going to put myself up here. Maybe I get invited, right? We'll see. And if that happens, then I do that run with all of those random people. And I'm going to put myself in queue for a bunch of them. And I get invited. All right, cool. So now I'm going to group with these 4 random people. And they are... What dungeon is this, actually? I applied for a bunch. Okay, I think, yeah, this one was Magisters. And one of the DKs in chat is talking about, like, he needs gear. 2 dungeons, give me the right pieces. Everybody's saying hi, right? So, no, dungeons are mostly pickup content. Raids are primarily guild content that you need, like, structured groups for. Especially Mythic. But Mythic... So Mythic Dungeons and Mythic Raids are kind of, like, weird. Mythic Raids do require heavy organization. Mythic Dungeons are the highest difficulty of dungeons, but they can be done in pickup groups. And even at the absolute highest level, like, I actually do know people who will get, like, the highest possible scores in M+, and they do it almost entirely pugging. Now, at that point, you kind of know all the people you run into. Like, it's, at a certain point, it's kind of a tight-knit community, right? So they will be familiar with all the other people running keys at that level, but they might not be in a structured group. They're just, like, joining groups with whoever happens to be around. My dog just knocked something over upstairs, I think. Okay, hold on. Kinko, I have something that you would find helpful. So I made a gearing guide earlier on in the expansion. It is 11 hours long, but it covers literally everything you need to know. So, honestly, you sound like exactly the target audience for that video. I made that as like a, I know nothing, I'm getting into midnight, explain over the course of 11 hours literally every single facet of the endgame and what I need to do to get into it. So, and it's time-stamped, right? But you will get good information. That being said, so you said you're at 240, what would I recommend? Delves. I generally recommend, at lower item levels, and by lower item levels I mean like below 270, you could get so much gear by doing delves. So do your weeklies, get your, basically you do weekly quests and stuff, you get these things, coffer key shards, these give you restored coffer keys, and you can do delves, which are solo content, and you can get a lot of really good gear. You're able to get up to eventually full hero track gear just by running delves. It might take you like a few weeks of farming it, but it's super chill. You can get full champion really easily. And, like, honestly, you might reach a point, like, what I have been doing on a lot of my characters is I've been doing this. Like, I got 278 from delves before ever setting foot into a key. Now, at that point, it's just because it's very time efficient for me across multiple characters to, like, chip away at it. So, what I did is over the course of multiple weeks, I would just spend a few hours on each character doing the most efficient things from delves to get the most amount of gear possible. That way, by the time I'm actually doing these dungeons, like, I'm smoking these dungeons. They're very, very easy. But if you want to really start pushing early, you absolutely can get into keys with lower gear. But delves are definitely going to be the best way to get early gear. And all of the other things that you need to know, I mean, like I said, that video is 11 hours long. Whatever you need to know will be covered. And if by some miracle it's not covered there, definitely just let me know and I can answer that question. It's Encyclopedia Gear Tanica. Yeah. I will say, so there are some, like, newer catch-up systems that aren't included there. A lot of them don't really matter. A lot of them are, like, adjacent to delves, which are still the best way. The only thing that isn't really covered in that video, because it wasn't out by the time that I made it, is Ascendant Void Shards, which is, like, a super endgame thing anyway, so you don't really need to worry about it. And it's pretty straightforward. The game explains it to you. The only problem is, so, like, I guess I should say this, right, somewhere, because a few people asked, and I've mentioned this, I think, like, in passing on, like, a stream or two, but every now and then, like, people still ask, you know, are you planning to update that? The problem with doing that is, I'll be honest, that video, it didn't do horrifically bad, but it definitely did not meet the expectations that I had kind of hoped for it. It did underperform a little bit. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Oh, shit, they sent a B-res right as I took that. That was really unfortunate. Them, I mean, I've never seen this pull done. I'm sure that this is like a fucking MDI pull that they thought they could handle, but then also you do a pull like this, you need to kick the casters, right? You can't just let your healer get CC'd instantly. They're not kicking Polymorph. It is very unfortunate that it picked me, right? Because if it had picked literally anybody else, I could have dispelled it. So the fact that the very first one went on me is, like, that's unlucky, but also at the same time, like, you gotta... At this point, thankfully, there's DRs. I don't think this is gonna make or break the key, but it's whatever. This is a dumb pull to do, I think. I've at least never seen it done. You've seen that demonic pull a few times and it never goes well? Yeah. It's the kind of thing where, like, I could envision that being done in, like, a coordinated group where kicks are done, but there's absolutely no reason to ever do that in a pug. It's just, why? Why would you do that? It's just, very silly. Especially because, to my knowledge, right, a much better pull would be to, like, aggro the stuff through the wall. If you're trying to do MDI pulls, just aggro it through the wall, lust first pull, and then do second pull down there. Which is, like, a lot safer, in theory. I'm guessing they just don't know that pull. But it's just a little bit weird. Like, I will say, though, it would have been fine if they didn't let a full poly go off on me. And then, worse than that, right, I got targeted by both the poly and the dot, this thing. The, whatever that, like, holy fire dot is. So I had a really nasty dot shredding my health bar while I was sitting in poly, unable to heal myself, right? And in theory, like, I don't know what they could have done. Like, they could have, realistically, the paladin could have, like, lay on hands to me or something like that to keep me alive. They didn't really do any of that. So there were many ways in which that could have been avoided. We're also, okay, somebody did get that, thankfully. But it's fine, right? Like, the only reason we didn't... And technically, the pull stayed alive. The tank did live, which is why I can't be, like, too upset, right? So, it's not like it was a complete failure. We're probably still going to time the key, right? Like, it's just all of the worst possible things happen there. Just unlucky. Also, I know that, like, chat's been kind of active today. I'm gonna read every message, but whenever it's, like, a more active chat stream, especially for ones like this, if it's, like, a leveling speedrun, then I can just, like, look at chat very often and just, like, rip off a message and read it. It's a lot harder to do that when I'm, like, doing keys, because I'm much more focused for, like, extended periods of time. So, I will do my best. Worst case scenario, like, the last few... runs like this, I will sit there for like an hour after the fact going through all the messages I missed, so... If you ask the question, don't worry, I will get to it. I hate this pull. Yeah, I mean, I can't... The fact they did this pull, or the first pull, I can't be surprised they're doing this one. I really fucking hate this pull. There's just no reason to do this. Like, I mean, obviously, outside of, like, fucking MDI strats, like, pulling the worms with it, you are just asking to get completely fucking clobbered. I don't have... I went to Mass Dispel and then I realized it was on cooldown. That did less damage than I expected, I'll be honest. I guess plus 10 is just piss easy. And I also, like, the moment the first T exploded, I did slam Evangelism. So, like, you know, maybe if I hadn't done that, it would have been worse. But I was prepared for that. Is this the same Paladin and Shaman? Is it? I don't think so. No. No, it's neither. Kinji and Palbringer were the ones from the last one. It is a similar group comp, I'll give you that. He lies, he doesn't get to the questions. What do you mean? That's total cap. I always answer it. It will take me a while. And, like, I mean, there is a chance, of course, I can't control, like, if you leave the stream before I answer your question. I answer pretty much every question. The exception is, like, expansion launches or something like that, where chat is, like, extremely active and I am, like, more locked in than ever. At that point, I will just... Those times, I basically say, repeat your question if I miss it, and maybe I'll read it. And then even then, usually, at the end, I try to sit there for a while and answer questions before I end stream. I take a lot of pride in the fact that I basically read every fucking question. Are these 0 to hero runs all pugs? By and large, yes. So, right now, on Europe, yes. Because I'm on Europe. So, on North America, sometimes when I do these, like, Keystone Hero things, if I happen to be, like, let's say somebody in my guild is like, hey, I'm doing some keys, do you want to, like, run? Or something like that. I might be like, yeah, sure, you know, fuck it. I am not going to, like, absolutely hold myself to... because, like, so I should note, right? This whole, like, 0 to hero thing is kind of an extension of a larger ongoing challenge that I have, where I've been trying to get Keystone Hero on every single spec in the game, or more, really, like, learn how to play every single spec in the game. Obviously, still making progress on that. I think I'm about, like, halfway, maybe a little over halfway at this point. Especially once I'm done with the healers, that'll be the biggest hurdle out of the way. But whenever I do those challenges, a lot of times I will just run with my guilds. If I, you know, not necessarily because I'm trying to make it easier, because the point of the challenge is to learn how to play the spec properly. If I feel like I don't know how to play it, I will just continue doing more keys until I feel I've actually gotten it right. I did that with Preservation Evoker. So there were 2 seasons where I did Preservation Evoker 0 to hero, and by the end of it, I still did not feel like I really understood it. And so I kept playing it. And I did more and more and more until I really felt like I had a hang of Preservation. And in some of those runs, I actually did play with my guild at the time, and I'll be honest, it did not make it much easier. It was definitely a struggle, and it was entirely on me because I was really, really, really struggling on Prez. But that's why I continued to make sure I learned it properly. That said, by definition, though, this particular set of challenges, doing all of these healers, is entirely pugs, unless, like, people from the stream make their way into the runs, which is, you know, it's possible a few times they have. But I don't go out of my way to do that. I can't really control that. But I don't, like, my guild's on North America, completely different region. My friends couldn't help me. I will say, so the Paladin said don't attack or heal. Like, that's not really an option, and also, if he's doing this correctly, I should be able to do minimal healing, and he should still have threat on these mobs. And it looks like he did. He did at least, like, if he throws out a Blessed Hammer, he'll have enough threat to where I can cast, like, single Radiance or something. And he did that, so, okay. He also bopped me. Okay, actually. Sure, that works too. Shout out to the best speed leveler ever. Congrats on the add-on, bro. It's amazing. Appreciate it. Still definitely a work in progress, but I'm already pretty happy with how far along it's come, and I definitely think once I get 10 to 80 implemented, because, like, getting... Oh, no. Oh, thank God. Okay, this is awkward. Getting the add-on, like, fully complete in terms of routes is my biggest priority. And the nice thing about that is, like, I'll preface this by saying 95% or more of feedback on the add-on has been positive. There are a few, like, Voldemort add-on dick riders who have, like, criticized it by saying things like, oh, you know, it's missing so many features and so much stuff, but, you know, it'll be the next expansion by the time it's, like, even on par with the other add-ons. And honestly, that might be true, right? It might take me until Last Titan to get it, like, at least in terms of being feature complete, the same level as some of the other add-ons. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not worth using in the meantime, because it still has my routes in it, which have always been better than Voldemort's routes, because they just do a shitty copy of my routes, right? So that's not really saying much for those people who make that argument. But to those people, I always say, like, you might be correct, right? You're actually almost certainly correct. I am still missing, like, 10 to 80 and stuff. I'm working on it right now. But the entire point is, like, yeah, it takes time to properly build all of that stuff. But the, like, Duskwood, Lochmodon, and stuff like that, that doesn't change, right? I may tweak the route in the future. But once I have all of those quests coded into the add-on, if I need to make adjustments later on, that's simple. It's the same way that, like, once I got the actual alt route coded into Fall the Arrow, making adjustments for 12.0.7 actually wasn't that hard. Because I just, like, I move stuff around, I add a few steps in the middle, here and there, you know, bing, bang, boom, we're done. But, like, adding in, like, coding all of the brand new quests in the proper order, like, that's the thing that takes time. But the nice thing is, no matter how Blizzard changes leveling in the future, it's not like they're going to fundamentally change how Elwyn Forest works, how Duskwood works. Once I have those zones included, if the best route changes, I'll still have those already in there. And I won't actually need to, like, update them. I'll basically need to update the routes, but the quests and stuff, as they are coded in the add-on, will require basically zero maintenance. So, right now, obviously, my top priority is getting all of the main, like, quests and stuff included. But once that's done, I mean, I have a laundry list of features ready to go that are both, like, things that people consider to be like, oh, this would be nice if, like, a leveling add-on has this. There's other leveling add-ons that can do XYZ thing, and yours can't do this thing. And eventually, it will. But then there's also a lot of other features on top of that either people have suggested that I don't know of any add-on that does that. I'm like, I could probably code that, right? And if I do code that, eventually, it'll be time-consuming, right? So I'm not going to do that right now. But if I could, then that would be really cool, and it would make Fall the Arrow even better. And then there's some really cool ideas of my own that, again, would be sizable undertakings. But if I manage to pull it off, once I have the actual, like, information done, then, like, yeah, I mean, how is a paid add-on ever going to compete once mine has all of the same features and more, and is free? The answer is it can't, right? They'll have to rely on, I guess, like, Classic sales or something like that until I eventually start covering Classic. And, oh, yes, I forgot. So, I mean, this could be nothing, right? But a lot of people were, and myself included, I'll be honest, I started losing faith that we were going to get WoD Classic because they did, like, drop a few hints that they might be ending things at Mock Classic. Now, I've been saying for a while, I think that not doing WoD and, by association, Legion Classic would be a terrible mistake. But they have just added the WoD Collector's Edition mounts to Mock Classic. Now, it could mean nothing, but the timing on that is, you know, that says a lot. So, I have made this promise, and I will stick to it. If we get WoD Classic, I will make Fall the Arrow for Progression Classic, right? For, well, WoD onwards. That will happen. 100%. I will do it. The thing about, like, what a lot of people have asked, am I going to do it for Classic? And to that, I will say, for regular Classic, absolutely not, 100% not. If we get Classic Plus, depending on Classic Plus, maybe. So there's a lot of, like, variables there. For Classic Plus, I will not 100% rule it out. It basically comes down to how different is Classic Plus. Is it fundamentally the same leveling process? Like, oh my god, what is killing us? Okay, I think some explosions downstairs probably went off from whatever those guys did. So if Classic Plus is basically just, like, a few small things, and it's mostly still the same Classic, then, yeah, I'm probably not going to make a Fall the Arrow Classic, right? I'll be honest, right? Like, look, while I may dislike the Voldemort add-on and the practices they do have a lot of, like, actual Classic players who develop their Classic routes, and those are actually, from what I can tell, well written. Now, argue about, like, the practice of charging for an add-on, right? Like, I still think that paid add-ons are shit, right? But the actual routes for Classic, from what I have heard, are decent. Progression Classic, they're garbage. So the leveling routes that they had for MOP, one of the reasons why I actually decided to make Fall the Arrow was actually because of some of my guildies leveling in MOP Classic and using Voldemort for MOP Classic. And their MOP Classic routes are fucking dog shit. The problem with Voldemort add-on, and if you don't know what Voldemort add-on is, paid, very, very popular paid leveling add-on, right? The problem with them is that, like I said, they have, from what I know, good Classic routes. And that is all they have. They have absolutely nobody on their team who has any fucking clue about anything speed leveling related outside of Classic. And I guess they somehow think that, like, their, like, information... Well, I was going to say, like, their information from Classic carries over. I don't really think they believe that. I think that they can just sell... They think they can sell leveling guides for other versions of the game that they have nobody who is knowledgeable about, despite that, because they have brand recognition. And people will just be like, oh, I used their, like, vanilla guide, and it was, like, pretty good, so I guess I'll just buy the one for MOP, and it's just fucking turbo dogshit slop that isn't actually good. Especially their retail ones, where their retail ones have been shitty copies of my routes for years, ever since they started doing it back in Dragonflight. So, definitely, it's never been good, but that was one of the main reasons I even got into it in the first place. But the thing is, I've always had the advantage, right? Like, people will still use Follow the Arrow, despite it having less features than, you know, paid add-on, right? I have that advantage of the information contained within the add-on is better. Now, obviously, the fact that it's free would get a few people no matter what. You want an insta-dispel, dude? Really? Okay, dude. Sure. I dispel on 2 usually, but you really want it. Kinda gonna make your life harder, though. I'll insta-dispel you. But, like, I do have that advantage of, I think anybody who understands anything about leveling, and really anybody who tests it side by side, will know on their very first run, like, oh, this is so much faster than using Voldemort. Like, Voldemort is trash compared to Fall the Arrow. Not even close. So, I've always had that going for me. If I develop something for retail, obviously that is my wheelhouse. And since I already know exactly the kind of routes that, you know, Voldemort recommends for, MOP Classic, I know exactly what they'll try to do for WoD. They have no fucking clue, right? And I already have that figured out. So, they're definitely not going to have good WoD routes, especially not compared to what I know already and know I will be able to develop. Which is why, if we get WoD Classic, there will be Follow the Arrow for Progression Classic. But the reality of a Classic Plus version is it would have to be something where, like, Classic Plus significantly changes the leveling dynamic to the point where my ability to research new routes would actually meaningfully matter. And I would probably need to get a lot of external help still. So, That's a decent ring.
And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
But we'll see. Also, I just realized I forgot to lower my key to a 10, so I don't get to reroll. Probably fine, though. I mean, at this point, I should be able to very easily pug into any group, 10 or 12, so. Okay, I've fallen a little bit behind on chat, so I'll take a moment before the next key to try and catch up on as much as possible. Those are the people trying to put you down because you're trying to steal their lunch effectively, yeah. I mean, they're undeserved lunch in that case, but yes. It's mostly the latter, right? When I say Voldemort, I'm saying the latter. I don't mind mentioning Zygor because, while obviously Zygor paid add-on, I don't like it. I have never had any interaction with Zygor, right? I still dislike paid add-ons, so by association, I dislike Zygor, the add-on, right? But I don't know Zygor the individual. I don't know a single person who works on Zygor, so I cannot speak to the practices, the mentality behind Zygor. I have had multiple, personal direct interactions with the latter add-on you mentioned, which is what I refer to as the Voldemort add-on, and those people are just fucking bastards, right? I do not like them. So Zygor has just kind of been, an accidental casualty, I guess, throughout all of this. They have never been my enemy. The other add-on, Voldemort add-on, absolutely. I mean, there is a reason why, if you go into Follow the Arrow settings and you enable Voldemort mode, when you level up, it says in emote chat, so-and-so leveled up without having to use a paid add-on, right? Like, they are absolutely the ones in my crosshairs. So, they kind of earned it with their behavior. More so than just being paid add-on developers. I've talked about this in the past, I'm not going to rehash it, but they've done a lot of really scummy shit outside of just the whole paid add-on scene that I have talked about in the past, that really I do not like. And some of it is kind of like, they've kind of stepped back because they got called out. I made a video a few years ago calling out one individual in particular who is part of their team, who using their team, their add-on as kind of the part of the branding, tried to do some really shady shit. And I made a video calling him out, and he had a super nasty public crash out, basically kind of torpedoed his, whatever was left of his career as a result, and has since kind of faded into obscurity. While thankfully myself and a few other people calling that person out caused the situation to be resolved, I have not forgotten. And I know that they would gladly continue to do shady shit to promote their paid add-on if necessary. The reason why I don't mind Zygor as much is for that exact reason. Zygor is just kind of there in the background. People know Zygor exists because Zygor has been around forever. Zygor does not do shady shit to promote Zygor's add-on, right? It's just one of those, most people I know who have said they've used Zygor in the past, it's they just heard about it, through word of mouth, right, in passing. Voldemort add-on does a lot of really fucking shady shit to promote itself, and I do not like it. And unfortunately, for reasons that I just cannot understand, Blizzard refuses to do anything about it, so I decided to make Follow the Arrow, because if Blizzard's just not going to put them in their place, then I guess I fucking will, so. I kind of already have, I think, but like I said, I'm not going to stop here, right? I am very fucking vindictive. You piss me off, and I will try to fucking destroy you. So, I've already effectively completed why I'm absolutely, at the very first chance, if it seems viable, going to go after their market in other areas as well. And by go after their market, I mean provide a better free alternative. Let's see. Pinko said, thanks, I just found you and you're more helpful than anyone you've encountered in WoW so far. I appreciate it. I try to do my best to answer questions and help out new players. You do your best. Streaming difficult content does make responding less accessible. Yeah, it's one of the main reasons why I've always been hesitant to stream like endgame stuff, like raiding and early season gearing. I should say, by the way, I think I've mentioned this in passing, right? I don't know if I've ever like outright stated this before, but like I'll confirm it, right? I'm basically going to be streaming like nonstop at the start of season 2. So in the past, I haven't really done that. This time around, I am, let me just respond to, I got pinged in Guild real quick. If I'm just seeing. I think I've seen all this stuff in Discord. Wanted to make sure. But yeah, so in the past, like this season, season 1, I kind of went MIA, at least on streaming for about a month. I'll be honest, part of that was I was really burnt out on, like I had just gotten done making the alt route, doing all the speedrun stuff. I was so exhausted. And the problem with stuff like that is I was like, this was kind of my first tier really rating at a Hall of Fame level. Like I've technically got in Hall of Fame before this season, but this was my first like real Hall of Fame season. So obviously wanted to do a good job. I didn't want to fuck it up. And I ended up in a position where by the time I finished all the add-on and video stuff, it was literally like, I think I posted my final update on like Sunday, or technically Monday morning at 3 a.m. on the Monday before the raid opened. Heroic, that is. And I remember just like logging on, looking at the list of stuff I had to do before Tuesday and being like so fucking exhausted. And to give you an idea of how well I managed my remaining time, my raid leader up until 30 minutes before raid was like pinging me saying like, you know, you still haven't done this, this, and that. I'm like, trust me, I got it. And then like basically 15 minutes before the deadline where he was like, you know, you're getting like to multiple people, you're getting benched if you don't have everything done. I was like, look at all my characters. Perfect. And he was like, okay, yeah, sure. No, obviously I don't like cutting it close, but I was really tight on time. And I would like to hope that if you ask my raid leader at this point, like he would attest to the fact that I have every time I've said I'm going to do like some crazy shit, I've gotten it done. Like he multiple times offered to buy keys to get my Prot Warrior geared up after he asked me to reroll to it mid-season. And I said, nope, I'll do it on my own. And I did. And then later in the season, when I had to gear my Blood DK up, there were multiple times when he was like, are you sure your Blood DK is going to be geared enough? You're still like 5 item levels below the raid. And I'm like, trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm like setting up everything so that the moment that we get like to the week or so when we're going to kill, I have like all my crests to slam. So like the very first week of Prague, I was like 5 item levels below, but it did not affect Prague. And then literally the week that we killed, I sent all my upgrades because bonus rolls came out. I got like my perfect bonus roll set up. I'd spent all my crests flawlessly. I ended up being above the average item level of our raid team. And then I ended up getting a rank 1 parse on our kill. So there have been multiple times where I've just told my raid, they were like, trust me, I know what I'm doing. And I have not failed to hit my goal each time. So in the end, it worked out, right? But it was stressful. I definitely, because of all the add-on stuff, it ended up kind of exploding a little bit more than I had expected. And I did dedicate more time to it than I thought I would have to. So I was really stressed at the start of season 1. And as a result, I just didn't have the energy to like stream the entire gearing process. There was a part of me that was just like, I don't want to deal with like YouTube right now. I just want to just brain off, just play the game, basically. And so that's what I did. But this season, I mean, especially, you know, I've had a lot of time to like relax and play other shit, right? This season, I'm gonna try something new, I guess, and I will be streaming probably like fucking everything. And we'll see how that goes. I think that could be interesting. And frankly, that's something I've never done either. So in past seasons, I would sometimes stream like day 1 Mythic Plus, you know, day 1 raid clear, and then maybe I'd upload a boss kill or two. But by and large, I have not done like that process of streaming everything that I do, all of the gearing stuff. And one of the reasons that I want to do that is obviously like I posted the 11-hour Prot Warrior video. So the 11-hour Prot Warrior gearing guide thing was meant to be kind of like a makeup for the fact that I barely streamed at all at the start of the season, because I documented the entire process. So as I was gearing up a character for Mythic Raid, I was documenting everything, I was doing like narrations, and that effectively is like a very, I would say like an edited down version of what you would have gotten if I had been streaming my gearing process. Kind of. But the hope this time around is I won't need to do a video like the Prot Warrior one, because as I stream my gearing process, I can like take snippets of that and then make like shorter second channel videos to cover specific topics, like, you know, how to like farm gear and like fucking Coiled Isle or whatever, and take like little examples of like, on stream I demonstrated this. You can watch the full thing on stream to hear like my explanations, but here's like the 5-minute summary of like why you should be doing this and blah 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 blah. And I think that combination of the VOD is there for people who want to watch the entire process, but then I can make like 5-minute bite-sized videos talking about like individual topics. That would work really well. But I didn't have stream VODs for season 1, so that's why I went with the format of the 11-hour video. But I'll be honest, that is not a sustainable format, so I'm looking to do something a little bit different this time around. And I think I mentioned this before, but it looks like I will probably be playing Blood DK, but my guild's doing 3 split runs, so at the moment the plan is I will main Blood DK for Prague. Most likely, obviously plans might change depending on tuning, but that's the current plan. And then for one of our split runs, I'll play Guardian, and for our third split run, I'll play Prot Warrior. You know, because if needed, obviously I want to have those characters semi-geared up. And right now, they're already geared. Like, my Druid is 288, my Warrior is, I think, like 282 or something like that. So they're already pretty geared. They're close to being, like, full Abyss. And now that my Raid Leader has decided we're doing a third split run, our next few Mythic Reclears are going to be focused on gearing up those third split characters. So, ideally, by the time the patch comes out, my Guardian Druid and Prot Warrior should at least be, like, 290. Even if they don't have, like, the full Biss Rotmire 292 loot or whatever, they should be pretty close to full Biss. So I should be able to do, like, early season M0s on them, and, like, M+ then later on when that comes out. Though I don't know. I'll probably do most of my M+ farming on, obviously, my main, Blood DK, right? Assuming that is still the plan at that point in time. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And either way, the entire process, the entire decision-making, you'll get to see. Because, like I said, I'll stream that. Let's see. The other add-ons already lost a ton of paying customers because of you. Of course, they're trying to make you abandon it. Yeah. Yeah. I'll bite my tongue. But I will say there is some, you know, there are some things where I can't outright say that this is because I'm being targeted by, like, the paid add-ons, but there are certain things where it's like, it doesn't make sense why XYZ thing happened unless you assume that things were manipulated behind the scenes by the paid add-ons. But it's one of those things where, like, I can never prove it, so I'll bite my tongue here, and I won't elaborate further on what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'll be honest, it's rough. I definitely, and I don't want to sound like that paranoid conspiracy theorist nut who's like, oh, everybody's out to get me, right? And also, I don't think it matters, right? Like, I don't give a shit that they're probably trying to sabotage me, because, like, I'm gonna succeed even regardless of their sabotage, right? So there's no point really crying about it. But it does sting a little bit knowing, like, yeah, that's probably sabotage from the paid add-ons. And what are you gonna do, right? Frankly, if I give up because of that, then I just let them win, right? I'm not gonna do that. That's the unfortunate thing for them, especially for Voldemort. Voldemort unfortunately pissed me off. So it doesn't matter how much they try to sabotage me. They have pissed me off, and that is going to fuel me more than anything else. So, unlucky for them. Honestly think that we'll have a fresh classic TBC to Wrath cycle going on forever now. If you tackle those 3 too, Voldemort is cooked. Yeah, so I will say, kind of touched upon this, right? The only way in which I ever tackle fresh classic through Wrath is if Classic Plus comes out. Classic Plus is fundamentally different enough to where it warrants me developing a new route just for that. And then because I've already developed this new route for Classic Plus, I've like already coded a bunch of the zones, if that makes sense, right? Like I've already done a bunch of the quests in the add-on, like for Elwyn Forest through like Blackrock steps or whatever. Like everything's already in there, and then the only thing is stringing it together instead of for a like theoretical Classic Plus leveling route for a regular Classic speed leveling route. But again, there's two problems with that. One is I'm just not a Classic speedrunner. It is fundamentally different. And that's the difference between me and those paid add-ons. I am not going to pretend that I have that knowledge. Like, I don't. It is a different game. Now, Cataclysm onwards, am I more knowledgeable about retail than Cataclysm? Yes, absolutely. But I'd like to think that I spent a lot of time researching for my Cataclysm leveling guide, and MOP also, and because we're dealing with the Cata revamp world, which I just have more experience with those zones in general, I'd like to think that my routes for those are very good. I mean, my leveling guides for MOP actually have done very well. I think are around 200,000 views each for both 1 to 80 or whatever it is, 1 to 85 and then 85 to 90. They've done very well. And that is, like, by far, out of Classic related videos I've done, my most viewed ones. And generally speaking, I get very good feedback on those. Like, people say they've followed those routes, and it's been helpful. And I mean, I use those routes myself, and I think they're really good. I have not seen anything better. Especially, I know for a fact, like I said, one of my friends used the Voldemort add-on for MOP, and I know what route it was telling them to do, and it was bad. So, I know for a fact it's better than that. And that's why, like, I'm confident that I could make a better version of my add-on. It would still require a lot of work, but I know that my knowledge is better in those areas. It simply is not for Classic. The old world, I have leveled a lot of characters in Vanilla. I've leveled in TBC and Wrath Classic. I have played those versions of the game. I enjoy those versions of the game, but I have not played them nearly as much as I have played modern versions of the game. Now, do I think I could probably make a decent guide for, like, Wrath of the Lich King 70 to 80? Probably. I have enough familiarity with those zones that I could probably, like, put together a good Fall the Arrow route for that. But that is about it. The old Classic zones, while I am vaguely familiar with the optimal speed leveling paths for it, one of the other issues is I also just don't play Classic in that way. Like, whenever I play Classic, I do approach it more as an RPG. If you want a good example, go watch my Turtle WoW streams from, like, however long ago. I guess it's been like 2 months. Before it shut down, I spent like a month or I was about 2 weeks, I guess, before it officially closed, leveling a character on there. And I always approach Classic like it's a mostly single-player RPG with, like, multiplayer elements. And I try to, like, build up my character, do my professions and stuff like that, explore the world. And I think that's the more fun way to play it. And I enjoy playing Classic in that way. I don't enjoy speed leveling in Classic. I just don't find it fun, so I don't do it. But because of that, I simply could not make a Follow the Arrow leveling guide for Classic. It's not within my knowledge base. So if Classic Plus significantly changed the format enough to where I spent the time researching it, I would be willing to try and learn it in that context to make a new guide that people could follow that would at least work for Classic Plus. And then if in that process the information is there, maybe I could then expand it to regular Classic in the far future. But it would not be anytime soon. And I'll be honest, it would require external help. Now, if that day ever came, and I was going to try and expand Follow the Arrow into Classic, and frankly, even for Classic Plus, I probably will reach out. I will try and see if anybody who is familiar with Classic leveling would want to help with that. And I will just be upfront, right? Anybody with ties to Voldemort add-on will just be strictly forbidden from getting anywhere near the add-on, right? For obvious reasons, right? But if somebody who is familiar with Classic leveling, who has not been snatched up by Voldemort add-on, wanted to aid with the development of that, I would be willing to consider it. But it would probably be required because otherwise I simply don't possess the knowledge to make a good enough leveling guide for that. And I'm not going to put something out that's half-assed, right? Just won't. It's either going to be a really good leveling guide or it's not going to exist. And that is the only thing that would kind of prohibit me from making proper guides for those eras of WoW. Cataclysm onwards, yeah, we'll see. But anything before that is unlikely. I'm not going to say it's 100% impossible, especially if I get external help, but it's definitely not going to be done solo by me, and it would not be for a while. And it would require something like Classic Plus to give me the motivation to actually develop that. There is going to be a Classic Plus, yeah. It's been basically soft confirmed. It's going to be announced at BlizzCon. The development name is Camelot. Exactly what it entails, I don't know. And that's why I say depending on what it is. If it significantly changes up the leveling formula, if it adds like new zones, if it changes up like the rate of experience or something like that, then maybe I would look into that. Like, for instance, I'll use Turtle WoW as an example because Turtle WoW obviously is a type of Classic Plus that was very successful, which, if Blizzard isn't stupid, they will use that at least as a partial inspiration for whatever Classic Plus they're doing, considering that was by far the most popular Classic Plus server, and like I said, I played on it for 2 weeks, and it was extremely fun. And it's a shame that it's gone, but whatever. So if it is something like that, then it would absolutely have been worth making some sort of like new leveling guide for Turtle WoW, because Turtle WoW added a bunch of brand new zones, new quest lines. The rate at which you earned experience was increased. Like, there were different modifiers, and it wasn't just like, oh, you get 100% more experience. Like, you got more rested experience from like certain sources and stuff like that. So there were different ways that you wanted to approach leveling. There were new dungeons, right, which you could include. So there was more than enough new stuff in Turtle WoW that would have justified a new leveling route than the same exact thing that you would do in original Classic. So if it changes on that scale, I might consider making a Fall the Arrow route for it. But if it's just like Classic but with high elves and goblins or whatever, and then there's like some new endgame content, the leveling is exactly the same, well, then I'm not going to make a Fall the Arrow route. Then the leveling would just be the same as always. And then I'm not going to spend the time to just reinvent the wheel at that point. That makes sense. Okay, let me catch up on Twitch. You just leveled a Priest and Shaman. You have a Bear Tank at 260 and Prop Heli at 264. Might try Blood DK. Never tried that since you've been biased since Wrath. I mean, it's been a hot minute since Wrath. It's been close to 20 years at this point. Yeah, it's changed quite a lot since then. But yeah, Bear Tank and Prop Heli are both solid options. Combatant Matt said, wanted to stop in and say thank you for dropping the leveling guides, and the addon is great. I'm glad to hear you like it. Ozono said, this is accurate. H-Priest is weak right now, but it is easy to learn how to heal. Yeah, makes sense. You love Blood DK because you're a control freak. Honestly, I feel that. Yeah. Definitely having complete control over your own survivability and like grips to position things. Like, every single time I'm doing Rotmire in our re-clears and I'm not on my Blood DK, I am just constantly panicking because people just will tunnel and they won't kite their add-ins the right spot. But if I'm on my Blood DK, we almost never wipe. Except for the one time I accidentally mass gripped a Fungling into melee, but we don't talk about that. Every other pull, when I'm playing Blood DK, my grips have been immaculate. And we've wiped significantly more to Rotmire. Honestly, we've wiped more to Rotmire than like fucking Crown of the Cosmos on re-clears, just because people fuck up the stupid mushrooms. But we've wiped more on split runs where I'm not on my Blood DK than the singular time when I accidentally mass gripped Fungling into melee. Outside of that, it's, my Blood DK splits have been very clean, and it's very nice having full control over grips there. Let's see, I got a ping. Someone said, is it late for a completely new player to start playing a Midnight server? Not late at all. Season almost over, but each expansion, multiple seasons, and this is only the first. Still plenty of time. Yes, my guides is add-on fully up. My dad pinged me. Okay. My dad is making waffles, so at some point, probably like around the next key, I'll be eating a waffle, so I'll probably mute my mic for a little bit. Brawl Pally will get a lot of nerfs from the state it's in on the PTR. Oh yeah, I mean, so there's two things you got to keep in mind, right? Raw numbers tuning and general like design. I have heard that right now Prop Pally is doing crazy numbers on AoE. That being said, my co-tank has played Prop Pally for some raid testing, and I played like Bear and Blood DK, and I'm doing more damage in a lot of pulls on like raids than my co-tank on his Prop Pally. So it's not like on single target. Like basically, Prop Pally right now is not Season 1 Guardian Druid pre-nerf. Season 1 Guardian Druid pre-nerf on single target and AoE was doing like twice as much damage as the second best tank. That absolutely everybody knew. Guardian's going to get fucking orbital striked, and it did. It was still the best by a significant margin. And then it kept getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. But the current state of Prop Paladin, from what I have heard in terms of raw numbers tuning, is that Lightsmith on AoE is doing really, really high damage because they've buffed a lot of the like really good Lightsmith abilities and stuff like that. And that will probably get tuned down, almost certainly, yeah. But the core kit of Prop Pally has received a lot of changes compared to where it is now that puts it in a really good spot. And I don't really see a world in which its damage is tuned to be a point where it's just unplayable. Like, it's still solid, you know, even right now in Season 1, without all of the buffs. So, it's still almost certainly going to be solid on damage. Will it be the top damage tank? Who knows? Probably not. At least in, like, single target raids. But will it not the top single target damage tank mean that it can't be brought for raids or won't be really good for M+? Absolutely not. It doesn't necessarily mean that at all. So the core kit of Prop Pally, a lot of the problems that kind of kept it from being really good in raids right now, or really good at all in raids right now, those problems are getting fixed. So Prop Pally's survivability, which from what I've heard, it's not like overpowered, it's just good. Like, it's not, oh my god, this is so much tankier than every other tank. It's just right now, Prop Paladin has felt especially squishy, and with the changes coming next patch, it's going to feel actually, like, on par with the other tanks that, you know, can relatively easily tank a raid. And so far in raid testing, my co-tank, who has been playing Prop Pally for a lot of bosses, has had no issues. So, survivability, it seems good. And that's just one thing that, like, probably won't get nerfed because it's not overpowered. Its utility is still solid. Obviously, you get Diva Aura if you don't bring Holy Paladin. TBD on whether that's going to be where you bring your Aura, but it could be. So it does have that going for it, right? Could be an option. And it has utility like Freedom. There were a few fights during testing where I don't know if it's going to be necessary, right? But my co-tank actually did a lot of really good spell wardings on me. So, like, I would get targeted by a tank buster, he would spell warding me, and it would negate it. And obviously, spell warding, when used properly, can be really strong. Now, there are fights where it's like, it's okay to have, like, spell warding on like, Bellerin, I'm sure would probably be pretty good, but I don't think anybody's going to say Prop Pally is a good Bellerin tank. But there are fights, historically, where spell warding has been absolutely critical, really good, and who knows? I don't know enough about, like, the mythic versions of all the bosses, especially Ulatek, which is the most important one, to know whether or not spell warding will be important. But, like, spell warding, bop, even, you know, bubble to soak a bunch of stuff sometimes can be really powerful. So if Prop Pally's tanky, and it does competitive damage, and like, if you need the Paladin buff, which I have no idea the current state of Ret and Holy, we do, on my guild, we have a really good Ret Paladin, who's almost certainly going to be playing Ret Paladin again, so we'll probably have the buff covered, but if Prot is, like, in a really good spot, and it's where, like, Race the World First guilds choose to get their Diva Aura, like, that could be a thing. And even then, it's not like we've never seen a universe where Prot Pally and another Paladin are run. You know, their utility is still stackable. Freedom, also, I don't necessarily know if there's any fights I can recall where Freedom is going to be, like, critical. You think of fights like Tindril, right, where having freedoms and stuff is really important, but that can be useful in some areas. So, who knows, something to keep in mind. But it has a lot going for it in the next patch. Right now, I've said this before, I talked about this a little bit more during the raid testing stream, but my assessment, and my co-tank is of the same mind, is we both think Blood DK is basically guaranteed. I would be very surprised, like, obviously, unless massive tuning. Like, with the current state of tuning, and with the current design of the raid, I would be very, very surprised if Blood DK is not, like, a one-of in the Race to World First, and also just, like, in most guilds. Blood DK is also, like, even though Liquid did not play Blood on their final kill of Lura, Echo did, and vast majority, like, almost every single guild did. Blood is one of those tanks where there are a lot of fights where if you can get value out of grips, it's just kind of a guaranteed pick. And Blood doesn't just look like a grip bot next patch, it just looks good. Blood right now is just, it's in a pretty good spot. It's not, like, overtuned by any stretch of the imagination, which is another reason why I don't really think this will change, because the fights are really, like, there are a lot of really beneficial grip fights, and Blood is in a spot where it's not overtuned in really any area. It's just very tanky, and it does both good damage in Sand Lane and Deathbringer. It has, like, multiple viable builds. Neither of them are overtuned, they're just good. And, like, how do you really change that? Like, they would have to just unfairly nerf Blood, when I think, if anything, Blood could use maybe a slight damage buff, but I'm being a little bit greedy here, because, like I said, I still think it's a one-of anyway. So I just don't really see a universe where Blood is not a one-of in the next raid, unless grips are way less necessary than I think they are, and they, like, really nerf Blood, and or 2 raid buffs are absolutely critical. Like, if you need to have Paladin raid buff and Warrior raid buff, or something like that. And so, or Druid raid buff or something like that. And you, when, not Druid raid buff, because, like, that's another thing, right? Guardian, for instance, looks pretty good next patch. And I think there's a good chance where Guardian will be a strong tank in raid, and might even be, like, one of the best tanks, if not the best tank in M+. Right now, I think Prop Paladin is probably, because it's very, like, overtuned, the best tank in M+ right now on like, PTR, but who knows how the tuning's going to shake up. Guardian looks very solid. And Guardian already, right now, currently is good, so the fact that it's getting a little bit weaker in some areas, but really stronger in others, just makes it seem like a great option for me. The thing is, though, Boomkin looks fucking crazy. So, it's very hard to imagine a world in which Boomkin is not run in the next raid, which means that Mark of the Wild is not a reason to run Bear. So then, the only reason to run Bear is if you think Bear is just so much stronger that you have to bring it and a Boomkin. And if Bear was tuned to be, like, the start of Midnight Season 1 levels, then yeah, it would be brought. It's not. It's good, but it's not, like, blatantly overtuned. So Bear might end up in a situation where it's, like, it's a solid tank, perfectly fine to bring, but the Race to World First doesn't bring it, and, like, most guilds don't really care that much about bringing it, because it doesn't really bring Mark of the Wild or any other, like, critical utility. You know, like, Stampeding Roar and stuff like that, it's just never been that impactful compared to what you can get from some other tanks. Right now, I think Brewmaster is just turbo dogshit, and I cannot imagine a world in which Brewmaster ends up being run in the raid unless, like, major changes happen. Like, major things need to change for Brewmaster for it to be run in the Race to World First, or really by, like, any guild with half a fucking brain. That spec is just so fucking cooked at the moment. I really have no idea what they're doing. And the only universe in which you play it is if Windwalker Monk and Mistweaver are just genuinely unplayable. And, I mean, I haven't heard anything, like, I haven't heard Mistweaver's, like, oh my god, super giga OP, but I also haven't heard it's bad. It's pretty solid at the moment, and from the discussion I've seen amongst healers in my guild, it seems fine, right? So if Mistweaver is just a good healer, like, on par with how it is right now, you're probably just going to run a Mistweaver, right? And that's going to be your monk buff. And even if Mistweaver is like, you need to run a specific healing comp that doesn't let you run Mistweaver, I don't really think Windwalker Monk's like that at the moment either. Like, I don't know what's changing for them. Let me check Warcraft logs. Warcraft logs, statistics. I actually have no idea where Windwalker sits at the moment. So let's look at 95th percentile. Windwalker's actually high up there. Shit. I didn't know that. Now, unfortunately, I don't think anybody on our raid team right now plays Windwalker, but obviously I'm more talking theoretically for the Race to World First. And I have already told my guild leader that Monk is just not in the cards, right? Unless something crazy happens and I genuinely think Monk is the play, then I will play Monk. But also, we have so many healers, like, on our raid team who play Mistweaver as, like, one of their alts. So Well, like, even if there's a situation where Race the World First doesn't run Mistweaver, there is, like, almost certainly going to be a world in which you can run a Mistweaver and it'll be fine, and we have so many people on our team who can. But Race the World First might still run a Windwalker, right? Like, right now, Windwalker is in the top third of specs currently in Season 1. I don't know how the changes... I haven't looked at the Windwalker changes at all. I don't know if it's getting better, worse, etc. So... maybe it ends up being really bad or something like that, but it would have to be a situation where both Windwalker and Mistweaver are, like, completely unplayable for Brewmaster to be run. It's that bad. Brewmaster is, like, I think the worst tank right now, going into the next season. For Raid, at least. For M+, I still don't necessarily think it's going to be great, but it's definitely, like, better in M+, because its kit right now is still better in M+, but right now, like, Brewmaster is, probably unironically, in Season 1, currently, the worst tank in raids. It's, like, a close tie between them and, like, Vengeance and Prop Halley, and Vengeance and Prop Halley, while, like, they don't really bring anything to the table, they actually do more damage, and, if played properly, can survive, honestly, better than Brewmaster, and they have better utility. So, I genuinely think Brewmaster is, like, the worst tank, which is kind of depressing, because it's maybe the first time ever where I genuinely think that is the case. So that's sad, I guess. But that is currently my assessment, right? As somebody who's played Brewmaster for fucking, I don't know how many years, like 10 years at this point. Yeah, it's rough right now. And I think Vengeance Demon Hunter has an extremely low chance of being played, largely just because, you know, I think Havoc and Devourer, at least, are both still strong DPS specs, so I don't see a world in which you don't bring them. It's kind of the same situation Vengeance has always had. I also don't think Vengeance right now is in a particularly amazing spot. That being said, my co-tank did tell me that he was, like, watching Now stream, and Now was saying that apparently Vengeance right now with, like, a certain build can do, like, the most single target damage of any tank, but even then, I don't think it was, like, by that much. It was just, like, technically they are ahead if you play the correct build. I don't really know how much that matters. Again, if it's not doing, like, Guardian Druid Season 1 levels of damage, Vengeance is not, like, a super consistent tank right now in terms of survivability, and it brings absolutely nothing meaningful to the table in terms of utility, especially compared to the other tanks, right? So, unless it is doing insane damage, which I don't think it is, then I don't really think there's a world in which you run it in Race to World First. It's like, it's neat, maybe, that it's, like, possibly better than Brewmaster as a result of that, but I don't really think that meaningfully changes its chances of being brought for Race to World First. So, in my mind right now, it is Blood DK guaranteed, and then Prop Paladin, Prop Warrior, and Guardian Druid as, like, a toss-up. I didn't really touch upon Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is solid right now in Season 1, and it's getting some nerfs to Mountain Thane, buffs to Colossus. But overall, like, Prot Warrior as a whole should probably still be strong. Really, my assessment is, I think, the most likely comp is probably going to be Blood DK Prop Paladin. And if Warrior DPS ends up being so turbo dogshit, maybe Blood DK Prot Warrior. And if you're able to bring, like, if you want to bring, if Warrior DPS is really, really, really good, and, like, Rep Paladin DPS or Holy Paladin is, like, really, really, really good, and you don't need any utility from either of those specs, and Guardian Druid is doing more damage, like, God forbid, Vengeance Demon Hunter is doing more damage, maybe you bring those. And then Brewmaster is just down in the fucking gutter. Who knows? Maybe there's a double Blood DK world out there. That actually could be the case. That is not unheard of, like, just for general prog, right? If you're in a world where raid buffs are not a concern, right, which, again, I think raid buffs would take priority. If you want to bring a warrior, I don't know what the damage is like, but if warriors are doing, like, crazy damage, then, you know, you don't need Prot Warrior. But that's why I think Prot Paladin is more likely. But then if, you know, right now in Midnight Season 1, Prot Paladin, or Rep Paladin has been doing really good. So if you're in that situation and you don't need a Prot Paladin for buff, or Holy Paladin is really good again, then maybe you bring the second Blood DK to help with grips, or something like that. Could happen. Absolutely possible. I don't know. But anyways, that was a long tangent. Then Ozono said best video, and is there a better way to level Valir? I finally caught up on chat. In fact, now that I've read that, I'm going to start applying to some keys and hopefully get into one, and then I can start answering that question. Hit a Sauron. I guess I'll apply to this one too. No fucking way they're being that picky, right? It's kind of funny that I've gotten invited to, like, a bunch of 12s, and then it's the plus 10s. Okay, that's an interesting comp, but they are high score, so, like, maybe. It's the plus 10s that will, like, sit here and not invite me because, like, oh no, 2300 Disc Priest, 278 item level, that's not like a 3k, you know, 290 healer. We can't invite them. Like, alright, dude, sure. Skirt 2. As for your Valeera question, there are two viable ways to level Valeera. One of them is good. One of them is a dumb bait strategy that you'll see in a lot of clickbait YouTube videos. The dumb clickbait strategy is you go to Grudge Pit and you farm mislaid curiosities. Technically, you can level up Valeera pretty quickly by doing this. It's absolute dogshit slop of a strategy, and you should not do that. It's dumb. If the only meaningful metric that you are progressing is Valeera XP and nothing else. So don't do that. That's dumb. And the reason for that is because Valeera XP is really fucking easy to farm, and my Valeera on Europe has been... where is it? My European Valeera has been level 60 for, like, almost an entire month at this point. And I started this account, like, 2 months ago, right? So it took me maybe about a month from start to finish to get Valeera maxed. It's not hard. And the thing is, nowadays, every time I run a delve, I get absolutely zero value out of any Valeera XP I farm. So there's no reason ever to, like, try and farm Valeera XP. So with that in mind... The fuck? I joined the group and the Russian tank left. Okay. I don't think it was his key, though. Whatever. You did every 12 week one with a 250 item level, no tier set, and had to take a break? Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna... group's kind of sketchy, so I'm just gonna wait and find a new one. Yeah, I mean, I did as well, right? I understand, like, look, I'm gonna be picky, too. Like, if I have to form my own group, I'm gonna be a little bit picky, but I do think, like, beggars can't be choosers, right? If you're sitting there for a while and you only need a healer, I can't imagine that I'm going to be that much worse of a candidate than the average person that you would find in LFG. You know, even outside of knowing, like, who I am or anything like that. Just looking at the raw numbers, right? Especially because you can see on here I've plus 3 to 12. Right? That should say a decent amount. You know, even if you don't think, like, oh, the score is high. Plus 3 to 12, like, you know, if I was a completely dogshit healer, unless I literally got boosted, which I suppose, like, yeah, that could happen. But it's impossible to really tell with that stuff if somebody got boosted or not. You'll never know for sure. I have filtered them out properly, right? Yeah. Yeah, so, sorry, Ozono. I have not finished answering your question. I'm getting sidetracked, right? The real answer of the best way to level Valeera is to farm Invasive Glow, the A variant of, what's it called? Of Collegiate Calamity. So, not this one, right? But whenever this story variant is Invasive Glow, that is the best way to farm Valeera XP. Because it gives a lot of Leatrix XP. It's, like, I would say it's probably the second best farm behind Grudge Pit. But what it also does is it gives you a shitload of crests, and it gives you a lot... It's the best way to farm hero crests, for the record. If you see people saying that ritual sites are better, they're wrong. This is the better way. Nowadays, ritual sites can be used to farm myth crests as well, so, like, you could argue that if you're farming myth crests, right, it's now better, maybe, if you're good. The thing about this is you can do it at, like, basically 0 item level. So that's the reason why I leveled Valeera so quickly. I farmed that variant on all my healers when they were, like, brand new. And I got a shitload of Warbound Champion gear. It's also really good for getting Delver's Journey. So you get Delver's Journey, you get Valeera XP, you get Hero Crests by farming this in Tier 11 over and over and over. And you also, if you're trying to target farm specific items with Undercoin or the crystal thing here, Untainted Mana Crystals, every time you run this in Tier 11, which takes like under 5 minutes, you get another Zul'jin. So, Valeera XP, you also, it's a decent Undercoin farm. Not that that really matters. I mean, Undercoins grow in trees, right? But Delver's Journey progress, if you need that. Valeera XP, if you need that. Most importantly, Hero Crests and Zul'jin, right? And that's the big reason why that is the better way to level up Valeera. Because you're not target leveling up Valeera. It's a good passive Valeera XP farm while you're getting a valuable resource, which is Hero Crests. Doing the Grudge Pit farm gets you nothing else other than Valeera XP. So I have been actively farming Invasive Glow long after my Valeera has been max level, because it's just a valuable thing to farm. But since you ideally want to be farming that anyways while you're trying to get geared up, it's a really good way to level your Valeera. Hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, I kind of I buried the lead there a little bit. But that is, I got distracted before I was able to finish answering. But hopefully that makes sense. I should probably, here, I don't know, do I want to list up to an only DPS one? It's still early in the day in Europe, so I should be getting better odds. I think I'm going to lower my key to a 10. Do I have to? Okay, I have to actually click in the portal. I'm going to lower my key to a 10 just so I can start re-rolling it. I kind of wish I'd remembered to do that before. Because it would be nice if I could re-roll into one of the remaining keys I need. That way I can list my own. Let's see. Okay, it's still an 11. One more time. I always want to double check to make sure that I don't over-lower it. Because I have seen people do that before, and that is never fun when that happens. What is this person's name? Woo! Ragnaros. It's a crazy name. Here, tank. Oh, they immediately deals through their key. Okay, bummer. That makes sense? Awesome. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I will... the only reason I didn't bother covering that, I did post about it in my Discord server. There are some videos out there talking about that strategy. I think a lot of them don't really properly explain how to farm it, but I didn't think it was worth making a video on. And one of the other reasons I thought about it is I was kind of hoping it would survive until Season 2, which to my knowledge it has. So if it still survives into Season 2, I probably will make a video in Season 2 covering it, because it is a ridiculously powerful farm. And it'll still be really good next patch as well. Nice, there we go. But what's it called? I'm also I didn't really make a lot of delve videos this past this season, just because I was really busy with Fall of the Arrow, but I am going to be making all my usual delve videos that I made back in War Within for this upcoming season. Oh yeah, on that topic, I checked earlier today. It looks like delves have been actually fully updated on the PTR. So if you were around for when I did one of my PTR streams a few weeks ago, I tried to test delves and they were bugged to shit. And a lot of stuff surrounding delves wasn't working, so I kind of came to the conclusion that it was still a work in progress. They hadn't fully implemented everything. But I checked, and at the very least, some of the NPCs have been updated for Season 2. The vendors have been updated with Season 2 loot. So I'm guessing that a lot of the issues that I was running into with delves, where they were just broken, literally not completable, I'm hoping that has been fixed. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of testing on my own, just to confirm, right? So if I do a delve or two and everything's working properly, then I will probably stream the rest of it and stream the delve testing. And then definitely at some point, whenever that happens, I don't know if I'll be able to do it sooner rather than later. But I will make delve videos, right? I'd like to stream a lot of my testing just because I think that'll be a little bit interesting. But either way, it's going to happen. I'm definitely going to make... I'll make, like, the delve guide, like, overall, like, what is new in this season, how do you get gear, like, what's the, you know, optimal stuff. I'll probably post my Nemesis kill video, which I technically did do that this season. I actually streamed the Nemesis kill, so I kind of did that. I didn't, like, actually post a standalone video, though, so there's just the stream VOD, but since I did stream it, I figured I wouldn't, like, actually post it this time around. But I'll post that week 1, right? And then, this is my job, right? Okay. Do that too, I guess. And then I'll make the Delve tier list, finally. Eventually, the Delve tier list will be built directly into Follow the Arrow. I don't know for a fact if I'm going to have that ready in time for 12.1, but the videos will be done, and then one of my top priorities, after I'm done with, the 10 to 80 routes, my next priority is getting all of the Delve stuff for Follow the Arrow implemented. One thing that I know for a fact I probably won't have ready for Follow the Arrow by 12.1 is, like, the tailor-made, like, routes for individual delves. That's going to be a lot of work, especially because we're getting new variants, right? Like, I would have to test out and then properly route every single variant in the game. That is a lot of stuff to do. And I know for a fact already, I'm not even going to try to commit to doing that right now. It's simply too much. So eventually I will have, like, optimized Follow the Arrow routes for every single delve variant. Like, what's the fastest path to get it complete, both for, like, leveling and tier 11. Tier 11 kind of depends, right? Because tier 11, you want to kill the Nemesis packs usually. So a lot of times I will take, like, extensive detours if the Nemesis packs are in a weird spot. So really that'll be more for leveling than anything. But it'd still be nice for me to be able to say, like, oh, hey, in this variant, make sure you're doing, like, this little side objective is what you want to prioritize. So if you've never done it before, you still know, like, what's the optimal way to complete it. I will include that eventually. It's just a question of whether I can get it done in time for 12.1, which, and, like, a while ago, like, a few months ago, I did say I was going to try and do that. At this point in time, like, this close to 12.1, there are more important things that I want to finish. And I think that it would be better to have, like, the basic delve features implemented, like the tier list and stuff, accessible within the add-on itself, and then I can do the more complicated stuff. And that'll be added in eventually. Okay, I can't... If we're in combat, I cannot interact with the prisoner. How was the Blood Decay staying near 8 full HP? Well, I pain supped him, like, almost immediately, so that probably helped. I mean, like, if the Blood Decay is playing properly, oh, fuck. He should be able to survive, like, decently well. Okay, yeah, that guy got threat. That's unlucky.
My power is transcendent.
I could have, I wasn't sure if I would have to, because I had that atonement, right? And I was thinking, like, okay, or penance, I mean. I was thinking if I single target penance him, that might be enough. Oh, come on, man, we need to... Yeah, unfortunately, this Blood Decay has... I think that's the problem, right? Because I've been, like, actively pain-supping him and trying to make sure that, like, he doesn't fucking die, I think he has a lot of undeserved confidence right now. And he thinks, like, oh, I'm fucking invincible, I can pull the world. And he doesn't realize that the only reason he even survived those pulls is because he had pain sup on him for, like, the vast majority of them. So, like, there, you can see he almost died, and I had to, like, actually target him with a penance to keep him alive. So, yeah. Oh, this is awkward. Okay, nice. Yeah, this Blood Decay... We've had 2 for 2 today, Blood Decays who are, like, the first Blood Decay was... This guy's playing fucking Deathbringer, right? So I don't know why he's taking so much damage. The Blood Decay before was playing Sand Lane. This guy is playing, you know, ostensibly a tankier build. I mean, it could just be that he's unfamiliar with Blood. And, like, look, it happens, but, like, the reality is you play Blood DK and you don't really know how to be self-sufficient. You shouldn't be doing pulls like that, right? Whenever I'm playing Blood DK and Pugs, I only do pulls that I know for a fact I could solo. And if I don't think that I could solo it, then I usually don't pull it in Pugs. Unless, like, I see my group is absolutely fucking cracked or something like that. Obviously, different story, but... like I said, this might be a case of, like, undue confidence. He did that first pull, he saw his health bar didn't move, but he didn't realize that I'm, like, you know, dropping paints up on him and slamming Shadow Melt into him whenever he drops low. Or Shadow Mend, or whatever. Yeah, definitely, there's no reason that you pop Berg there. What? What? He does pulls like that and we're killing 2 mindless laborers solo? What the fuck? See, like, I will say, these are the pulls that confuse me, right? Earlier somebody was saying, like, I don't like being in control of, like, the stuff, and that's why I don't tank. This is the stuff I think that, like, you mainly want to avoid while tanking. The stuff that pisses me off is not, like, Jesus, and he just stood in that. Without AMS. He popped AMS after standing in the breath. Yeah, okay, it's really gonna do a lot there. You know, the damage has already gone out, but, you know, great job. Fucking guy. Oh. But, so, lesson to all tank players. This is what you want to avoid. Not necessarily, like, doing... Well, I would say, obviously, if you're new, err on the side of caution, right? Don't, like, immediately go out dick swinging, trying to do, like, ginormous pulls. Play a little bit slower. Oh no, my lights flashed. Please tell me that my power is not flickering. I hope it's just... One of my lights has been kind of flickering, so... I'm assuming that's it. Why are you pinging there? Why are you pinging there? I know what I'm doing. This is perfectly fine, buddy. The other guy got it, but...
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But yeah, so one of the things that I really dislike when tanks do is they're like, okay, I'm going to do 1 MDI pull, and then I'm going to immediately pull, like, 2 individual mobs. Like, why? If you're going to try and do, like, really aggressive pulls, at least, like, have the confidence to keep that up. The tanks who do, like, you know, I watched MDI once, so I'm going to copy an MDI pull, but then I'm going to, like, stop and pull 2 mobs at the same time. At that point, any time that you think you're saving with that MDI pull, you have now wasted. Like, either just consistently go out dick swinging, I'm doing the biggest pulls of all time, or do normal pulls. Do, instead of, like, an MDI pull, just do 2 bite-sized pulls. Where it's not like, you know, oh my god, like, we're fighting 2 mobs at once, we're fighting 5 mobs, then 5 mobs, then 5 mobs. Is it going to be the fastest thing ever? No, but it's going to be really safe, really easy to heal, and instead of, like, forcing your healer to make up for, like, a shitload of mobs all at the same time, which, you know, in that case, I handled it, right? I kept us alive, but the average pug healer might not have. And, you know, this Blood DK is definitely not the easiest tank to heal, so... It's not something that you should be relying on as a pug tank. Especially, again, as a Blood DK, right? And I should note, by the way, remember when I said earlier that I was a little bit more forgiving for that DK, who was... His survivability was a little bit low. He was playing a very aggressive Sand Lane build, and he was doing really good damage. This guy's playing Deathbringer, which, don't get me wrong, I love Deathbringer. I've said before, I got a rank 1 Parson Lura playing Deathbringer. It's not like it can't do damage, but a lot of people who play Deathbringer because it's the tankier spec, and they just run all the defensive talents and then, you know, play, like, super tanky, safe Deathbringer. But then if you're gonna do that, then why are you doing pulls like this? And why are you dying? Right? If you're playing the super-duper tanky build, you should not be dying. That's the trade-off. Especially not in a fucking +10. Like, unless this guy has no gear. No, I mean, he has decent gear. His weapon's a little bit low, but, like, he has a Rune Forge on it. It even has Enchants. So, yeah, that's definitely, like, just not pressing Death Strike at the correct time or something like that. I don't know. Like, look at his health. Bro is not hitting Death Strike. what IO is Keystone Hero? Keystone Hero, like, according to Blizzard's definition, is just 2,500. I'm trying to get, ideally, 12s on all of them. But, you know, if I have to get a 10, like, I'll be fine with that. I'm going to continue to play these characters, obviously, after the official challenge. So, like, by my definition, it's 10 or higher in every single dungeon times. Which, like, at this point, I think I'm already, like, yeah, I'm fairly close. I get one-time seat, and I'm already 2,500, but that's not the point, right? I want to get better than that. But really, for me, I'm just trying to get a solid foundational understanding of every single healer spec, and then I'm probably going to push on one of them more next season. That is the purpose of the challenge. Alright, this is a really fun boss to do when you do not have a kick. Okay, next that got kicked. Alright, this is gonna be fun. Just stood in the goop and died. I can't really tell if we have a battle res. We should. I don't really think we've used it. Hope that gets the message across. Yeah, hey. I managed to communicate through pings what I wanted. I need to... Okay, nice. The warrior's kiting. And it's on me. Nice. What are we... Where are we dragging this boss? I guess, okay, he made his way over to a Shade of Crick. Is that targeting me? It's targeting Fistwalker. Okay, I got kicked. I think we're pretty good on percent. Can ground effects hit you during Ultimate Penitence? I don't know for sure. I believe limited priest knowledge, right? It depends on the ground effect. Because you are elevated off the ground, right? It's not just an animation. You actually are physically above the ground. So, Jesus Christ. So if it is a swirly, like, the thing is, a lot of those, like, ground effect swirlies will actually have, like, a really far hitbox that extends well beyond what it looks like. So I suspect that it's case-by-case basis. That certain ground effects you actually probably could hover over, and other ones would still hit you up in the air because they just extend really far. That would be my guess. Haven't played Priest enough to know for sure. Ooh, nice. Warrior popped Die by the Sword. Because he got threat. Good on you, Mr. Warrior. Honestly, the Warrior has been, like, the most ethical player here, and he's doing good damage. He should be, like, my perma PI target. I've been kind of throwing it around, but I definitely think he should be the one. You know, for the last 2 PIs that go out this dungeon. Whatever.
A gift of power.
try to snipe him with a feather. Ah, I got him. Nice. I mean, ideally he keeps pulling, right? Like, what I don't understand, again, how do you do that big pull earlier, and then you chicken out and don't pull the fucking Ice Elemental with this single fucking pack? Like, explain to me the logic of a man who does one pull and not the other. Or a woman, I don't know. Alright, Mr. Warrior. You've earned this, buddy. Enjoy. Now, I am a little bit worried about the last boss, because I don't think our... I was gonna say our mechanics haven't been amazing, but, like, compared to some other Pit of Sauron type run, like, we haven't really fucked up any major mechanics, all things considered. So, who knows? Maybe they'll do it right.
Heroes, to me!
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarms.
Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
Okay, you can go.
I shall not fail the next king.
No, like, I gave him a feather, and I'm like, okay, he's gonna pull the boss now. He just, like, stopped and waited. Like, I'm watching, I got this. I definitely want to save Ultimate Penitence in case we miss one of the soaks. I'm gonna play out here, that way, if I get targeted, which I think it's guaranteed to target me. Yeah, that way I can stand all the way out here. Nice. Me and the mage are on the same page here. W. Ah! I'm gonna use it for damage. I tried to get most of it onto the boss, but it kind of, some of it went off onto the mobs. It's fine, though. I mean, I will give the Blood DK some credit. Like, on this boss, he's doing okay damage. I'm guessing, did he... It looks like he got a bunch of big exterminates on the ads, which, like, I mean, hey, it works, it works. So maybe his boss damage isn't, like, amazing, but he is doing okay trash damage. It could be worse. Look, like, it's not the worst Death Knight player I have ever seen. So, I'm not gonna give him too much shit. And, like, we still plus 2'd it. Worked out. I can re-roll this key. What do I get? What do I get? What do I get? I got an Algathar. I have that already, right? Yeah. I did that on the 12. I got this trinket. I've never seen anybody run this thing. I'm guessing it's garbage. I have no idea. Okay. Let's... This, one second. Okay, I'm gonna check chat real quick.
No, you monster!
The backseating of the tank is real. I mean, I main tank, right? Like, and to be clear, right? Big difference. I said none of that to him, right? I don't think that's considered backseating, right? Backseating would be if I told him that. If I said, hey, dude, do this, 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 and that. That would have been, I feel, rude and uncalled for. Now, it is, like, as somebody who currently mains Blood DK, it is kind of impossible for me to do a run with a Blood DK and not, like, notice all of the things that they are doing wrong, right? But there's a difference between me, like, pointing this stuff out, partially so that, you know, if anybody else is learning Blood DK, they can learn from that and be like, okay, this is what I should not do, right? And me telling the tank, do this, do that, right? The only time I think I ever gave him, like, a little nudge in the right direction is when he took a really long time to B-res somebody, and I just pinged him and then pinged the dead player. Like, that's it. And it's pretty clear what I was, like, trying to get him to do there, and he did it, right? So that, big difference there, I think. Trunks Weaver said, respectable, you like it? Yeah. Appreciate it. Blizzard should look at tanking as a role and do something about it. Tanking is definitely in a rough spot at the moment. Compared to previous expansions, it's tough. You would kill for a Blood Raid Guide? I'll consider it. I'll think about it. It's the issue with making raid guides, I've talked about this before. One of the other things is a lot of times I'm never on the same tank 2 tiers in a row. Very rarely. I can't think of the last time, because I guess the last time I was on the same tank 2 tiers in a row would have been Sepulcher into Vault? Yeah. I guess, yeah, kind of like around that time. There was definitely a period where I mostly played Brew. Brew obviously was very strong for that period of time. So I played Prot Warrior primarily in Sanctum, and then later on in the tier I started playing my Brew. I played Brewmaster almost exclusively in Sepulcher, although I did play my Blood DK a decent bit. I played my Blood DK for Anduin kill, and for some early prog, like, on alt runs, but for most prog outside of Anduin, I played Brewmaster. Then, on pretty much all Vault of the Incarnates prog, I also played Brewmaster. So that was the only time where, like, I played Brew pretty much as my main for an exclusive period, like, extended period of time. I did, yeah, like, Shadowlands Blood DK. What I'm saying is more whenever I personally played something for a long period of time. Shadowlands Blood DK, well, actually, Shadowlands Blood DK was kind of all over the place, right? It was really bad in Nathria. It was not great in Sanctum, but still, like, decent because it was good for grips on Dormazane, and just because other tanks were honestly in a bit of a weird spot. So I can't remember. I think it was running the Race to the World first, but it's been a minute. I don't remember exactly. But, obviously, Sepulcher Blood DK was extremely strong, but that's kind of a separate thing. But while I did play for Anduin, my Blood DK, I did not main Blood DK. The other thing is, like, a lot of times my co-tank historically has been playing Blood. And so, like, for a very long time, I think the most popular raid comp, if you look at it historically, probably is Blood Brew. And whenever that comp historically has been the case, I have always been on the Brewmaster end. So I have been primarily a Brewmaster main for a very long time. So there have been times where, like, I considered making a Brewmaster tanking guide, just because I had played it for such a long time. Blood DK and Shadowlands went from 0 to hero, yeah. But, yeah, so Vault of the Incarnates I played Brew. So that was 2 tiers in a row where I got Cutting Edge. I guess a better way to say is, what tank did I get Cutting Edge on first? Because, like, pretty much every single tier for the last however many years, I've gotten CE on Brewmaster. It's just sometimes it's been my second character. Like, I got it in Sanctum as my second character. I got it in Aberrus as my second character. I got it in Amirtrasil as my second character. I got it in Nerumar Palace as my second character. I actually, come to think of it, did I ever... I can't remember if I ever actually killed Gallywix on my Brewmaster. I think I did. In fact, actually, let me check that. I know I played it for some of our alt runs. I think I might have always swapped back afterwards. I think I did. I mean, one easy way to check, right? Okay, I did. No, I killed Gallywix 3 times. I never killed Mugsy on Brew. But I did get 3 kills on Gallywix as my Brewmaster Monk. Yeah. And then it was my main... I guess this... Wow. This actually is probably going to be the first tier in at least 5 years that I don't get Cutting Edge and Brew. And I have no desire to. I really don't like Brew right now. I genuinely do not fucking give a shit about getting CE on Brew right now. It's, right now, like, our priority for splits right now is getting my other characters geared up, so I'll probably get a Lura kill on my Prot Warrior at some point, maybe. I've already done it, obviously, on Blood and Guardian, but if I get a third CE this tier, it'll be on Prot Warrior. 0 chance I get it on Brew. So yeah, this probably will be the first tier in a very long time. But even on those tiers, it was like my second or third CE. And I mained Vengeance Demon Hunter back in Aberrus. I mained Blood Decay in Emirdrassil. I mained Guardian Druid in Nurubar Palace. I mained Prot Pally and Prot Warrior in Undermine. I actually raided in 2 guilds at the same time. And on one guild I progged with Prot Pally, one guild I progged with Prot Warrior. And completely it wasn't like... So I count those equally, because it wasn't like I got my first CE with one of them, and then in an alt run or something later on farm, I did it. I actually progged the entire boss from start to finish, Gallywix that is, and Mugsy as well, on both Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin from scratch. So, in my mind, those are completely both equally legit CEs. I rated a lot that tier. And then in Mana Forge Omega, I played Brewmaster, and then this tier I have played Well, this tier's been weird. I have primarily played Blood. That's what I played for Lura. But I also played a decent amount of Prot Warrior. But I would say also some Guardian Druid, right? But mostly, for all the fights that matter, Blood Decay. And it's what I played for Lura, right? And it's what, on all of our farm runs, at least our main split run, I've been playing Blood. And I've been playing Guardian for some of our split runs, but, you know, Blood is still effectively my main. But it looks like I'll be playing Blood next year. The problem with making raid guides is I do feel that you kind of need a certain amount of comfortability on the spec. And, like, whenever I swap to a new tank, this, as you have heard, I've swapped basically constantly for prog. And every single time, I do my best to research and pick up. But a lot of those tiers, like, Vengeance Demon Hunter and Aberrus was like an example where I went in knowing I wanted to play Vengeance, but also I was kind of learning it during Vault of the Incarnate's farm. And then, obviously, I don't have enough, like... Well, I was confident in Vengeance. I mean, you can look at my logs. I had straight 100 parses down the line. I absolutely slaughtered Aberrus as Vengeance. But, going into it, I didn't necessarily know for a fact if I was going to be able to do that well. I streamed a decent bit at the time, and I talked a lot about Vengeance and, like, the different strategies for different bosses during streams, like, when people asked, but I never made an official guide for it. But then, like, going into Emirdrassil, early on, my guild had me on Brewmaster, and then when it became clear that Blood Decay was really good, then I swapped to Blood Decay, and then I had to learn Blood Decay and figure that out. Then, like, Nurubar Palace, actually, same thing. My guild started me on Brew, and then very early on, it became clear Guardian was really good. And also, I had been heavily pushing, let me play Guardian. I know for a fact it's going to be good. And I was right. And then I had to figure Guardian out, like, midway through Prague. And then I also played Blood Decay for Ovanax, obviously. And what's it called? For... are we down to 1 dungeon, by the way? No, 2. Okay. In fact, I know I'm all over the place, but I'm just... Before I forget, uncheck Pit of Sauron. And then if I see, like, a really good key listed, I'll wait. But I had to figure that out. Prot Paladin, Prot Warrior, obviously, like, I was really busy that tier, but I had to figure both of them out. I kicked ass in both of them, I should note. But I had not really played Prot Pally much recently up until that tier, and then I spent a lot of time learning it to play it, and I played it really well. And Prot Warrior, I was a little bit more comfortable with going into the tier, but I still... I would say I was pretty confident in Prot Warrior going in, but I still... had to do quite a bit of research on like the fights as I went. I had an thank you. Thanks. My dad brought me a waffle. Leave the door cracked so it's not like sweltering in here. But thank you. But yeah, so all those tiers, I think going into a tier, something I probably could have made a guide on would have been Mana Forge Omega Monk. Because I started the tier on Monk and I ended the tier on Monk. And I had been, from early PTR testing, very confident about Master of Harmony Brewmaster. I, even before, early on, it was always clear that Monk was going to be really good. But I had been saying many times that I think eventually Shadowpan's going to get nerfed and Master of Harmony is going to be good because it looked really solid. And I was like, as long as Shadowpan is not numerically this overtuned, which surely they bring it in line, then Master of Harmony could still be really good. It's still really far ahead and it flows really well. Now, I did not necessarily know going in about the Breath of Fireless build. That's something I found out week 1 from the Monk Discord. But I adapted to that really early, and I was getting, 99s. I think I got 100 on a few bosses. I mean, I can look at my logs, right? I definitely didn't have the straight 100 logs that I had on Aberrus Vengeance DH. But yeah, I had 100 on Plexus. And then, I remember, I got 100 on fucking 2 different bosses, on Fractalus and Lumathar, and then it got beaten by a European and ended up being ranked 2 at the last second. But I had straight 99s and everything other than Nexus King and Dimensius, which was 97 and 87, respectively. And those fights are basically impossible to parse on unless you do a very specific set of things. But going into that tier, I was very confident in the build I was going to be playing, which was Master of Harmony Brew. And, in theory, in that situation, I could have made a guide. Obviously, I had a lot going on that tier, so I wasn't going to. And then, going into this tier, right, I've talked at length before about how I started the tier on Monk, against my better judgment, because I did tell my raid leader, I don't think it's going to be good, but he thought we would need Monk buff. I ended up being right, and then I got swapped to a mix of Prot Warrior and Blood DK, which I both had to figure out on the fly, and then eventually Blood DK solidified for Lura, and I had to learn that as I was progging Lura, and obviously, I kicked ass at it. I'll toot my own horn a little bit there. But at this point in time, I have been pretty confident with Blood DK for the remainder of farm, and I've been doing raid testing as Blood DK, and I have a general sense of what will be played going in. So, if I do still end up on Blood DK going into Prague, I would not rule it out. I might make a raid guide. Just because this is the most confident in recent history that I felt about a spec that I'm already actively playing, that I will probably be actively playing the next year, going into a new season. So we'll see. If it ends up being the case that I end up starting Mythic Prog as a Blood DK, and that seems like what I'm going to be playing all the way through Ulatek, then maybe I'll make a general Blood DK raid guide, and then maybe a Blood DK Ulatek guide or something. I'll think about it. Blood DK almost always pops off or drops off from season to season. Weird to see it be mid this tier and then bad next year. Bad next year? No, Blood DK. Yeah, you missed something critical. I don't know why you think it's going to be bad next year. The only reason I can see where you might be thinking that is because of the tier set bonus, which, by the way, was reworked. The Death and Decay tier set bonus people were doing about, and admittedly, it was a shit tier set bonus that was still numerically... Yeah, for the record, that tier set bonus, still 5 to 8% damage. It wasn't even a bad numerical tier set bonus. It was a very, lame design, but everybody was basically saying, yeah, this is a lame bonus, it's annoying, but numerically it actually was fine. And Blood DK is already currently... I think, objectively speaking, Blood DK is not mid this tier. Blood DK is solidly above average. Almost every single guild runs Blood DK and Lura. It's above average for damage. It's not that far behind the top damage. It's, very competitive, better than other tanks. And while, yeah, it's not super high in M+, it hasn't been for quite a while, and it's not like it is so far behind all the other tanks in M+. Guardian and Monk, yeah, they're ahead of the other tanks in M+, but it's keeping up at the higher ends for Raider IO. But in raids, Blood DK is objectively just maybe the best tank this tier. So Like, outside of, like, early season Guardian is, like, the best raid tank, but now that Guardian's been brought more in line, honestly, you can make a case for Blood DK being the best tank currently in raid, and Guardian and Prot Warrior being, like, roughly equal for second tank. Most people still play Guardian, but, like, you know, it could go either way. Blood is not mid right now, and Blood definitely is not mid next year. Blood DK it was already, again, a fine tier set bonus, even if it was lame. It got completely reworked. Now you get like a stacking strength bonus, which not only is still a good numerical increase, but is actually the highest survivability increase out of all the bonuses, because strength gives you survivability as well. And Blood DK's damage, I don't know, like, I haven't looked at exact, like, PTR sims, because again, that kind of always fluctuates, but I have been doing really good damage in raid testing as my Blood DK. I've been beating my co-tanks Bear and Prop Pally, which again, you know, he's testing out trinkets and stuff like that. It doesn't really matter all that much, but I've been doing good damage. Like, it's not like Blood DK is doing bad damage. I don't know if they're going to be like a high damage tank, but they are good. Sand Lane also pretty good at cleave, and there are a lot of cleave fights in this raid. Now, I've been doing my testing on Deathbringer, but, you know, Sand Lane in theory should do even more damage. And Blood DK is just really tanky. It's like, it's not losing anything from this tier, where, as I said, it's arguably the best tank right now in raid. It's only gaining some stuff. And next tier has many fights where grips look to be very, 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 very potent, including Ulatek. So, Blood DK isn't even in the top 1k and plus tanks. Again, right now, and I did say, obviously, in M+. So, I've stressed multiple times, in raids, arguably the best tank. In M+, yes, it's behind. But, like, I mean, do you need me to pull up the numbers right now? I did say, again, that right now Bear and Monk are so far ahead. That's not the point I'm making. But if I check Raider.io right now, Raider.io spec leaderboards. Okay, so let's see. Guardian's obviously sitting at like 4.3k. That's their highest. Monk is probably right around there as well. Yep, 4.3, barely below for Monk. Let's see. Vengeance Demon Hunter, top end. Highest Vengeance Demon Hunters are 4.16, and then there's like a few. There's actually not that many Vengeance Demon Hunters. There are only 11 Vengeance Demon Hunters at 4k or higher. Blood DK is a little bit below that. There are 12 Blood DKs that are 4k or higher, but technically speaking, the absolute highest Blood DK, which is Kyrasis, is a little bit below the absolute highest Vengeance Demon Hunter, but the difference is not that significant. Protection Warrior, same deal. Protection Warrior, there are, let's see, there are 20. Now, Prot Warrior, yeah, better. Definitely, I would say it's above both Vengeance and Blood in M+. I think the number 1 Prot looks to be around the same as the number 1 Vengeance, roughly. And then it's just Paladin, right, that we haven't looked at? Or what am I forgetting? Yeah. So all the others. And then Paladin around the same. Paladin, there's only 13 Paladins at 4k or higher, and the number 1 Paladin is 4.136. So it looks like, technically speaking, if you want to be pedantic, right? The highest scoring Blood DK, Kyrasis, is I think the lowest out of all of the tanks. But if you average out like the top 10 to 20 of Blood DK, Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin, Vengeance Demon Hunter, it's about the same, right? And like the difference is negligible. Realistically speaking, right now, it's just, are you playing Bear or Monk? No? Then it doesn't fucking matter. Then they're all around the same. And, like, I mean, there's really no way to argue that. Now, I'm not trying to say that Blood DK is even remotely comparable to Bear or Monk right now. It's not. Just like the other tanks aren't. But that's why I stressed, in raids, Blood DK arguably the best tank, and in M+, it is not so far below the other tanks. It's not like, oh my god, you cannot play this spec, it is completely dead. It's just, if you want to push, you play Bear or Monk. And then if you don't want to push, you have roughly the same chances. And keep in mind, the struggle with Blood DK is that at the absolute top end, right, pushing becomes even more difficult. I would say that the curve would get more and more exponential the higher you go, in terms of Blood DK's fall off. It would probably be, Blood DK might even be better on average in like the mid-key range, like 12 to 18 or something like that, than something like a Vengeance Demon Hunter or Prop Paladin. I'm not going to put my money on that. I don't know for sure. But I think it would feel way cozier playing like Deathbringer Blood at those levels compared to the other tanks. So. And again, when I talk about tank balance, I talk about raids, right? I care about raiding. M plus is a secondary thing. You know, it's not something I focus on, but whenever I talk about it, I'll mention it like, oh yeah, and for M plus, etc. Do I think Blood DK looks like it's going to be one of the better tanks in M plus next season? Nope, I do not. Right now, from what I've heard, probably Prop Paladin or Guardian again. Maybe Monk, I don't know. But in raids, Blood DK, I think, will be a guaranteed pick. One of the two tanks. And then the only question is, what is the other tank you bring? Okay, let me scroll up a little bit and read. Owner said, I'm melting and getting one with your chair. In terms of, like, falling asleep or, you know, heat being oppressive. Let's see. You do pulls that you can solo plus one additional kick? Yeah, true. You do pulls bigger and bigger gradually until the healer cries bloody murder. Yeah. If you get a preemptive healer, then you do go bigger. Yeah, that's fair. Could have been single button assist. Possible. The gear looks like he's unholy during weekdays and blood on weekends. Possible. Yeah. Warrior was single focusing a totem in the last fight, and if Blood DK was smart, he would have pulled the boss through the Warrior's totem, not the mage or Windwalker. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, you know, his positioning on that fight was not great, for sure. But yeah, I would say, like, kind of touching back on this, because I'm reading the original message, right? Honestly, I think Blood DK is in a better spot, has been consistently in a better spot now. It's been pretty good for a while. I'm trying to think, like, when was the last time Blood DK was bad? Blood DK was insane in Sepulchre. It was, I guess it was kind of weak a little bit in Vault of the Incarnates, but even in Vault of the Incarnates, it was like you had to run it on Diurna. So it might not have been, like, the best play, but people still played Blood in Vault, even if it wasn't, like, amazing. And Aberrus was probably Blood's weakest tier in recent memory. It was nuts in Emirdrasul. It was really, really, really strong. It was like, so early on, Narubar Palace, it was kind of weak. Deathbringer did okay damage. Sand Lane was kind of weak. Eventually, Sand Lane got massively buffed. And then by the end of Narubar Palace, Blood DK was just unironically one of the best tanks. And obviously, you needed it for Ovanax. So Blood actually saw quite a lot of play, realistically, in Narubar Palace, because everybody needed Bloods for Ovanax. And it wasn't bad. And then by the end, it was actually really cracked with Sand Lane. And then similar story in Undermine. Undermine is probably, again, like, its next weakest tier alongside, like, Aberrus. But it wasn't bad in Undermine. It was just, like, Prot Pally and Prot Warrior were so absurdly dominant. And I think you could maybe make a case for, like, Blood DK being a close third. But that combo was just so good, Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin. So most people ran that. And then, I mean, obviously, last tier, Mana Forge Omega, Dementius, right? Blood, I would say Blood kind of fell into that similar situation of, it wasn't amazing. Like, it pretty objectively speaking, Prot Warrior Brewmaster was, like, the best comp, but it was necessary on Dementius, and it was still good, so a lot of people just ran it, right? And then this tier, again, I mean, we just got done saying that. Is it the best tank, right? Like, in a vacuum? Maybe not, but then when you look at what the actual fights are, it is really good. And actually, I think this tier, it's probably closer in terms of damage than it was, like, Mana Forge Omega, Prot Warrior, and Brewmaster were way further ahead. Same with, like, Prot Paladin, Prot Warrior back in Undermine. In terms of the gap in like, maximum damage, Blood DK is way closer in Midnight Season 1 than it has been in quite a while. You only really do up to Heroic tier? Yeah, that's fair. You hate that grip is the group buff? Yep. You'd like to see the lower 4 buff slightly and Bear/Monk stay where they are? Well, they aren't, unfortunately. Well, the Blood DK obviously has separate issues with just how it interacts with M+, right? The issues with, you know, being a reactive tank in an infinitely scaling environment, right? That's just how it goes. Bear is getting nerfs for M+. It probably won't affect it much in Raid. but Monk is getting some minor nerfs. I don't know how much of an impact that'll make. Realistically, Prop Heli is getting a lot of M+ buffs. Prop Warrior is getting some minor M+ nerfs, but I don't know, maybe the Colossus buffs will make it good. Probably not. Probably Prop Warrior will be a little bit worse than M+. Vengeance, I think, is getting some buffs to M+, and Blood DK arguably is getting better in M+, but it's still just flawed. It'll never be, with the current design of tanks, it'll never be good in M+, right? It feels like for Blood, you always need one of the last boss of raids. With their recent design, with raid grips being a raid buff, then yes, yeah. For sure. Blood hasn't been bad for a while. Raids have always had a spot for it, yeah. Well, I would say the self-healing is a lesser concern. You don't really bring Blood for its self-healing. Blood being self-reliant means that it's never in a position where it is, in raids at least, where its survivability is a concern, which is not something that can be said for tanks like Prop Paladin or Brewmaster at certain points in history. Brewmaster right now, Prop Paladin in some prior tiers. So that is one thing that makes Blood DK always a contender, yes, but it's not necessarily why you've ever brought Blood DK. It's just that has eliminated a potential reason why you might not bring a tank, and Blood DK has never really had that problem. It's never had survivability as an issue. And yeah, obviously Dungeons and Raids very different for balance like that. Okay, I missed a few messages. I'm going to scroll up in Twitch. Not Jade West said, Harldan, in your opinion, how hard is it to find a spot as a rep pally in a CE guild? Also, I love Harldan streams. I'm glad to hear it. So, a bit tricky for that specifically. So, rep paladin, I think it's less so whether you're looking for a spot specifically as a rep paladin and more how difficult is it to find a melee DPS spot. Like, kind of, but not necessarily any more difficult than something else. Like, let me put it this way. The difference between finding a spot as, like, a rep paladin or, like, a demon hunter or a mage or something like that is not that significant. Mage may be a bad example, because mage is actually probably easier to find a spot as. Same with, like, warlock or something like that. Any sort of limited stackable viability spec, which Rep Paladin falls into, usually if you have a Rep Paladin, it's a one of, so that makes it a little bit harder to find a raid spot on compared to something like a mage, like a warlock, where historically they can be stacked better, but not necessarily more so than other specs. At least tuning aside, right? The issue with that is, like, if we are in a situation where Rep Paladin is tuned really poorly, then I would say it's probably going to be pretty hard, because people wouldn't want a Rep Paladin. At this exact moment in time, Rep Paladin's actually doing pretty good. Actually, right now, at this exact moment, apparently, Rep Paladin is a little bit on the low ends for like, average statistics, but if I sort by 99th percentile, I think, yeah, it goes up a bit. Rep Paladin is tricky. It was very good this tier. It was run in the Race to World First this tier. The problem with that, though, as well, right, and even going by statistics, is it is always better to, you know, I guess better way to word this is bring the player, not the class, right? So, you know, without obviously going into a deep dive of, like, oh, send me your logs, and I'll look at your logs and see, like, what your performance is, which, like, you know, if you want to ask, like, on Discord or something, like, DM me your logs and ask for advice or something like that, I'm usually within reason open to, like, giving pointers. I'm not going to go into, like, an in-depth coaching session over DMs, but I have had people, like, ask me, like, a question and, like, send me logs as, like, a reference for, like, you know, just so I understand more context behind the question. Like, that would allow me to give a more informed answer, right? But excluding that, which, again, you don't need to do. I'm not saying you should or have to do this. I more just mean that without knowing your performance, it's hard to say, because, like, I have at times played specs that are considered to be off meta and still had an easy time getting raid spots because I'm getting, like, rank 1 parses on it. And I've had friends who are, like, the best in the world at their given spec, and they are really good. Like, a good example is... I used to raid with Liku, who is one of the Survival Hunter theory crafters, and Survival Hunter right now actually is in a pretty good spot, but even when it wasn't, that guy was just so fucking cracked at survival that it didn't matter that it technically, numerically, wasn't one of the best specs. he would be the #1 damage in our raid because he's getting 100 parses on every fucking boss with survival, because he's just so damn good at that spec. So if you are really good at any spec, people will want you in their raid team, especially just for a cutting-edge guild, right? Yeah, actually, I glanced at the chat, right? I'm going to read through every other message, but I saw Mr. Hockett said a CE guild is also a pretty wide thing. Exactly. Yeah, that's why if the only criteria is cutting edge, that is a very wide net, right? You absolutely will be able to find a CE guild of some level that would want a rep paladin that can do good damage. Because at that point, it's not necessarily, do we want a rep paladin? It is, do we want somebody who can do good damage? And if you are like one of the top DPS in the raid, a good guild, even a half-decent guild, would not give a shit what you're playing as long as you are beating the rest of their DPS. Ideally, in that position, what would matter is which person on their team do they have to bench to bring you in, right? Okay, we're bringing in this rep paladin because they are just shredding the meters, and this means that we need to drop like one of our other melee DPS who, you know, doesn't really bring any raid buff and is like at the bottom of the meters, right? That is the situation you want to be in. Then so like that, if that's the situation, you really like rep paladin's like the main thing you play and you're fucking good at it, and you're just like, I'm concerned that because I play X spec, people won't want me. If you are good at X spec, people will bring you. You know, that is very much a thing. There's like two, I would guess, like side tangents off that point. One is, what if I want to really push? Like, if you're just, like I said, CE, very wide coverage. If you want to push further, like, how far could I push in a cutting-edge guilds as a rep paladin? Then we start to get to a point where, like I said, it's a little bit more limited, depending on, like, you know, whether or not the spec is really good at the moment. Because if you're, like, in my guild right now, obviously everybody is getting good parses, like, even on prog kills, right? You know, my guild is currently ranked, what, 56, I think? So, at that point, like, yeah, your performance relative to other good players matters. And you don't just need to be a good player in a sea of mediocre players, you need to be a good player in, you know, a sea of good players. And then, like, yeah, Mr. Hunkett said, this is more like Hall of Fame stuff, though. But then, even then, like, we have a rep paladin on our team, Herv. And Herv is really good at playing rep. We have, so we're doing 3 split runs, right? And a lot of people are playing different characters, like, they'll main Warlock, but they'll bring, like, Hunter to a split in case, like, an extra Hunter is needed on a fight. Herv has, his split characters are Herv, is his main. He has Herv Ret, is one of his alts, and then he has Herv with a special character. All of them are rep paladins. He's bringing 3 rep paladins to our 3 splits. And you know what? Herv gets brought because Herv does damage. Right? So if you are just a really good rep paladin, you'll get brought, and you could afford to bring 3 rep paladin mirrors to split runs, and, you know, nobody gives a shit if you do good damage. So it's in, like, and that being said, it's not like we're bringing a second rep paladin. Definitely, it's a little bit of a tight spot at the high end. Like I said, stuff like mages, warlocks, historically, hunters also as well, depending on the tier, are more easily stackable than ret. I can't remember the last time 2 rep paladins were brought in. This is one of the few tiers where multiple demon hunters were brought, and that's because Devourer obviously existed for the first time. But that's kind of a separate point of, I just want to get CE on my favorite spec. That's just, if you're trying to push at a higher level, what do you play? And at that point, you do need to start to consider, you know, how far can I realistically get without being, like, one of the best in the world at my spec? And then you can sometimes push higher if you're willing to play multiple specs and be maybe not the best in the world at one spec, but really good at a lot of different specs, and that can get you pretty far. But, you know, that's kind of a separate thing, right? I know you probably sent that message earlier, so hopefully you still heard that. I know it took me a while to get around to it. Ozono said, where I'm at right now, coming back to off from Dragonflight, leveling all characters and farming rep and Valera XP. Yeah, you should have plenty of time to get that done. The nice thing about Valera XP is it'll carry over into next season. So Valera's level cap is going up to 80, I believe, in Season 2. But you will still be able to carry over any progress. So if you get her to 60 now, you can start off at 60 next season, and then you only need to do 20 levels. So it's worthwhile to get. It's just, you don't need to farm it, right? You're generally going to get it passively. I can't remember if I read this or not, but I know Luzik earlier said, I want to thank you for making Fall the Arrow, making it free. No problem. Okay, this stuff I remember reading. I wish Blood had a way to stabilize itself more in pull, like we used to back in early War Within or Shadowlands. Yeah, definitely more tools like that would be nice. And then Damage Brain Cell said, do you think change needs to be made for tanking as a role? In your opinion, tanking in WoW is not the most fun, punished role and requires so much. It depends on what you mean. I definitely think changes need to be made because this is, like, objectively one of the worst periods for tanking. But it depends on if we're arguing, you know, what changes would I make to tanking? Just bring us back to, like, War Within tanking. Honestly, it was pretty good. The general balance back in War Within. Or like Dragonflight, the general, like, balance of tanks versus incoming damage was pretty solid. Bring us back to that point, right? And I'd be more than happy. Do I think massive overhauls to the way the role actually plays are needed? I don't know. I mean, I like tanking. I think that you can just tune the numbers to make it more appealing, but it depends on exactly what area you feel tanking needs to improve at. You do love raiding, of course, and you love playing M+. Your issues currently, raid tanking prog is fine. You can mostly play any tank you want. Kind of. And the game kind of is playable in raid regardless of tuning. There's some outliers, but in M+, you can't do that, and the highest keys aren't possible. Blizzard fails to see people have fun when there's one very strong durable tank spec that does a lot of damage and doesn't die. Yeah, I mean, there have been seasons where it's a little bit more balanced, but honestly, historically, the M+, like, tank has kind of been very dominant. It's honestly more common than not that the #1 M+ tank is, like, completely dominating everything else. Frankly, this isn't even the most dominant season. Guardian is not that far ahead compared to the other tanks, compared to Vengeance Demon Hunter in some previous seasons. So, I mean, I'm not going to disagree that obviously, like, in a perfect world where all tanks were perfectly balanced for M+, like, would that be great? Sure. Like, I'd love that. But that is just not feasible. It's not even feasible to balance all tanks perfectly for raid. It's just, I mean, balance is hard, right? Like, I give Blizzard some shit on this, but I'm never going to expect them to get balanced perfectly. Now, there are some areas where I do think they fuck up tremendously, like the entire class pruning thing is just them giving themselves more work, making the game objectively worse, and then now they have to spend more time trying to balance the game around the worst situation that they've created. Like, that's just a bad decision, right? But given the situation that they've created for themselves, like, how do you balance all the tanks equally? You don't. It's impossible. You either go back to where we were before, but then clearly they have some fundamental design philosophy, you know, idea against why somehow the designs we had in War Within were bad. Like, individual specs like Arcane maybe could have needed changes, but, like, that doesn't mean that all of the tanks needed to be pruned to this extent. So, I don't know. The inherent problem with M+ tanking is just, there are, like, certain tanks, there's a very specific job that you want your tank to do, and generally speaking, the tank that is best at that, which is doing ginormous pulls, crowd controlling mobs, and living, and then doing as much damage as, like, a bonus effect, but generally if you can do those first few things and you have good DPS that can nuke the pull, everything else is secondary, right? The tank that can do that the best is the tank that gets brought. And right now, Guardian is the best, but Brewmaster's honestly not that far behind. Both of them can do that job. But there have been tiers where, like, Vengeance is the only tank that can really do the biggest pulls. And so 90% or more of the title tanks are Vengeance. And, like, how do you balance that, right? Because, like, if a tank simply cannot do the best pulls, you're only going to bring the tank that can. And it creates this massive gulf. And the bigger issue with tanking in M+ is it is only, I would say healers probably have a similar issue, though to my knowledge, the gap for healing has never been quite as large. There definitely, I'm sure, are healers that have been really hard to get, like, a score on, but I think it's most likely, and healer mains, correct me if I'm wrong here, most likely a little bit more forgiving to heal the absolute highest keys on a slightly subpar healing spec, where if your group is playing really well, you can probably adapt a little bit. like, you know, different comps have different defensives and stuff like that. Whereas some tanks just can live the pull and some tanks can't. Like that, it's just that simple. You can either live it or you can't. And I'm gonna approve this message just as automod hit it, but I'll read that in a second. But yeah, there's no real way to balance that. The big issue is in raids, you can get a little bit more flexibility because there are some fights where one specific job is required, but usually you can have one tank do that, and then the other tank can fill like a myriad of roles. Like, it can be different specs. But there are many raid fights where one tank needs to be one job. Like, there have been a lot of Blood DK mandatory fights. There have been a lot of Prop Paladin mandatory fights in history. There have been some Brewmaster mandatory fights as recently as Saladar, right? So it's not like it's never been the case where you need to have one tank on one role. But because you have two tank spots, there's a bit more tank diversity. But if we imagine a world in which there's only one tank spot in raid, like in M+, then you would see basically 90% play rate for Blood DK or something like that, because then you would need to have one tank who can handle basically everything. You need to be the Swiss Army knife tank, and then you would bring the blood. But because you can bring blood to like specific bosses and then have like a flexible tank comp for other stuff, you see generally more tank diversity in raids, but that's not how it works in M+. So, and the other thing is, raids have like a good enough threshold, right? Outside of Race the World First, there is like a point where if you're good enough to get cutting edge, outside of like you need to have grips for certain things like Dementius, then you can just kill the boss. So even if it's a little bit subpar, it's fine. But in Keys, there is like infinite difficulty. So there will eventually reach a point where one tank can do something that other tanks can't. And then once you reach that point, the other tanks just become significantly worse. So then the gap becomes larger and larger because all the players who want to push score gravitate towards the tank that can do the best, and it just further widens that gulf, right? For M+, it's also most of the top-end players are multi-classers. Like, yeah, I mean, kind of, but mostly kind of that thing of they're always going to want to play the meta. So iPulse, for your question, is my add-on made in a speedrun kind of way? I mean, that's vague, right? My add-on is based off my speedruns. I post the full footage of my speedruns, right? So you can see video evidence of speedruns with the routes shown here. Now, there are some things that are too complicated to include in the guide, in that if a new player tried to replicate it, things that I do in my speedruns, they would lose time, right? So the route is based off speedrun routes, and I have speedruns to demonstrate that this does work, and it is the fastest way to level. But the guide, the add-on itself, is built for new players. So a lot of the really complicated stuff I will, like, simplify in a way that should be more easily digestible if you're new to the game, and it won't, like, require you to have all this fancy stuff. You can follow it with absolutely nothing. So hopefully that explains, but vague question, so if you want to elaborate what you mean by that. I'm looking through stuff like this. I will never have any integrations. Absolutely not. My add-on will never have any dependencies. I might build my own features, kind of like, I mean, I don't know what Khalil's Tracker is. No idea what that is. I don't know what Azeroth Waypoint is. TomTom, I mean, it doesn't need TomTom, right? Like, TomTom effectively, the arrow does a lot of what TomTom does, but for custom waypoints within Follow the Arrow. So no. TomTom integration, that one I've never understood why people want that, other than, like, I don't know if they like the graphic of TomTom more, but, like, TomTom owns its arrow graphics, so no. But yeah, TomTom is redundant. If you describe... So I have a running list of requested features in a pinned message in my Discord that I will eventually try to add, and people will often say, hey, can you add this to the add-on? And I'll be like, hey, maybe I'll throw it on the list, right? So I don't really know what those things are. If you describe them in more detail, like, hey, could you add this? I might build my own version of that feature eventually to add into the add-on. Maybe not. If I don't think it's necessary, I won't include it. If I think it seems interesting, I might be like, okay, how can I add this in a way that makes sense for Follow the Arrow? But you'd have to be more specific because I don't know, like, every add-on in the game. But one thing I can say with absolute certainty is there will never be any dependencies. I will never, like, integrate somebody else's add-on into my add-on or something like that. Or, like, take what they built, shove it in there. Nothing like that, no. You like to complete content in the intended way before first zooming through it. There are 2 routes in Follow the Arrow. There is the campaign route. So on your very first time leveling, use this. And this is the intended way. Not only is it the intended way, you have to do this. You have to progress through the campaign before reaching max level. Now, this basically is just a way to help you out, right? It's not going to be like super duper speedrun zoom, but it will make you level faster. But it's not going to make you skip anything that you wouldn't want to do. It'll just basically, if you're like, hey, where is this quest thing? Oh, the arrow is pointing me here. Okay, good to know, right? So if you follow the campaign route, you can still do the story exactly the way that it's intended to be done. It'll just make the annoying parts of it a little bit easier. And there's an entire route for that. Midnight Campaign. This is what you should do on your very first character. After that, you can follow the alt route. And that is, like, I guess if that's what you meant by a speedrun kind of way, yes, this is optimized for alt leveling speed, but you only want to do this on your second character onwards, and it is still intended to be easy to follow if you're new to the game. Anyways, let me scroll back up and read other stuff. Let's see. Blood DK's self-healing playstyle sadly just is a point where it can't keep up. Exactly, yeah. You remember Deathbringer got nerfed because of Frost and Blood DK caught stray bullets? Kind of, yeah. It definitely got a little bit weaker as a result of those nerfs. I know what you're talking about. It was still fine. The real big change, though, is Sand Lane got massive buffs, though. So it kind of worked out. And then Sand Lane Blood DK by the end of... I believe this is when I was talking about in Rhubarb Palace. Sand Lane Blood was very strong by the end of the tier. And then ended up being kind of the go-to playstyle for the remainder of War with him. You're mad since Blizzard did that Make Blood DK Great Again and M+ post? Yeah, I mean... Anybody who understands how Blood DK works was able to look at the changes that they set out and were like, this isn't going to do anything. The problem is Blizzard doesn't play their own game. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't really think that's not like a really negative, controversial thing to say. It's just a fact, right? Most of the people making this game don't really play this game, and at least not at a level where they can really understand it. And so they kind of make a lot of changes that are just nonsense, right? If you look at enough patch notes, you kind of get to a point where you start rolling your eyes and you're like, yeah, okay, dude, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, that, like, 99% of the stuff they've done to Brewmaster Monk since the start of this expansion has told me they have no fucking clue what they're doing with the spec. So, yeah. It feels like they used to actually play it back in the day, but now it doesn't, yeah. I don't know, I mean, it's hard to say, but for a while now, you get the general sense that they just don't really understand how players actually engage with the game, and I think the game is slowly getting worse as a result. Now, I'm still, like, I say that, again, to be clear, because I want the game to improve. Just gotta throw that out there for people who are like, oh, you're just being negative. I want the game to get better. I like the game. If I hated the game, I would still be playing it. But I do think, objectively, I'll be honest, I think Midnight, so far, I think Midnight is a worse expansion than War Within. I don't think that's controversial to say. I have not enjoyed it. I think, overall, this has been a slightly better raid tier than the Rhubarb Palace. Maybe, by a little bit. And, like, the M+ tuning has been a little bit better. That's about the only positive thing I can really say about Midnight compared to War Within. Is it a terrible expansion? Not necessarily, but it is kind of just worse than War Within in so many ways. So, it kind of feels bad. Yeah, I will say this, I don't personally like Zygor, because it's a paid add-on, so, I can't really comment on that. Yeah. Definitely never doing anything related to Zygor, right. You not like having multiple add-ons? Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about my add-on is it's completely standalone. You don't need any dependencies, which is one of the reasons why there will never be any dependencies, right? Everything in Follow the Arrow is completely isolated. And I will keep it that way. I will never, ever have any dependencies, because I agree. I fucking hate it when you need to download like 50 add-ons to get the one add-on working. So that's why if there is ever something like that that I would add, it would be I would make my own built-in feature to do something similar to what you're looking for. That way you can just check it in the settings. So if there is something specific, then let me know what feature you're looking for. But yeah, otherwise, I can't really comment more on that. It's going to happen around the same time Present Holy gets good in Plus. Historically, people think the way that you have Blood Decay in the comp by default, unless there's a buff needed or there's better tanks than Blood, and you don't need grips, but at least it's always considered a default spec for raid. I think that's fair to say, yeah, but definitely this next tier, more so than others, I think it's looking particularly enticing. I have not played Ascension, and I have no interest in Ascension. I've mentioned my thoughts on Ascension before, which is just I don't think it looks interesting. I'll be honest, I've never found the appeal. Right? I talked about this when I played Turtle WoW. Turtle WoW I found interesting because it felt like a faithful expansion upon Classic WoW, and it's something pretty unique. It felt like, I mean, it was genuinely good. Like, go watch the Turtle WoW streams if you don't know Turtle WoW. I had a lot of fun. There was a lot of amazing custom content in there, and it was something that, like, you can't really, unless they make a good Classic Plus, you can't really get anywhere else. It was very unique, and I enjoyed it a lot. Everything I've ever seen from Ascension, I'm just like, this just looks like fucking... You know, like, you go to like, a fireworks... This maybe is an American thing, but, like, a fireworks store in, like, the fucking Poconos or something, and you see, like, these knockoff, like, fireworks packages that have, like, the WoW branding on it. Every now and then you'll see pictures on Reddit. People will post those. But I've seen it in person back in the day when I used to go on, like, trips with my family and stuff. We'd stop to get, like, fireworks or whatever, and there's, like this WoW logo or whatever, you know, cheap picture of an orc from, like, the Warcraft 3 box art on that. That's kind of always how I viewed Ascension. It just looks like a shitty knockoff of World of Warcraft, and it's just like, why? I don't know. I've never found it to be interesting. I'll be honest. And like, you can tell for a fact that this isn't me saying, like, ew, private servers. Like, I am a little bit biased against private servers, but, you know, any bias that I had, obviously I swallowed it to try out Turtle WoW, and I've done nothing but praise my time on Turtle WoW. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So I genuinely don't think Ascension looks interesting at all. I think it looks like knockoff retail, and I don't understand why people like it. And, yeah. Obviously, to each their own. I'm not going to, like, tell somebody, like, oh, how dare you like Ascension, right? You know, if that's your cup of tea, right? I view it as, like, just another MMO, right? But there are many MMOs that I have no interest in playing, just like I have no interest in playing that, you know, knockoff version of World of Warcraft. The reason I play Turtle is not because it is a World of Warcraft private server, it's because the things that they were doing were very, very interesting to me, and I thought were a very unique spin on World of Warcraft, and it looked fun, and I tried it, and what do you know, it was fun. But yeah, it was not necessarily a private server thing in particular. They don't actively balance tanking like DPS gap balance, though? Kinda, yeah. It's impossible to balance a game around the player base being meta whores? Yeah. True. You played Turtle WoW, it was definitely the best Classic Plus private server, yep. Ascension is so gaudy. I think that's a good way to describe the way that the impression I've gotten of it. So I can imagine that being accurate. There was one thing you liked in Ascension. There was this healing build called Dark Surgeon, where you were basically a rogue healer. You built combo points and spent them on finishers with smart healing. Yeah, I mean, that sounds mildly interesting. I mean, there are... Like, I'm sure the only thing that I've heard people say, oh, this is so good, is, like, the custom, like, classes or whatever, and, like, build your own class, and people are like, oh, you can make so many fun combos. And, like, I'm sure, but the thing that I've never understood is the content. Every time I've heard about Ascension, the content seems like basically either non-existent or just, like, really basic, like I said, knockoff WoW slop. And it's like, it's one thing to have slightly interesting classes, but there's been a lot of games that I've tried where I'm like, wow, this is a pretty fun playstyle, but, you know, the game is kind of, like, iffy. And I'm like, I wish that I had something like this in World of Warcraft, right? But, is what it is. But the thing that made Turtle WoW really interesting for me is the content itself was really well designed. I mean, the custom dungeons, I heard the custom raids were amazing, never got a chance to try them, but the custom dungeons I did, like one of the last things I did before the server shut down is I did Stormwrought Ruins. And oh my god, that dungeon was fucking crazy. Like, that was so cool. And, I mean, they overhauled so much of the game. There were custom zones, like questing zones, that actually held up. They felt like genuinely well-made classic WoW questing zones. There were the custom dungeons, which were fantastic. Honestly, my favorite one was Windhorn Canyon. Holy shit, Windhorn Canyon was so fucking cool. Like, that's genuinely one of the coolest MMO dungeons I've ever run. Stormwrought Ruins, like, close seconds. And then I played Prop Paladin, which, like, I have played a lot of versions of Prop Paladin, and was this, like, my favorite ever version of Prop Paladin? No, but it was a unique version of Prop Paladin. And it had, like, a fundamental design loop that I'm like, yeah, this is cool. I vibe with this. It was like classic Prop Paladin, but, like, expanded. But in an interesting way that made sense, and I really enjoyed it. Shaman tanking looked really cool, too. Unfortunately, I never really got that much time to play around with it. But the little that I did experiment with it, it seemed really fun. I wish I had more time to play. But I really enjoyed, like, the spins that they put on tanks, the ones that I tried. And the fact that there was, like, new fun-to-play variations on classes, so, like, the gameplay was different. The content, both while leveling and doing dungeons and endgame content, was different. Like, they really overhauled every aspect of the game. And, it was just really good. I really hope that whatever Blizzard has planned for Classic Plus is just a fraction as good as Turtle WoW, because, like, man, it's a real shame that it got shut down. But yeah, it was really good. You got to level 50 as a Feral Druid before you stopped. Yeah, I forget. I think I got to, like, level 45, 44. Whatever, like I said, the last thing I did was, like, Stormwrought Ruins, which I think was, like, around that point. But I got to see all of the new, like, the newer custom zones. I didn't get to see, like, Gilneas. I explored it a little bit, but I didn't get to quest there. But I did all of the brand new ones. I did Northshire. I did Baelor. What was the other one? Grim Reaches. I leveled through all of them, basically 100% of the zone, and then I did pretty much all of the newer custom dungeons. Frostbane Hollow, Windhorn Canyon, Dragonmaw Retreat, and Stormwrought Ruins. I even did Crescent Grove, which is apparently an older one, but I found a group for it, so I was like, yeah, sure. Oh, it was neat. Interesting dungeon. But yeah, they had so much. My friend showed me a stream of the Tower of Karazhan raid, and that looked sick. And I'm really sad that I'll never get to play through it. But yeah, definitely. I've never seen anything from Ascension that remotely interested me in the same way that, like, so much, like, oh yeah, Timbermaw Hold. Really sad I never got to see that. That looked so cool from all the previews of it I saw. I watched some YouTube videos of people clearing it. Looked fucking amazing. Nothing I've ever seen from Ascension even comes close, so I've never had any interest in it. Okay. I have finally caught up in chat, though. So, I think I literally took an hour responding to chat, but like I said, I wanted to read every message. And I mean, we still have plenty of time, right? It's only been 5 hours. If this had been, like, a messy set of dungeons, then maybe, but, like, this has been pretty chill so far, so. We also, like, Seat of the Triumvirate, I think, can be a little bit sketchy sometimes, but I think Nexus Point is, like, it's pretty chill, usually. While I look for a dungeon, I'm gonna mute my mic real quick and eat my food, which has just kind of been sitting here for a bit, because I am kind of hungry, but I'm not gonna eat directly into the mic, so I will mute for a moment, and then I will be back, hopefully, for the dungeon.
dark portals are tearing open reality, allowing shadow energy to pour into our realm. Put a stop to this, heroes. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five,
The way
4,
forward
3,
opens, and
2,
your fate
1.
entwines with mine. Only the strongest survive.
Okay, it's unfortunate that my mic was muted for that, because I that is not a pull. This is not a pull that anybody does. That is not a real pull. You do not do that. It looks like he's having fun, or she, I don't know. BloodZK just chilling over there on their own, pulling the entirety of this first room. Not even staggering it outside of that last pull, which obviously wasn't intended. All right. Yeah, that is... They seem quite pleased with themselves that they're able to live, ignoring the fact that, like, what do you think is going to happen here? Okay, now they're dead. Yeah, no, I'm aware that I was still muted. I was still finishing my food. Sorry. I mean, that is, like, a horrible pull. Then why would you pull the entire first room, you fucking idiot? This is, I don't get it. I am noob. I am noob. Why would you pull the entirety of the first room as a fucking BloodZK if you don't know what you're doing? Why just say, fuck it, I guess I'm just gonna pull fucking everything. Like, yeah, it's like... Why is your first instinct to just put your foot on the gas? Is this a Razilki? Fuck no, it's not. And I'm gonna be honest, like, so I will, like, I will do like one more pull, like, or I'll keep going. But, like, one more wipe, and I am going to send a vote abandon, and if they decline, I am going to leave, right? Because this is not going to be timed, right? Almost certainly. Unless, again, like, from here on out, everybody just magically plays amazingly well. Which we already know the BloodZK is not. It is, I mean, quite unfortunate that I had, you know, a mouthful of waffle in the middle of, that pull. I don't really think it would have changed anything. The moment, like, I saw, okay, he's pulling this pack, okay, he's doing an aggressive pull, and then he goes for the third pack, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? So, yeah, yeah, that was something. Really, there's not much I could have done, like, because, like, I could have, the problem is, I could have, if I really, really wanted to, like, snap health potted, and I probably would have survived a second longer, but there wasn't really much I could have done, because the problem is, when you pull all of these subjugators together, the chains, even on a +10, I mean, 3 chains of subjugation on people at once, that would have just killed. You know, so I would have lived for, like... Yeah, Blood DK survived really well after most of the mobs were dead, and, like, as I just got done saying, a good Blood DK can, like, live. I mean, they clearly are not wholly inexperienced with blood, but they are definitely inexperienced enough to know that that is not a pull that you do, right? You can't do that. Frankly, I learned the hard way early on in the season that even pulling 2 of those packs will cause your healers to scream at you. And pulling 2 of them is normal, but you have to plan around it, like with lust and stuff like that. Even then, I had a lot of healers bitch me out. Pulling 3 of them is just, it's fucking banned, right? Especially in a pug. It's entirely possible, I don't know, that maybe in, like, high keys they do that shred. I have no fucking clue. Irrelevance here. And frankly, I don't know what's going on here, but the damage does not look good. Whew. Yeah. Like, Blood DK's doing, like, you know, half decently can live basically anything, right? And keep in mind, right, the thing that kills people on that is the Chains of Subjugation, which is, like, extremely high pulsing group damage on everybody. It's magic damage, it's also going to do very little blood. There aren't, like, that many tank busters in that pull. It's a lot of auto attacks. I will say he survived surprisingly well. All that being said, but doesn't change the fact that the moment 3 Chains of Subjugation would have gone off, like, the same thing would have happened. The problem is he sat there and he wasted an entire minute of time fighting the mobs when, you know, the Xalatath orbs went off. Like, at that point, you give up, right? Because the problem is, he could stay there as long as he wants. There were still 2 subjugators up. I think, I don't know if the third one was up or not. No matter what happens, we get up there, and especially, like, I can't ramp it all. Like, I'm gonna run in there with no coordination, and then the chains are going to go on somebody and we're just going to die, right? So at that point, you reset the pull. Thankfully, he got the idea eventually, but it took a fucking minute. This DK is your hero? Oh, I don't know about that, man. You need better heroes if this DK is your hero. I mean, I hate to do this, but I am curious. I mean, they have some decent dungeon achievements over time. So yeah, it's clearly not their first time tanking. So they said, I am a noob, right? Which is objectively not true. And by that I mean they said, like, they themselves, the DK, am noob. Now, it's possible that they're, like, new to tanking? They did have at least a tank achievement, Unbound Tank or something on there. So, I don't know. They could also be deflecting as, like, a, you know, I think my group is shit, but I don't want to make them feel bad, so I'm going to say that I'm a noob. Which, like, honestly, perfectly valid strategy, even though in this case, just objectively, that's not a pull you do. But who knows? Maybe it's still timeable. You can do 2 to 3 without issues. Well, again, it's not... It has nothing to do with whether or not you can survive it. It's the subjugator damage on the group. Like, the Blood Decay isn't the one who died, obviously. I am the one who died. When you pull those mobs, and they apply 50 million debuffs, then put Chains of Subjugation on, you know, the entire party times 3, like, that kills the group. That kills the healer. Third would have been up? Yeah, I'm not sure. If the third is up, then, like, the same thing would have happened. Do those. Well, so I should note, obviously, somebody butt-pulled the 4th pack. At that point, it was over, right? So, difference there, like, in theory, maybe the 3 was survivable with, like, absolutely perfect play. I still think it's a ridiculous pull to do, you know, in a Pug 10. Right? Especially because nobody does that, so I'm not expecting it. But... what's it called? The moment that somebody butt pulls the extra pack, like, then you just let it reset. So, no matter what happens, he should have let it reset the moment that occurred. It's no use crying over spilled milk, right? But it's just moderately annoying. It's like the Preservation of Ochre Pit of Sauron all over again, where I'm like, the tank is just doing objectively shit pulls, but I'm just like, am I doing something wrong? At least in this case, it's like, I don't know. I've healed multiple plus 12s perfectly fine, and this guy does like an absolute fucking demon pull in a 10. There's only so much you can do.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
I don't really know what his strategy is, though. Because we seemingly... Unless he's going to pull more here, or just pull the entirety of the ends, I don't know where we're getting percent. But he beelines straight for the boss. And it looks like he's going for the boss, so... I guess we're just going to pull a lot of stuff at the ends. I mean, unless my napkin math is wrong, I'm pretty sure we're short. But maybe I'm miscounting. Maybe we're actually fine. I don't know. Can I get this? Also, really? 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 Dude. Oh, it kind of sucks not having a kick. I will say, that is one thing that I will never get used to as a healer. I don't know if I sniped that one in time. Look, yeah, they're gonna get that one anyway, so... For sure that I had that.
A gift of power.
Damn, is everything targeting this Ret Paladin? Poor bastard. Moment of truth, what is he pulling? Yeah, silence is shadow only. To my knowledge, only Resto Druid, or Resto Shaman is kick at this point. And frankly, I think even before they took kicks away from all the other healers, Priest still was the only healer that didn't have a kick, so... Yeah, I mean, he might be doing, like, a lot of trash at the end here. What, like, I mean, I guess he did say he's doing small pulls, but, you know, there's a middle ground, right? There's a middle ground between doing a fucking triple subjugator pull and doing fucking 2 mob pulls. Like, this is, like, the exact thing that I was saying earlier, of, like, you know, maybe this guy is, as he says, you know, a noob tank. In which case, instead of thinking that there's only... I do MDI pulls and I pull the entire fucking room, or I pull literally pack by pack by pack, you can just do, like, 5 mob pulls. 5 mob pull, 5 mob pull, 5 mob pull, instead of just, like, I'm gonna do only 2 mobs. Like, what are we doing here, dude? I do feel like this timer is fairly fucking forgiving, so maybe we're still fine. I don't know.
A gift of power.
Shit. I feel like Mass Dispel's range should be larger. Well, I'm not saying that it should be buffed or anything, just, like, in my brain, I envision it as being larger than I guess it actually is. So I need to mentally adjust for that. And credit where it's due. He lived up to his word. He's doing small pulls. Which, you know, I guess it's better than just running it down the entire key and forcing it to bleed. Like, it is forgiving enough that you can just do this. And the DPS are now doing better. So, maybe we do time this. Which, after that initial performance is fucking crazy. I do regret that my initial, well, I should say my initial reaction. It's not like I was yelling or something, and my mic didn't pick it up because it more when the DK did that pull, it was stunned silence with a waffle hanging out of my mouth. But if I had not muted my mic there, then I probably would have had some choice words as the pull was going on. So I do regret that. It's just, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised with the fucking first pull of Sea the Triumvirate. Holy shit, what is killing this dude? Is this paladin just, like, taking all of the balls to the face? He has been dying on, like, every single one of these pulls. I don't understand. I've had to shadow mend him, like, every time. Yeah, I guess 12 minutes to kill the last two bosses, unless we wipe. You know. I don't wanna, like, jinx myself.
Of power.
Right. I mean, Lura obviously can be a little bit finicky. Is this... Okay, that doesn't do anything. And just if people don't do the, like, the lines correctly. I suppose you never really know. But I can't imagine it's going to be that tricky. I need more coffee. That said, it's what, 2 p.m.? Man, it's so crazy that, like, I'm doing a stream at a normal time today. Huh. I should do this more often. I guess, like, in theory, there are a lot of times where I am up, like, early in the morning. Usually just because I stay up throughout the entire night. So, if I have to pick a time to stream out of my normal backwards sleep schedule... Yeah, and it is a normal time for Europe, true. How long until the Lura phase? We're probably good. I'm gonna save Ultimate Penitence until, the intermission for maximum damage, but I feel like I get a PI off, right? It looks like we hit 3. It's good. Okay, you don't get a PI. I'm probably too used to people fucking this up.
4,
Right?
3, 2, 1.
It's okay. Ultimate Penitence. Slam him with lots of penance bolts. Worthwhile. We technically have Lust.
5, 4, 3,
Oh well.
2, 1.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Did we miss? Yeah, we missed. That's fine. Boss is dead. Wow. There's no way, dude. We two-chested? Holy shit, the timer in this dungeon is so forgiving. What the fuck? There's no way that makes sense. How the fuck is that a two-chest?
I feel the fallen knowledge
Goodness.
of power. It beckons me.
Almost forgot. There's no way. Easy. Alright, I lost my own key and we're done. Late afternoon to the evening in Europe? Yeah. I don't know, I'll think about it. I mean, I'm gonna be... just a reminder, by the way, for anybody who missed when I said it earlier, I'm actually going to be streaming again later tonight. It's not going to be one continuous stream, just because I will need a nap, right? But after we finish Discrease Keystone Hero, I'm probably going to take like a quick, like few hour nap, and then my guild is doing normal, what the fuck is the raid called? Venomous Deeps raid testing at 9 p.m. EST. So in 6.5 hours from now. And I still have 1 key left to do, right? I'm not ending stream. I just want to make that clear. Plus 10. Zenus. That is the last dungeon I need, right? Yeah. We're almost there. But, what's it called? I think afterwards... Let me double check. Yeah, so afterwards my dungeon testing group, because my guild has, like, assigned dungeon testing groups and stuff, and we are going to be doing... what's it called? 2 dungeons, I think, according to the warrior in my guilds. Currently, Temple of Setherless is really buggy, and it has a chance to, like, completely brick your testing characters, and I'll be honest, I don't want to have to reset up my character, so I did say, if there's a chance of that happening, I'm not testing Temple of Setherless until they fix that. He didn't describe the bug. I am actually curious to hear what happens, how that bricks your character, but... what's it called? I did say I'm not testing that dungeon, so whatever the other 2 dungeons are, I think it's King's Rest and Ruby Life Pools or something, I'll be testing that. That'll be immediately after we do the raid testing, so I guess I may as well stream that. And I will probably be doing my raid and dungeon testing on Blood DK. Alright. I generally find Zenus to be one of the easier dungeons, so Guard Druid. The mage said, Guard Druid would be appreciated. Or, wait, what the fuck? What the, who the fuck are you? Oh, wait. They said, thanks, Larry. And then, for a second, I'm like, how do they know my name? I forgot, I named my... Well, my actual name isn't Larry, to be clear, but my monk's name is Larice, and most people refer to me as Larry. I forgot. My priest is named Larry. So it's still strange. I didn't expect him to say thanks, Larry, like that. But okay, all right. They want a guardian druid or a brewmaster monk. I mean, I'll see what I can do, right? Really many tanks, though. I mean, at the end of the day, look, if, like, an extremely beefy, like, Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin, or hell, even Blood DK applies, I am taking them. I don't care that these guys want a Guardian and Brew, like, you know. I'd also love a Guardian or Brew, but, you know, if they don't apply, they don't apply. What do I want for this comp? We have Battle Res, we have Blast, we have buffs. I take a high item level. My options. I'll take a rogue. Sure. One of my friends is currently messaging me. Apparently, I don't really know. I don't know what Battleground Blitz is, but apparently, Near, if you're watching this, that's rough, buddy. Apparently, my friend is on a 32 loss streak in Battleground Blitz. And is, venting about it. Okay, what the fuck is people... The mage said, hello, Blood DK, you have a lot to carry on your chest. We usually dodge you with my girlfriend, which I'm guessing is the druid. She is mad at me for joining this lobby with you. And then the druid said, if tank ruins our dungeon, it's on you, Larry. And I said, I will bear that burden. You can redeem the Blood DK. The druid said, bad experience with Blood DKs. Blood... Oh god, this blood... I like this Blood DK already. said, okay, if you want another tank, I can leave. No problem to find another group smiley face. And the mage said, don't emotionally blackmail us now. Don't be a little sissy about it. Grab it by the balls. Take the whole dungeon. I said, I believe in you, I main Blood DK. The mage said, I love Blood DKs, especially when they are laying 6 feet under surface. The druid said, I hope you are the 1 in 100. Currently streaming and running M+, by the way, so can't read at the moment. And my friend is still talking to me about his 32-game loss streak, and I'm going to be on this near. If you're watching this, I cannot read that right now, but best of luck. I hope that your G turns around.
5, 4.
Yeah, this druid has seen some shit. I mean, I'll be honest. The druid is, like, pessimistic against blood DKs. I can't necessarily blame them, because I have also not had amazing experiences with blood DKs today. It's been a rough day for blood DKs. It's, yeah.
We have already won. You put all of Silvermoon in danger. This isn't worth the risk.
Alright.
There seem to be a few pieces missing. We have to find them if we're going to stop Leatrix.
You know what? I'm gonna give the druid PI. Maybe that'll make the druid a little bit more, like, pleased with the state of the run. Okay. I don't know how the rogue didn't have my atonement on him, because I hit Radiance. Like, I don't know if he was LOS'd or something, but somehow my Radiance didn't reach him? Weird.
My power is
Oh, come on. Nobody's getting orbs. Oh, is right! Oh, I'm fucking stupid. Mass Dispel only hits 5 targets. Fuck me, that's why. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Mass Dispel actually does have a decent range. Oh, fuck. Blood DK kind of face-planted that tripwire. I need to kick that. Shit.
my power is transcendent. Share
We are really not dealing with Xalatath orbs, huh? Honestly, I don't even know what killed that mage. I have to imagine the mage was standing, at least in a puddle, a little bit, or something. Because he did not have a debuff on him, and I was kind of blasting everybody, and he was somehow taking significantly more damage than the entire rest of the group. Oh my god, I'm LOS'd. That's actually insane that they fucking LOS me on the fucking ramp. I didn't even realize that that was a fucking LOS spot. Oh shit, the mage Mage bolts. Jesus, dude. This group is definitely giving me a workout. Just going in. Alright. Oh! Just... Okay, are we gonna CC these orbs? We need to CC these orbs.
4, 3, 2, 1.
We're definitely very bad about CCing orbs. I don't really understand why. Is peeking.
5, 4.
Alright.
Don't forget to send the conduits.
Too much typing for a 10? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. If it wasn't my final key, I probably would have been sketched out by all that yapping and been like, I don't know about this group. It's definitely a little bit sketch, but I kind of reached a point where I'm just like, yeah, fuck it, it's content, right? At least they're like entertaining about it. I like the whole like Blood DK redemption arc here. Okay, we're about to get a smudge. This is really sketchy. The problem is, this pull, with smudges activating the dread flails, and all the mobs are buffed, this is really actually incredibly sketch. We really need to be killing the smudges, and we really need to be CCing these things. I think, either the Blood DK is not running Gorfiends, or he just doesn't realize that Gorfiends works in the orbs. I do respect that he seems to be going all out, but the problem is you cannot be doing this if we're not CCing. Okay. I mean, shit. I can't get through. We gotta slow down. This is a little bit much. It's unfortunate that I think my my evangelism missed because I was LOS'd from a bunch of people. Oh, okay. Come on, please CC it. Why are we just dealing with 4 buffed mobs every time? What? Dude. Like, this has to be... I'm getting pranked or something. Why are we just not doing Zaltap FX? Fortunately, the druid stood in Dread Flail and died. Really not a whole lot I could do. Okay. The druid is not happy. Druid is not happy, man. I will say these Blood DK's pulls are questionable. At that's the same time, this is not a wipe, right? You absolutely could have lived that. It's a questionable pull, but frankly, that is honestly a perfectly valid pull that we were equipped for if the orbs had not gotten buffed. And then if the druid had not stopped to type and stood a Dread Flail and died. But I think the bias is kicking in. Which I should note, by the way, I do think it is worth saying. I found the anti-Blood DK banter prior to the key mildly amusing, right? That is just toxic, right? It's one thing to be like, I don't trust Blood DKs prior to a key or something. But randomly stopping the flame is, it's just silly. And now, of course, the Blood DK is getting defensive. Finished crying, right? Which, like, yeah. That never goes well, right? Okay, the druid was getting my PI because they were being a good sport and running with the Blood DK. They are no longer being a good sport. They no longer get my PI. Druid is not running out of melee. It's fine.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My power is transcendent.
Okay, please, please. I am single dispelling orbs, and we are still getting 7 stacks. Like, what do I gotta do? If each one of them kicked, we would have cleared more orbs than that. I'm baffled. Genuinely baffled. I have not seen a single fucking solar... Okay, they're feral, right? But I mean Typhoon, fucking anything. There's so many things that you could do to clear that. I'm... Alright.
You got the last conduit. Make sure to send them over.
The problem is, like, this group, yeah, I think I mentioned Mass Grip, right, earlier. The DK might not know that, right? That being said, single kicking orbs, like it is unacceptable to not be single kicking orbs if they're going off, right? For anybody who doesn't know, by the way, I would imagine most people know this, but if you don't know this, if you are ever letting those orbs go off, the boss gets like a massive health buff. The amount of damage you lose from a single GCD is easily accounted for in the boss not having that massive buff. It also does more damage, which, like, at this point, it's not causing anybody to die, but, like, you know, it doesn't help. But a single kick is worth your damage. I should not be the only person single dispelling. Can I... Well, I can spam this. Oh, shit. TIL. I'm not talented into my AoE Fear. I didn't think I would need to fucking run AoE Fear when I have multiple people who can very easily handle it. Apparently I can single dispel magic it. I will be honest, I did not know that. I thought it was a cooldown. But I should still not be the only person doing this entire thing. It's a good button to have, but like I looked up different builds, and there are a lot of people not running it. It's a trade-off, right? It's not like I was just like, yeah, I don't feel like having this. I looked up different builds, and some people weren't running it. I suppose what I didn't realize before starting running dungeons today is that it's the Xalatath thing. And, like, in that case, yeah, sure. But, to be honest, I should not be... and yeah, no problem, Arcanite. Like, I should not have to do this, dude. What we doing here? This is, like, if you just got here, this has been the entire dungeon, by the way. They have not been doing this at all. Which, like, yeah, I'll be honest, at this point, like, yeah, now I'm just desperately trying to do whatever I can to make sure it gets kicked. But... you know, you kind of assume the first few pulls that, like, okay, maybe they just forget that they're doing, like, a below a 12 and that they have to deal with the orbs, and maybe on, like, the third pull they're actually going to deal with it. Because, like, the first time... Why? Like, dude, they are... Yeah, I'll be honest, like I said before, the way that they were kind of, like, joking about, we hate blood TKs, like, at the start of the key, that's one thing. This is just outright toxic. I mean, I think you guys can kind of see, like, roughly what they're just constantly giving this blood TK shit. Which, for the record, they're like, his pathing is so bad. Brother, there's an entire section of trash right here that's easily more than 3%. How is this bad percent? Like, this is literally just, you pull the boss, and then you get trash after. Like, hello? Have you ever fucking run this dungeon? Jesus Christ. Alright, you get the, Oh, that's interesting. There's not a single raid feat of strength here. Dungeon feat of strength. Oh, wow. Almost as much as my fresh European account. Report player. Language. Player. Language. Alright, W. was wow. Well, at least the blood DK is nice. I basically, he whispered me. So I don't know if you saw. I let them die intentionally, which that was actually tricky because I had to make sure that I balanced my you always talent fear. I mean, all I'm saying is I looked at some builds and they didn't run fear. If you're saying most people run fear, I can run it in the future, right? I saw builds not running fear, but maybe I looked at the wrong builds. I will take your word for it though. But yeah, I intentionally let them die. I had to make sure to pump a lot of single target healing into the rogue to make sure that he stayed alive and they died. And then I typed in chat, nice, all the good players lived, and then kicked them out of the group. At that point, I had already reported them, so I assumed they were still, like, flaming or whatever. And the Blood DK typed to me, in all caps, burn, with a smiley face. So, Blood DK was a good sport about it. They also said, I don't know what your problem is, right? And like, I'll be honest, that is one of the most toxic experiences, and not even directed at me, right? Which is, like, kind of interesting, where And, like, the thing is, you can see, I expected the Druid's achievements, right? I believe in good old-fashioned public shaming here. So, if you ever run into Nalistian Drakthul or Pycon Evim Drakthul, you know that they are gigantic pieces of shit, and you should not include them in your groups. Obviously, don't go harass them, but yeah, like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That is a fucking incredible display from those two fucking imbeciles. It's really surprising, too, because I will be honest, I did not think that, like, I don't know. If I had known that they were going to be that toxic, I know Owner earlier is like, yeah, it's a lot of talking. It's definitely a red flag, but I read out everything they said before. They were just kind of joking about, we've had bad experiences with Blood DK. They said, Larry, if the key goes wrong, it's on you. And I joked, like, I'll bear that burden, right? And then somehow, I don't know, like, relatively normal run, the Blood DK did really aggressive pulls. But, I mean, that is, like, I don't even fault the Blood DK. In fact, I think, if anything, probably the reason the Blood DK did really aggressive pulls is because they were constantly, like, teasing him at the start of the key and saying, like, Blood DK suck, Blood DK suck. So the Blood DK probably went in there thinking, I have something to prove. I want to do, like, super aggressive pulls and, like, have us live. And some of the pulls were not, like, the best, especially for an uncoordinated group. But honestly, like, it went well. We never wiped. The only deaths were the mage and the druid, who turned out to be fucking dogshit players. And they also got slaughtered in overall by the rogue. I mean, you can look at the overall here. So, I mean, complete fucking trash cans. And I still don't know what killed the mage. Can I check deaths on here? I can. No, this was... Okay, he was standing in the goop. Yeah, look at that! So, I was wondering why the mage just randomly fucking died, because I was healing everybody. This fucking idiot ran into the fucking tripwire in the fucking puddle on the ground. And then died. Alright, then let's look at the second death, the druid. Did, it looks like, get hit by Nullify, but, the other elephants of the room, right? Standing in the Dreadflail, typing out to talk shit on the Blood DK, and say, why are we doing these pulls? AFKing in a Dreadflail and fucking dying. And then taking Nullify. I mean, unlucky, I guess, but, like, fucking El Bozo. Then this one, I'm pretty sure they got knocked off the platform. Yeah, because the last damage was the knockback. And then I just saw them die. So I think they got knocked off the platform. And then this one I just intentionally let the mage rot out, because at this point I had already reported them for harassment. But wow. And you know what? Remember earlier we were talking about what do you need to be able to be a good tank? That is, like, I cannot remember a time when I have had that level of harassment aimed at me in a key. Even on keys that went poorly, much less a key that just went well. I mean, we just +2'd that key. We +2'd a key, and this is the worst flaming I've ever seen a tank get. Fucking make that make sense, man. Like, this is definitely... This is the stuff I joked earlier about the people who go to Reddit and, like, make complaint posts. I mean, good on this fucking Blood DK. What a fucking champ for taking that level of harassment after doing a good job, +2'ing a key, and this guy just shrugs it off and basically is like, I don't know why you guys have such a problem. That is the mentality that you need to have. I mean, that guy is a fucking good tank. Knows he did his job well, or he or she knows they did their job well, went in, kicked ass, +2 to key, even with these chuckle fucks just dragging their feet the entire way because Horde or Blood DK, and they had a chance to leave, they threw a big stink, and they still fucking did the key, right? I mean, these are genuinely the worst kind of... Really, the difference. The worst kind of players that you could ever encounter in World of Warcraft. These two types of people here. And then, on the flip side, the Blood DK. What a fucking champ. Took all that harassment, didn't leave the key, did his job, +2'd, and clearly, it, like, didn't fight back, right? Just basically said, I don't know why you have such a problem, right? What a fucking champ. But yeah. Fucking psychos, man. I mean, we're done. You know. What a strange note to end it on. But that is the last key. We're done. That's Disc Priest Keystone here. God damn. You would tell them to pipe down and play? So, I thought about it. I thought about saying something mid-run. I didn't notice the Blood DK typed in party chat. They were idiots from the start. Clowns. The Rogue was also nice, just said thank you, take care. Rogue didn't say anything all key, pretty much. But yeah, it's just... Especially, like, the weird, really weird thing is the whole, like... I mean, it just goes to show it's the mentality of somebody, like, Dunning-Kruger, right? Of, we're 3% short, let's start flaming the tank for having a missed route. Like, have you never heard of, like, getting percent after the boss? Like, you are exposing your own ignorance by bringing that up. I mean, like, look, it's just... It's obvious they're fucking clowns. But, like, there's a reason why I did not say anything until I said at the very end, all the good players lived after they both died on the final boss, and then kicked them from the group, right? But I have dealt with people like this before. And the thing is, these people, I mean, obviously, they started griefing pretty much the entire second half of the key. The moment that they... Well, prior to the Keystone Weaver system, like, the Keystone Weaver system pretty much exists entirely for people like that, because you know for a fact that if they could just brick your key and get away with it, they would do that in a heartbeat. And there is a chance that people like that are very vindictive, generally speaking, over the dumbest shit, and if they got even the slightest amount of pushback on their shitty behavior, there's a real chance they would have just eaten the lever penalty just to, like, spite me, because they know it's my key, right? So if they're just, like, shit-talking the Blood DK or whatever, then they might think, like, oh, our beef is with the Blood DK. But they know I'm the key holder, because they said things to me directly beforehand. So if I joined in and I started saying shit, I may have just gotten my key bricked for no reason. And I'll be honest, I don't want to waste my own fucking time. But I did make sure that after the fact, I did say that. But, you know, and the nice thing is, you know, they typed all that shit in party chat, right? I reported them. So, I have to imagine that is something that will get flagged, right? We'll see. But considering they were way more toxic than really any person in M+ I've ever run with, if that doesn't get you reported, then I guess you must need to say the N-word to get, silenced for harassment, right? Because I don't know, the bar can't be like that high for toxicity in M+, for it to be actionable. Anyways. If you see a build jumping from a cliff, are you going to jump too? Look, I mean, it literally wasn't until that key. I did all of these keys, and I never felt like I needed Psychic Scream. It wasn't until now where I actually felt like I needed Psychic Scream. Again, I will take your word for it. I will take your word for it that Psychic Scream is... I'm not arguing that. Like, if multiple people, you in YouTube chat, somebody else in Twitch chat said that you should have AoE Fear, I will take both of you at your word and assume that it's good. I guess the question is then what do I drop for it, right? I don't know, like I could not cleanse disease effects, but I would imagine that for dungeons where I want to cleanse disease effects, this would be good. So then, do I drop, Body and Soul or something? I guess. Do that. So I'll trust your judgment there. But, it wasn't like, this was obviously the last dungeon. Wasn't like, oh my god, I've been struggling so much without Psychic Scream. It was literally just, right now, I realized, oh shit, this would be, you're right, it would be nice to have, but I never had an issue before that, so. But I know, it's nice, but yeah, I guess Body and Soul, I can see how that's probably not that impactful. Let me... Luzik said, what, 32 loss streak? Yeah, a bit rough for my friend there. Yeah, so, I'm not surprised, I can understand, probably the first time I was doing keys on Blood DK and I had that affix, it did not initially occur to me of, oh, you can mass grip the little orbs. So, that I don't necessarily blame the Blood DK for not doing, but both the Mage and the Druid, obviously, I mean, they're toxic shitheads, right? We're not really surprised, given, proper hindsight, that they were not doing any of that, but it was kind of blowing my mind that none of them were making any effort whatsoever to CC any of the orbs, so, yeah. That Druid not using Typhoon or Mass Clear is actually a throw? Yeah, I mean, that Druid threw in many, many ways. I mean, they're just bad players, right? They're again, like I said, Dunning-Kruger. They seem to be convinced that they're, really good, and that it's those gosh darn Blood DKs that are holding them back. Which is why, I don't know, it's a bit of a red flag when they join and immediately ask for a Guardian and Brewmaster, and, the funny thing is, in hindsight now, all of the stuff they said, now that I know it wasn't them just joking around, they joined, and the first thing they said is, please get a Guardian Druid or a Blood DK. Or, please get a Guardian Druid or a Brewmaster Monk. Because we want to, easy smash this, or something like that. And it goes to show, look, their damage is fucking dog shit, right? I do more damage than that on my tanks. And they are of the mindset that it is the group comps that they find in M+ that is the problem. And it's these gosh darn Blood DKs that are going out of their way to +2 these dungeons for them. They're fucking insanity that, to them, a +2 is not good enough. And it's the Blood DK's fault for doing slightly too aggressive pulls, not their fault for, again, dying multiple times, not using any utility whatsoever, and then doing shit damage. These are the people that, frankly, are the problem with World of Warcraft. The nice thing about this is these people are never going to get past +12s. They might eventually worm their ways into 13s and 14s, and they will probably lead to the key being depleted, and then they will eventually quit the game, and then they're gonna write some nasty Reddit post about meta comps are ruining this game, or whatever, it's so hard to find, Guardian Druids and Brewmasters to play with, and I keep getting these Blood DKs who keep bricking my keys, and whatever. The mage also, when I said I main Blood DK, the mage said me too. Fucking bullshit. In fact, I'll be honest, look, you know, I'll look this fucker up. Because I looked up the druid. I searched the druid and that was it. The mage, by the way, the most they have done is they've timed 14s. They're barely above 3k, and that's the ego they have. If you're flaming my 290 item level tank at a 10, just leave and find a new group? Exactly, yeah. Like, what the fuck? Am I allowed to group with viewers? It's... Well, obviously, right now, the Disc Priest is finished. At some point tomorrow, I will be doing Resto Druid. But... It's, like, technically, I'm not grouping up with viewers in the sense that I'm not going to, like, join a group and apply with other people. My stance on this has always been, if you see me apply to a key and you want to, like, try and snipe your way in, then, like, by all means, right? Like, I can't stop you. I'm not going to be like, you know, a viewer got into my key, you know, I'm leaving. And frankly, you know, it's fun, right? And the reality is, whether or not, like, a good player playing, you know, either their mana or an alt is in a key to make it go slightly better, is that going to meaningfully change the outcome of this challenge? Not really. Either I understand the spec or I don't. It's not like that's going to be a thing. What I always do is if somebody joins the key with me, and we do the run, I then leave the group after, right? So I won't run multiple times. So, I mean, I guess if you want to try and chain queue into me, I know some people have done that, right? It's whatever. I'm not going to be too upset about it, but I will not make an effort to do that. But also, I'm not going to, like, outright deny it. Let's see. What is this person? They've killed Heroic Chimeras, so you know. Where's their armory page? They are achievements. Feats of Strength. Okay, so this mage, by the way, has a single raid achievement, Cutting Edge, or no, sorry, misspoke. Ahead of the Curve Chimeras. That's their single of all time raid feat of strength. For dungeons, they started this season. They are brand new to this game. I think both of them. I looked at the Druid's achievements. Brand new in this expansion. That's crazy. How do you have that level of ego, having never played the game before until now, having never set foot in a fucking raid, your highest achievement being 3k on your first season ever, and that's the ego you have? It's got, like, these have to be League of Legends players, right? That somehow got lost and ended up in WoW. Like, there is no other explanation. 100% those are fucking League players, dude. I'll be honest, like, this... I don't know. This has kind of thrown me for a loop. Like I said, I've never seen toxicity like that in a random pug group. At least not for a very long time. And for it to come from, like, some fucking nobodies, absolutely wild. I'm just glad that the Blood DK was cool about it. I would have felt really bad if it, like, hurt their feelings or something. Restia, you have multiple guildies that are 280 plus and can't get carried through a 10. We wound up using Resilient 12s to gear them. Jesus Christ. Personally feel being able to get carried is a skill. Yeah, I mean, that's wild. I mean, look, as long as those guildies that you mentioned are, like, nice people who are having fun, like, I have played this game in the past with, like, friends who are very clearly below the skill level of everybody else, but in, like, 99% of those cases, those people are well aware that they're, like, not good at the game, and they, you know, they're playing because they just enjoy, like, the vibes and the friend group or whatever. And I will admit, one of the, you know, slightly upsetting things about, over time I've tried to play at a more and more high level is there have been some people who I like, they're like, nice, good friends of mine, but I can't really play with them anymore because, like, I don't really have time to, like, effectively carry people through dungeons. And back in the day, if I used to raid with them, then I'm like, yeah, sure, right, helping the team. But nowadays, if it's just, like, a friend who I'm, like, chill with, I have no reason to, like, sit there and help carry them through runs. But, I still, I like those people. In fact, I do kind of feel bad because there's, like, raiding is weird. Obviously, separate issue from, obviously, this whole thing. But there have been times where, there are people who I'm still, like, really good friends with. I would consider some of my best friends. And at one point in time, I was their raid leader, and I benched them. I told them they were not good enough to raid and put them on the bench. And some of them still remind me of that to this day. But it's difficult sometimes. And, you never want to be the bad guy as a raid leader. It's one of the reasons I fucking, I like the idea of raid leading, but, like, the actual process of raid leading is just, it's so much, like, fucking bureaucracy, and I can't stand it. Like, I like the strategizing, I like the shot calling, I don't like all the fucking management side of things, and having to, tell somebody that they're off the team because they, did some stupid shit. And then, like, back in Hellfire Citadel, somebody, really long time ago, but I still remember it, back in HFC, I sat somebody for my raid team, and they crashed out and said that I was literally Hitler when they left. So, and they meant, it was like a kid, right? I think like a 15-year-old kid or something like that. So they meant it as an insult. And like the funny thing is they later apologized. They felt really bad about calling me Hitler. And like a year later, they were like, "I'm really sorry about what I said. I understand you were just trying to do the best." And I was like, "Oh, it's okay. I don't mind." Little did they know, it was like the funniest thing anybody had ever said to me when they got sat. To this day, which is why I still remember it. But they felt really bad because they said a really mean thing. But that's raid leading, and it's sometimes that's what you got to do. But there's a reason I don't want to deal with that shit anymore. Just let me tank bosses and kill shit, and that's fun. Sounds like your achievements accept you play since Kata. Hey, look, if you're having fun and you're enjoying the game and you're not flaming random blood decays that +2 to key for you, then there's no problem. It's only a problem if you have those types of achievements and you do act toxic and elitist. Completely without basis. That's the issue. You're in a normal heroic guild. Don't think you can get AOTC this season? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I guess AOTC guilds, or like AOTC, I guess in that case adjacent guilds, they're going to be a mixed bag of a lot of different players. Definitely hard to, I guess, fully motivate people. I'll be honest, I could never raid at that level again. It's, well, really, the last time that I ever raided at that level, I guess, was, well, frankly, HFC. Back when I was leading a guild of mostly my high school friends, and then some other people, like, friends online, and at that point, we didn't end up getting I think I technically got HFC Archimond, I can't remember. I think my friend bought me a carry or something like that. But it was, like, I tried to lead, like, a raid team of friends, and, it was just whatever. So then I ended up joining actual raiding guilds in Legion, but it's a whole separate story. Which I think I've told before, but, whatever. Yeah, look, as long as they're nice people, that's all that matters. If you're having fun, then it'd be worth it to carry them. DeSanduin said, I had to switch to Disc Priest for Mythic Lura, and you feel like you're not achieving your full Disc Priest potential. Well, I wish I could give advice, but frankly, I am the last person to talk to about achieving full Disc Priest potential, considering I have been told I have just finished my 0 to Hero challenge on Disc, and I have been told that I was missing a critical talent the entire time, so I'm definitely far away from hitting my full Disc Priest potential. But honestly, I mean, if you're just an experienced dealer, frankly, the best thing that you can do on Mythic Lura is to just not die, right? Don't die. Keep yourself alive. Obviously, do the minimum HPS that you need to do. And then, if I recall, like, you have to Leap of Faith crystals. You use, what's it called? This thing, Save the Day. So for 6 seconds after casting Leap of Faith, you may cast it a second time. So you use this to put crystals in the right position. That's, like, the only thing I know about what priests do on Lura. But really, a lot of times, it's... like, so moving away from... like, Disc Priest talk, because again, I'm still a new Disc Priest player, so if you come here for Disc Priest advice, I am the wrong person. Go find Automatic Jack and ask him for advice. He's probably a better source of that, or really any other Disc Priest player. I'm still very much a beginner. Probably no less than you if you're already on Mythic Lura playing it. But speaking as somebody who has had to flex to stuff on Mythic end bosses, like, well, I'll be honest, I flexed to Blood DK for Mythic Lura, and I kind of kicked ass, but, like, there have been times, like, honestly, I guess a better example is earlier this tier, I had to flex to Prot Warrior for, Light Blinded Vanguard up through Bellerin, and I did well on Prot Warrior, but I definitely, like, I wasn't getting 100 parses or anything like I did on Blood DK, but... I definitely wasn't playing, like, as amazing as I could have. I played well, though. And when my raid leader asked me to swap Prot Warrior, it was with the understanding that, like, hey, we need Battle Shout buff, right? Just my being on Prot Warrior is helping the raid. And I, honestly, because I didn't think I had enough gear and, like, practice to get, like, rank 1 damage parses or whatever, I was not concerned. Now, I still, you know, I have respectable parses. Like, what's my current parses on Anji? Where is Midnight, Season 1? Wait, really? There's no... Dude, how... Nobody plays Prot Warrior? What the fuck? How am I ranked 51 Prot Warrior, and I haven't even killed Lura? Make that make sense. What the fuck? Okay, apparently I'm, despite having 0 All-Star points for Mythic Lura, I actually have rank 51 on Prot Warrior, so I guess I did better than I thought. But, like, so a good example is I have 4 kills on Bellerin, on my Prot Warrior, and my best parse is a 38. Seems pretty bad, right? Except I ran, because I knew I'm not getting any parses on Prot Warrior, like, I'm, you know, there's 0 chance that I'm going to, like, do reasonable damage on that fight. Instead of worrying about, like, oh, I'm going to try and get, like, a super duper parse, I just ran, like, all the defensive talents. I made sure that I never died, and I tried to be as tanky as possible, and I'm gobbling up all the fucking balls. You know, anytime there's a ball of my color approaching Bellerin, boom, I'm soaking that shit. And so I'm making sure that, like, look, if I am forced to play something that is not my main, that I don't have, like, the gear or experience to, like, get a perfect parse on this, I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to make sure that I do, not even going to try and get a parse, to be clear. I'm going to try and make sure that I am, like, the most ethical fucking person ever, and I am doing all that I can to minimize damage taken and to just live the fight and make sure that, you know, we get through it. Because Bellerin also, like, you make it to the second burn, the boss is dead. Like, early on Prague, I will say I did try to optimize my damage as much as I reasonably could. I was a little bit under-geared at that point relative to the rest of our raid because I had to make a late in the tier swap. But definitely, even on farm, I knew we make it to the second burn, we kill. And all I focused on is just, I'm going to make everybody else's job as easy as fucking possible. And so I would say that is kind of the mindset you want to have. Like, look, are you going to be the best Disc Priest player? Statistically, probably not. So just make sure you know your job, which, like, yeah, you said, that's why you're on Disc, got to grip those crystals. Yeah, so just make sure you are gripping those crystals as best as you possibly can. Master that. Make sure that the reason that they need a Disc Priest, that is fulfilled. You get that done, everything else is secondary. Obviously, try to spend time optimizing it as much as you can. You know, you're already in there, you may as well do as much healing as you can. But if you get, like, a green parse, hell, if you get a gray parse, right? Who gives a shit? just know, like, hey, if I wasn't here to grip those crystals, we wouldn't kill it. So I'm going to make sure that I just do that perfectly every single time. And then again, Mythic Lore, do not die. Do not die. Whatever you do, try to focus on your survivability, because the worst thing that can happen, you know, no shade to some of our healers, but unfortunately a few of them get clipped by, like, constellations and stuff in P3, and then losing a healer that late, especially if you already burn to be res later on, it just snowballs. It's really rough. So, do not die. Just and then obviously P4, the more people you have alive, the you know, the better it is. Healer parses a lot, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Obviously, like, my analogy isn't one-to-one because, like I said, I'm comparing, like, my tank parses, which tank parses do matter more than healer parses in that sense, because usually you should be able to get good tank parses while still doing your job correctly, like, you know, getting a rank 1 on Midnight Falls on your prog kill while playing Blood DK, which you had to swap to last second, you know. Wonder who that could be talking about. But, you know, you can get good parses on prog as a tank. Healer parses, yeah, you're absolutely right. They are a bit of a meme. That being said, right, like, you usually should be able to do, like, if you're, like, really green, like, on prog, if you're green or gray parsing, you're probably doing something wrong. Obviously, there are exceptions, right? I mean, I have seen healers who have done that, but then they're, like, you know, orange parsing for damage, so they're trying to prioritize as much damage on, like, damage check heavy fights or something like that. Like, I could go back and look at Light Blinded Vanguard, and I'm pretty sure 2 of our healers were trying to put out as much damage as possible, and they were mostly there for their healing cooldowns. A good example, like, I always think of is, like, Battle Shaman on Mythic Jaina. Something like that, where you have, like, a Resto basically playing DPS, but they're there for Spirit Link and, you know, other burst healing. So, yeah, healing parses aren't 100%, but if you are blasting and you are trying to do as much healing as possible, and you are doing, like, green or gray parse healing, you could probably do more. That being said, even if that is the case, don't stress about it. Just the fact that you are doing your job, that your guild needs you to play for that role, you've already done more than enough. And I can guarantee you, everybody in that guild respects you more for playing that role that's needed compared to somebody who is, like, a one-trick and doesn't want to play Disc Priest or whatever. The person who's willing to flex and play multiple classes and fill those roles, like, those are the people who allow your guilds to kill Mythic End bosses when those are strict requirements. So, every guild needs people like that, so that is a huge plus in your favor. Whenever you're, I mean, not to say that you're, like, gonna leave that guild and apply for another one, but whenever you do apply for guilds, one of the best possible things that you can be able to say on your application is that you can actually reliably multi-class. And, you know, you may not be able to say, like, confidently, oh yeah, I could definitely play Disc Priest, but now, I mean, you're gonna kill this boss, and you will be able to say, you know, if you ever decide to apply to a guild, I've killed a Mythic End boss as Disc Priest. And that is, you know, that says something, right? And then, you know, if they're like, oh, your logs are a little bit low, you can explain, like, well, I had to pick it up, right? And I'm still learning, but I did my job, blah, blah, blah. And that's really all most people want to hear. And, you know, if you're not looking to join a guild or something like that, and that doesn't apply, well, then at least you can use that information to feel better about yourself. Or something. I don't know. Maybe that helps. Anyways. Now that Disc Priest Keystone Hero is done, I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to stream again in about 4.5 hours. So my guild is doing normal raid testing tonight. And I will probably stream that on the second channel. I don't want to, like, do 2 main channel streams at once. Obviously, if you're watching on Twitch, it'll be here on Twitch as well. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll stream that over on the Stream Archive channel. And I guess if you don't know that channel, if you're not subscribed to it yet, then here, I'll throw the link in chat. So that's the second channel I stream. I stream there a decent amount of times. All my streams are always on Twitch. But for the YouTube streams, they are, like, I kind of split them up. If it's something important, I usually put it on the main channel. If it's something secondary, I'll put it on the second channel. And in this case, like, honestly, I think raid testing is interesting, but because I don't want to do 2 channels there, that would, like, fuck the algorithm. Then we'll just put it up there. No big deal. But yeah, I will... I think I missed a message. Arcanite said, it's been hard. You used to be a Mythic Raider, not high, but, like, Race to World last, where you'd be progressing last boss before the season ended. Yeah. I know the feeling for sure of, like, I have a friend who is kind of in a similar position of they used to raid Mythic. I used to be on the same raid team as them, and nowadays they're in like an AOTC guild, and they've said they really miss Mythic, but they don't have the time to prog it anymore, and they're happy in their AOTC guild. But it's definitely, it can be a tough feeling where it's like you really wish you missed that feeling, especially when I talk to them about, you know, like all the preparation that I'm doing for like the upcoming tier and stuff like that. And they're like, man, you know, I miss the feeling of like having to do all that crazy shit for Mythic raiding, but it's a big investment, and not everybody can afford that. But yeah, I will stop here. I'm a little bit tired. Gotta rest a little bit anyway. But I will be back in 4-ish hours, and we'll do some raid testing and then a bit of M+ testing. So I will see you all there. Thank you for watching. Peace.